Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Everyone's class change. My sword of the Necromancer kills the gods. Chapter 31. With a bang, Li Mu looked at the more than 20 sand castles that were shattered and sighed helplessly. It took me a long time to pile it up. He sighed and looked at the prompt. Ding, you have won, and you are being matched with an equally matched opponent. The match is successful. You will enter the battlefield in 30 seconds, please be prepared. I don't know how many more games I have to play. Li Mu looked at his full health and mana state. What can I buy with my current points? He thought about the commercial street where the school would open in the afternoon and looked forward to it. Taking the leaf out of the storage ring, Li Mu once again sighed at the reality of the duel scene, then let go of the leaf and let it fall on the sand, adding a bit of life to this boring scene. When 30 seconds passed, a gray and gloomy place appeared in front of him. What a familiar scene. Looking at the scene that was very similar to the teacher's mage tower, Li Mu summoned 2 skeleton tombstones. The other party's soaring light also fixed its position, allowing him to take a look and ignore it. What should we play next? Li Mu, who was surrounded by more and more skeletons, felt a little bored looking at the withered trees and black hard land. Forget it, let's break it off and play. Li Mu cut off a branch and danced his sword in the dim moonlight. Slowly, with him as the center, countless skeletons appeared in the gray mist and spread to all sides. HMPH, I'm already invincible in my grade. Zhao Xingyu swaggered towards the light just now in the gray fog. He was full of confidence after winning 4 games easily. What a piece of rubbish. A student of the same level is so easy to beat. With this sword, I will be invincible. He touched the sword that glowed red in his hand and smiled crookedly. He bought this at a stall selling weapons when he was not yet in school, and it only cost 1 silver coin. At that time, his intuition told him that this sword was a very good sword, but its attributes still made him hesitate for a moment before buying it. After returning home, he accidentally cut his finger, which allowed the red sword, which could replenish his health by sucking blood, to reveal its complete attributes. And he also felt that with this sword and his skills, he would be able to defeat the princess and become the champion, and then gain the princess's favor and reach the pinnacle of life. Then where should I use these 100 points? Skills or equipment? Shaking his head, he returned to his senses and focused on the present. I heard that the commercial street has a lot of top-notch equipment and top-notch skill books that can't be seen outside, and I can learn whether it's a mage's skill or a swordsman's skill. This 100 points will be the first step in my rise. I will definitely be successful in the future election as chief of the Japanese House of Representatives. Li Mu, I will step on you in the future. The corner of his mouth curled up. Shishisuosuo, some voices came from the gray fog. Oh, instead of running away, did you come towards me instead? Zhao Xingyu's lips curled up again. Then I will let you see how powerful the future chief of the Japanese Academy is. After saying that, he picked up the sword and swung it. A bright light flashed and struck in the direction of the sound. Click. The sound of bone cracking clearly reached Zhao Xingyu's ears, making him sneer. It's too weak, it's really boring. Wanting to finish the last hit as quickly as possible, he approached and saw the dream scene that had been bothering him and giving him nightmares every night. Skeleton. Countless skeletons. They all looked at him, making him tremble inwardly. He suddenly remembered the memory of that day before his death. Same skeleton. Ah, Li Mu. Fear was followed by endless anger. Drink. Zhao Xingyu shouted, using magic and sword skills to kill more than a dozen skeletons. At this time, the scattered skeletons also had their direction, and the white sea surged towards Zhao Xingyu. Kill. The anger of being killed, the hatred for him, and the jealousy from the bottom of his heart made Zhao Xingyu suddenly explode. For a moment, he was like a tiger among sheep, and his fighting power was extremely fast. Click, 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 click. Several skeletons shattered, causing him to shout. That's it, that's it. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xingyu's eyes turned red. The nightmare that had troubled him for many days seemed to be completely dissipated after he defeated Li Mu. He was a bit crazy and didn't care about saving magic power at all. Until his magic power is nearly exhausted. What's going on? I have no magic power anymore. Zhao Xingyu was shocked when he failed to use his sword skills. No, I have no magic power. He gritted his teeth, looked at the countless skeletons running towards him, and set up a sword stand. Without magic power, I can still annihilate you trash. He shouted angrily and rushed forward. However, he overestimated the strength of his martial arts. Not long after the fight, he was caught by a skeleton, and a punch hit his crotch, making him scream. Ah! He covered his crotch and screamed. However, the sea of skeletons did not stop, so the breath of death enveloped him again, and just like that time, they were all skeletons. Ah! The fear of death caused by countless skeletons made Zhao Xingyu's face distorted as he was teleported away. He screamed with a distorted face outside the duel arena, causing several classmates to cover their ears. Calm down. Yi Lianshan frowned and looked at Zhao Xingyu, feeling bored. The power of shock spread out, making Zhao Xingyu freeze up. But after all, he is a 16-year-old student, and he also has the responsibility of a teacher. He stepped forward and knelt down to check Zhao Xingyu's condition. After class, go to the school doctor's office and buy a bottle of nightmare-dispelling potion. It's not expensive and costs 20 points. After the examination, he said to Zhao Xingyu, who had calmed down and had a distorted face. It's just a student troubled by nightmares, it's not a big deal. Yeah, Zhao Xingyu nodded in a hoarse voice. Nightmare. Li Mu, your skeleton has become my nightmare, do you know? He lowered his head, his eyes full of resentment. Ding, you have won, and you are being matched with an equally matched opponent. The match is successful, you will enter the battlefield in 30 seconds, please be prepared. Alas, it's a pity that the sword dance hasn't finished yet. Li Mu stopped and sighed. He finally got interested in sword dancing, but he didn't enjoy it to the fullest, which made him a little helpless. We won a bit quickly this time. He looked at the prompt and put down the branch. The opponent must be a melee professional. It's so miserable. Shaking his head, Li Mu waited for his next opponent. 30 seconds pass. As soon as the scene turned, an endless plane appeared in his eyes, and he saw a figure in the distance without the guidance of light. The fifth princess, Yi Shuangyan. As she turned around, there was a brown-red second-level sub-dragon, the Earth Flame Dragon. The figure was like a giant prehistoric elephant, with red breath blowing out from its trunk. The hot breath made the green grass burn on fire. The earth-colored armor on its body was glowing with color, letting Li Mu know that it was no ordinary pet equipment. The first level is called Earth Fire, and the second level is called Earth Inflammation. Earth Flame Dragon, no wonder its legion is known as the Invincible Legion on land. Li Mu couldn't help but shook his head as he thought about the scene of his undead army confronting him. I can't beat it, and I don't know if I can beat it in the future. Thinking, he looked at the beautiful princess who jumped on the dragon's back with a big gun. It is said that the current one doted on the princess very much and said that he would sign a contract for her with a baby dragon from the Metal Dragon clan after her second turn. This is a treatment that many royal families do not get, and it is also proof of the friendship between dragons and humans, except for the evil dragons. Second level sub-dragon, you have to be serious. Li Mu gave up the idea of lying in the haystack and directly summoned the undead army. As soon as the undead army appeared, the gray-black death energy stripped away the vitality of the green grass, and the ground they stepped on instantly turned into a black death ground. The undead army no longer looked like what Li Mu had put in before. They were now covered with ferocious bone spurs, and even the mage had a bunch of bone spur armor. This is the strengthening of the death energy in the undead space, which is very powerful. Li Mu also nodded, sighing that the appearance of the skeleton had become very handsome. He originally wanted to summon a blue-scaled horse to fight with him, but it was still in the storage ring and could not come out, so Li Mu had no choice but to ride on the summoned skeleton war horse and condensed a large skeleton gun in his hand. As a pure necromancer, he would not be a match for the second-turn dragon, but Li Mu was not an ordinary mage. Although the orc can't bring out his big sword, his melee combat is not weak at all. Her Royal Highness the Princess was obviously surprised when she saw the ferocious undead army appearing, but it passed quickly. She has begun to understand how to control her emotions. The two looked at each other, and the princess rode the Earth Flame Dragon, holding the knight's big gun in her hand, and rushed towards Li Mu first. Fire arrows and fire cannons. Li Mu shouted, preparing to charge with his knights. The arrow array opened the way, and the cannonballs followed. This legion's style of play made her Royal Highness frown. The dragon she was riding opened her mouth and sprayed out. A large ball of hot flames enveloped the arrows and missiles. As soon as the flames dispersed, the Legion's long-range attacks disappeared. This ball of flame also made Li Mu silently retreat behind the army, giving up the idea of charging. But you still have to rush. Charge. More than 70 knights began to charge, and this power made the princess look at them with suspicion. I didn't expect that the summons of the Necromancer could also build such a cavalry regiment. As soon as his thoughts changed, the Dragon Knight collided with the cavalry regiment. Boom! Without any surprise, the second turn Yulong directly smashed the strengthened knights into pieces and ran straight towards him again. There was no sign of being hindered at all. She can't be allowed to continue charging. Single quote. Li Mu, who was well aware of the power of the charge, frowned and raised his hand to create a bone wall and bone hyperplasis. Boom! Click! The bone wall that successfully hindered the earth flame dragon's speed shattered, and the dragon adjusted its direction and ran towards it again. Attack the whole army. Li Mu chose the army to press forward, while he held a skeleton gun and rode a skeleton horse to look for opportunities on the side of the army. The well-trained skeleton warriors all rushed to the Dragon Knight, raised their swords and shields and started fighting with decisive power. This scene made the Dragon Knight subconsciously think that she was in front of a well-trained army, which made her subconsciously shaken. But she raised her lance and began to fight. Long way, pseudo. The Dragon Knight uses pseudo-dragon power because her dragon is not a real dragon, but the characteristics of the Dragon Knight give her a pseudo-dragon power that is similar to the dragon power, but not as powerful as the real dragon power. But it's enough to put some pressure on the opponent's mind. But as an undead creature, there is no such thing as fear. Long Wei is naturally ineffective. Naturally, it was also ineffective against Li Mu. Ding, you are suppressed by the dragon power, pseudo, and an immunity determination will be made for you. Ding, the talent skill Iron Will takes effect, the immunity determination is successful, and you are immune to this deterrent suppression. Although she was surprised that dragon power had no effect on Li Mu, she didn't care because her other skills were all super strong. Dragon Roar, Dragon Dance, Dragon Spear Power, Raging Dragon Slash. Many dragon-related skills have created the myth that the Dragon Knight is invincible at the same level, which is also where her confidence in herself lies. Dragon Cavalry danced with spears, and countless skeletons fell. The flame dragon spits out, and everything in the sky is burning. The strengthened undead army is still difficult to ignore the suppression of levels. Li Mu frowned when he saw this scene and gave up the idea of using the fanatical halo. In the face of the absolute attribute gap, it is useless. Oh, helpless. Li Mu patted his hands and sat down on the war horse. The bone hyperplasia started, and the war horse slowly grew in size. In an instant, it was only slightly smaller than the flame dragon. The huge white bone horse was covered with ferocious bone spurs, and blue flames burned faintly in the eye sockets on the face of the terrifying skeleton horse. Li Mu touched the bone horn on the horse's head and continued to cast the spell. Bone armor. A layer of white bone armor surrounded Li Mu's body, forming a layer of armor with a skull face on the chest and a helmet made of white bones. Bone hyperplasia. Then, under the influence of bone hyperplasia, the white bone armor gradually became thicker and more ferocious, forming an armor surrounded by bone spurs. Due to the effect of bone hyperplasia, the white bone helmet slowly covered Li Mu's neck and face, forming a skull mask on his face, leaving only a pair of deep black eyes exposed. After thinking for a while, Li Mu summoned another bone gun and used bone hyperplasia again. The two spears changed, the body of the spear enlarged, and ferocious bone spurs appeared on both sides of the spearhead, turning the spear into a halberd. Not only that, the tail of the gun is also the same as the head of the gun. Not only does it have a head, but the bone spurs have not fallen. There are two halberds, one long and one short. The two weapons have 4 heads in total, which is the double gun fighting method for the Overlord. After the Dragon Knights wiped out all the skeleton legions, they turned around and saw the extremely ferocious Bone Knight holding 2 giant halberds and riding on a huge white bone horse. He stood there without making any movement, but the Dragon Knight felt tremendous pressure. What kind of weapon is that? The Dragon Knight narrowed his beautiful eyes and looked at the 2 double-headed giant halberds in Li Mu's hands, feeling surprised and confused. Although she felt a sense of horror about Li Mu's outfit, she didn't think much of it. Because the protection condensed by spells was definitely not as strong as the protection formed by equipment, but the two giant halberds posed a threat to her. Dual weapons. The Dragon Knight's mind changed quickly, and he launched a charge the next moment. Li Mu also launched a charge, but he was still wary of the Earth Flame Dragon's flaming breath. Sure enough, when the two were about to collide, Yanlong opened his mouth and spit out a stream of hot flames, attacking Li Mu. Mana Shield. Activating the skills on his equipment, Li Mu carried the remaining fire and collided with the Dragon Knight. He had no spare time to use spells, because if he wanted to use spells at this time, he also needed to learn a mage specialty called combat casting. He doesn't know how yet. Boom, boom, the two fought, and the Bone Knight took the lead in launching his halberd. The lance collided with the bone halberd, making a crisp sound. However, when the Bone Knight's second halberd thrust out at a thunderous speed, the Dragon Knight was still unable to guard against it. Although she was mentally prepared, she did not expect that a mage's strength attribute would be higher than hers, forcing her to use a lance with both hands to block one of the halberds. The other shot is completely undefendable. Boom. The huge force from the halberd almost caused her to fall, but the Dragon Knight's Dragon Rider passively activated. She was still not knocked off the dragon, she just vomited blood and stayed on her mount. The Yanlong also hit the skeleton horse with its dragon head, crushing all its chest bones. In the first round of confrontation, the Bone Knight had the upper hand, but his bone horse's speed dropped sharply due to battle damage. The two figures crossed each other, then came and fought again. But this time, the Dragon Knight learned the lesson and took the lead in waving his lance. Boom. The Bone Knight blocked the short halberd, and the halberd in his right hand stabbed the Dragon Knight again, but the lance stuck in the gap in the halberd could not be withdrawn at all, so the Dragon Knight suffered another heavy blow, and she was finally knocked down. Dragon's back. In just 2 rounds, the Bone Knight knocked the Dragon Knight off his mount. But at this time, the white bone horse also had its forelimbs shattered by the Yanlong and fell down. The Bone Knight landed on his feet and charged towards the seriously injured Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight saw the Bone Knight coming towards her with his halberds, and stood up with difficulty to fight with him. But with just one move, the domineering double halberds directly defeated the single-gun Dragon Knight, but the Dragon Knight also activated the Dragon Guard skill. Just as the halberd was about to point at Her Royal Highness's neck, a red light enveloped Her Royal Highness. The Bone Knight's eyes flashed, and his halberds danced wildly, hitting the shield, but it was of no use. Instead, he heard the roar of the flame dragon behind him. Dragon Guardian. Li Mu listened to the roar behind him and turned around to fight the Earth Flame Dragon. He also knew about Dragon Guardian, and heard that it was the Dragon Knight's strongest life-saving skill. The specific effect is that when the Dragon Knight is about to die, a shield connected to the Dragon Knight's dragon health will be formed on the body surface to protect the Dragon Knight. During this period, the Dragon Knight will also receive a quick recovery buff from the Shield of Dragon Guard. The dragon's vitality is so powerful, and the shield linked to its life is even more defensive. Therefore, the Dragon Knight is nearly invincible during the recovery period, and after recovery, he will face an intact Dragon Knight. But Li Mu also has a way to deal with it, which is to turn around and fight the dragon. If you kill the dragon, won't you lose your shield? Simple and crude. Thinking about it, Li Mu directly waved his halberd and fought with the Earth Flame Dragon. Although he also has second-level ghouls that can be used to help him fight, he doesn't want to do this. There is no reason, I just want to feel that I can beat this second-level dragon, and also hide this trump card, and see if I can fight against Princess Yin next time I meet in the duel field. Of course, if he really wants to lose, he will still use the ghoul to fight, after all, it is 100 points. Bang bang bang. The wind of the halberd broke through the air, white shadows danced, and the flame dragon was hit with blood all over its body. Blood flew and splashed, making Li Mu fight with blood all over his body. In this way, he defeated Yanlong with his pure physical fitness. It's a pity that it's not the blood of a real dragon. Single quote. Li Mu turned sideways to avoid a breath of fire, thinking in his mind that the halberd continued to attack the dragon's face and other vulnerable places, causing it to roar again and again. The princess inside the shield was seizing the time to recover from her injuries and ignored the battle between Li Mu and Long. In her opinion, it was impossible for Li Mu to beat the second-level Yulong. Intel. Her dragon screamed more and more miserably, and she couldn't help but open her eyes and saw a man and a dragon covered in blood. How can it be? Single quote. The princess's beautiful eyes widened and she saw Li Mu, who was wearing broken bone armor and covered in blood. He took the broken halberd and smashed it on his dragon like a madman, causing the dragon's body to bleed rapidly. Earth Flame Dragon. She couldn't help shouting. Roar! It howled angrily and launched a charge. But after Li Mu easily dodged it, he continued to hit its vital wounds. Clenching her fists, the princess took the time to reply. However, after the shield around her suddenly disappeared, her heart still trembled. Earth Flame Dragon was defeated. The next moment, the dying Earth Flame Dragon turned into a red light and returned to her contract space, causing her to clench the lance in her hand. Seeing Li Mu, who was covered in blood and his fists were bleeding, the princess, who had recovered most of her injuries, raised her lance and charged towards him. When Li Mu saw the princess rushing towards her, he had no intention of fighting her. Because I can't move anymore. So when his magic power was fully restored, he directly used his skills to start fighting. Negative Energy Ray. Energy Missile. Summon of the Dead. Skeleton Summon. Bone Hyperplasia. Dark Warrior Call. Dark Warrior Level 1. Strength, 20, Body, 19, Sensitivity, 15. Skills. Dark Spell Mastery, 100 Battle Sword Technique. Ding, the SSS level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect, and your Black Warrior has automatically learned martial arts, sword drawing skills, and instant step. Darth Vader, also known as Dark Warrior. They were wearing strong black armor that covered their whole bodies. In their black helmets and masks, a pair of eyes glowed red and flashed fiercely. The knife in his hand is also extremely dark, and the whole body except for the eyes is black, and the word black is fully realized. This is a very strong unit. Moreover, they also learned that skill, so Li Mu couldn't help but become interested in this new soldier. When the princess saw Li Mu starting to cast a spell, her heart sank. When fighting a mage in melee, the first thing to do is to prevent the mage from casting spells, otherwise you will quickly fall into a disadvantage. Dragon Roar. Roar. The princess let out a dragon-like roar, slightly interrupting Li Mu's summoning skill. After looking at the princess, he raised his hand and fired several energy missiles. Ta-da-da-da. Li Mu, who had a magic value of 540, used a spell with a magic power consumption of 10, which also caused trouble to the Dragon Knight who did not have a Dragon Knight. Bone Hyperplasia. He enlarged the summoned skeletons and let them go to face the enemy with the Black Warrior, while he continued to cast spells from behind. Skeleton Warriors, Skeleton Gunners and Black Warriors fought with the princess, while Li Mu fired negative energy rays from time to time, making the princess miserable. I have disgraced the royal family. She was holding a lance, but it was difficult to deal with 3 undead with superb martial arts skills, and she also suffered several wounds on her body. Li Mu, in the name of the 5th princess, I order you to stop. During the battle, Her Royal Highness the princess suddenly shouted. What's wrong, Your Highness Princess? Li Mu raised his hand to stop the undead and stared at the princess quietly. Although he knew that villains died from talking too much, as a noble from the Northern Territory, he still had to have noble respect for the royal family. At least that's how it appears on the surface. Save some face for me, I will admit defeat soon. The princess said in a difficult voice, covered in blood. If she was teleported out covered in blood like this, she would be a disgrace to the royal family, not to mention the series of bad things that would follow. If Big Brother makes a fuss about this, I'm afraid I won't be able to qualify for that position. Okay, Your Highness Princess. Li Mu looked at the princess with calm eyes and nodded, do you need my help? I have cleaning skills. Thank you, Her Royal Highness the princess said aggrievedly. He used the skills he gave me to beat him so badly, and I still want to say thank you to him. It's still my fault that I'm too weak, she thought to herself. Li Mu walked to her side and used the cleaning technique. The blood on the princess disappeared. She looked at it, tied her hair up again, straightened her hair and looked at Li Mu. How was it? She asked. Yi Shuangyan was in the grassland at this time, and the breeze was blowing, raising the tips of her hair. Although the sweat after the battle was cleaned, the faint fragrance still passed through the tip of Li Mu's nose along with the breeze. Smells very good. You still shine like a gem. Li Mu gave a salute and replied. A very common compliment. Oh, thank you, but are you really not going to join my force? If you agree, I can marry you. Sighing, the princess said seriously, I will take that position in the future and let you be the regent. How? Li Mu was silent. The royal water was too deep and he didn't want to jump in. Okay, I surrender. The princess looked deeply at Li Mu before exiting the duel. Ding, the battle is over, you have won the final victory. After 30 seconds, you will be teleported out of the duel arena. Seeing the princess leaving, Li Mu finally couldn't hold on anymore and vomited blood. Why endure it? Because Li Mu also wants to save face. Taking off the broken armor, he took off his helmet, took a sip of the blood-restoring potion and then used the cleaning technique. He also has to maintain the elegance of a noble and not let others laugh at him. Resurrection of the dead. He didn't use it in the battle with the princess because it was unnecessary under the circumstances, and he also hid a trump card so that it could be used by Princess Yin next time. After all, in the entire first grade, he felt that only the princess could rival him, and the other classmates were not very good. He used all his magic power to resurrect most of the fallen undead army and returned it to the space of the undead. He didn't have enough magic power to revive them all, and he didn't have enough time. He drank a bottle of blue returning potion and watched the time return to 0 at the last second. When the time came, Li Mu was teleported out of the duel field. Outside the duel, after seeing the heroic princess come out cleanly, the students who were waiting for the final result were filled with disbelief. Over the years, as long as there are members of the royal family who enter the Spark Academy to study, they must be the ones who dominate the rankings and win several first places in a row. However, in this combat class, Her Royal Highness did not get first place. This undoubtedly surprised the students. Yi Lianshan also frowned slightly and looked at his niece, wondering why he lost. He couldn't help but be surprised that the Dragon Knight plus the second-level Earth Flame Dragon could actually lose to a Necromancer. Yi Shuangyan looked at everyone's faces and sighed inwardly. Although I still have to be made a fuss about by my eldest brother, it is better than losing my qualifications. She thought silently. After a while, Li Mu also spread the word. With deep eyes and a calm expression, he still looks like an elegant mage, as if the battle between the two was amicable. Champion, Li Mu, Yi Lianshan said directly. Wow. Everyone was in an uproar. Although they already knew that the princess was competing with Li Mu, they still couldn't believe it when the facts were really before their eyes. After all, one is a very powerful Dragon Knight profession, and the other is a profession that has been the laughingstock of the empire for hundreds of years. In a duel between two professionals, the winner turned out to be the laughingstock, which made many people feel incredible. Except for a few people. Zhang Shuai, who was defeated by the princess, nodded, "You are indeed very strong." Single quote. Lu Feng, who was surrounded by a sea of skeletons, thought seriously, "Skeleton sea tactics. I don't know if I can buy an archer group attack skill this afternoon." Single quote. Oh, what else do you have besides skeletons? Zhao Xingyu gritted his teeth with red eyes. Lang Xiaoyu, who was defeated by Zhang Shuai, felt complicated, "Are you so powerful?" Single quote. Zhou Wei, who lost the second game, laughed, "Young Master Li Mu is indeed invincible." Single quote. Everyone looked at Li Mu with a calm expression and thought to themselves. Yi Shuangyan, runner-up. Yi Lianshan continued to read the rankings. Her Royal Highness the Princess glanced at her uncle and lowered her head. From 3 to 10, you can see how the points change. There is nothing more to say. 20 points will be deducted for the rest. After speaking, he looked at the students who were in extremely poor condition and were careless, and shook his head. It was really not as good as the previous one, but Li Mu was able to beat his niece, which made him very curious. Li Mu, he shouted. Yes. Li Mu walked to Yi Lianshan and gave him a noble salute. He knew that the dean of the Star Academy in front of him was a prince of the royal family, so his attitude was extremely respectful. Can you still fight? He asked, looking at Master Wen Ya, who did not have the domineering aura of the Northern Territory Li family in front of him. Yes. Li Mu nodded. Then let's have a few more games. Yi Lianshan looked at the duel field and then at the time. It was his class all morning, and he still had to wait until get out of class was over, so he had to use something to delay the class. So Li Mu came into his sight. Because he couldn't watch the battle in the duel field, he was curious about how Li Mu, a necromancer, defeated the Dragon Knight. Is there anyone who is dissatisfied and wants to challenge Li Mu? He looked at the complicated eyes of the students and said, I can give you a chance to earn back the points you just deducted. If you win, the points you just deducted will be added back. If you lose, 5 points will be deducted. Li Mu, if you win, you'll get 10 points, if you lose, you'll deduct 5 points. How about that? Yi Lianshan asked. He wanted to see what kind of undead the necromancer had that could defeat the Dragon Knight. Okay, Mr. Yi. Li Mu nodded slightly. The princess just lost, and the dragon is still in the contract space, so it should be impossible to fight. He is not afraid of people of the same grade, the only worry is that no one will come up to fight him, so that he can't earn points. Hiss. This is a good opportunity to earn points. Should I pretend to be weak so that they can see the opportunity and come up to give me points? Li Mu's eyes flashed. I'll do it. Su Shangchen walked out of the Xingyuan team and looked at Li Mu calmly. Since he lost to the skeleton last time, he went back to think hard and realized a skill. Frenzy Fist. This skill is combined with Frenzy and Frenzy Battle. If you meet the skeleton again, you can definitely break the skeleton's shield. By the way, you can also get back in front of so many people. Okay, then here, get ready. Yi Lianshan didn't waste any words and asked the two to keep their distance, start. As soon as the voice fell, Su Shangchen rushed towards Li Mu like an arrow from a string. Li Mu also raised his hand to summon a skeleton and increase bone growth. In a few seconds, a huge skeleton appeared in front of Li Mu, blocking Su Shangchen's impact. Watch my punch, Su Shangchen roared, and activated 3 skills at the same time. In a blink of an eye, he punched several times, and the sound of bone cracking rang out. When the skeleton warrior saw the cracks in his bone shield, blue fire flashed in his eyes, and he held the shield and charged forward. Sword and shield tactics, shield strike. Su Shangchen's body was hit and paused, and the skeleton warrior swung the bone knife in his hand. Sword and shield tactics, whirlwind knife technique. The bone knife was swung vigorously, causing Su Shangchen's fist to directly appear bloody, and the blood dripped and dyed the ground red. But he did not stop, but became more and more courageous, without retreating a bit. The sword and shield tactics possessed by the skeleton warrior are naturally a knife method that never retreats, because once you retreat, what should the people behind you who care about you do? Sword and shield, attack and protection, this is also the original intention of Li Mu's creation. It has a similar meaning to the existing family emblem of the Li family. Soon, the shield broke and the knife fell. Under the protection of Yi Lianshan, Su Shangchen was not beheaded by the broken skeleton. Next time I will definitely defeat your skeleton. Su Shangchen gritted his teeth and said. His younger brother came and gave him a bottle of blood recovery potion, and then returned to the team. And he also remembered the second failure and deeply remembered this failure. Su Shangchen deducted 5 points, Li Mu added 10 points. Yi Lianshan looked at Li Mu's skeleton with a flickering look. Does anyone else want to challenge? He remembered the Empire's previous plan, but he was a little unsure. The students looked at each other and didn't speak. They all saw how fierce Su Shangchen was just now. They didn't dare to say that they wouldn't turn into a ball of meat after those punches, but a summoned creature of a necromancer easily withstood it, which made them dare not underestimate the necromancer. And the skeleton that Zhao Xingyu saw now was trembling in his heart and didn't dare to go up. When I drink the dispelling potion, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Zhao Xingyu stood in the sun courtyard, not daring to look at the skeleton. Well, then, Yi Lianshan was a little disappointed. He wanted to see more of Li Mu's undead. And Li Mu was also quite disappointed. He only earned 10 points, which was too little. Then I will tell you about next week's class. Yi Lianshan looked at the time. Next week, I will take you to the dungeon to upgrade your level. When the time comes, you will form a team of 3 to 5 people, and by the way, have a game to see who kills the most monsters. After he finished speaking, he looked at the time again, and continued to talk, trying to delay until the end of get out of class. He talked about the dungeon and the trial tower, and also talked about the battles he had experienced in the northern battlefield and the abyss crack when he was young. Slowly, time finally came to the end of get out of class, he announced the end of Get Out of Class, and called the princess away. He wanted to ask Li Mu how he defeated her. After class was over, the 5 teams slowly dispersed. Li Mu left the team and walked to the cafeteria alone. Looking at Li Mu's back, many people were thoughtful. After lunch, Li Mu returned to his dormitory and walked into the training room, where he began to replenish his fallen skeletons. He has no idea of forming the Black Warrior Legion yet. Because the Black Warrior's arms are too single, and there are far fewer arms and professions than skeletons. If it's one-on-one, the skeletons are definitely no match, but if it's the same number of skeleton legions versus the Black Samurai Legion, then the skeleton legions will definitely win. Because the combination of various arms is far more powerful than a single arm. Therefore, he just summoned 20 Black Warriors, formed a team of Black Warriors, and then continued to summon his own skeletons. After summoning him, he turned his attention to the commercial street in the afternoon. The commercial street is a shopping place that only opens on Wednesday afternoons and weekends. You can buy skills, equipment, props and many other things. Li Mu naturally didn't want to miss it, so he went out after receiving the new undead army into the undead space. There are many people shopping in the commercial street. Not only are there equipment and prop shops, but there are also snacks, desserts, drinks and other food made by special chefs. They are far more delicious than the food in the canteen, and some of the food can even permanently improve attributes. Therefore, it is also very popular among students with sufficient points. Among them, the first-year students had never been here before, so they looked at the bustling streets with people coming and going in awe. Some upperclassmen looked at the first-year students, who were obviously freshmen, with a look of nostalgia. It's like seeing myself back in the day. I am also very novel about the commercial street. Li Mu entered the commercial street, looked at the dazzling displays on both sides, and walked slowly. Until he saw a sign. The pattern composed of white wings and a golden sword is the emblem of the Holy See. The Holy See also opens a shop here. Li Mu walked in curiously. Suddenly, the negative energy erosion all over his body was instantly suppressed, making him feel much more relaxed than he had seen in a long time. Divine power. Li Mu felt the changes on his body and was surprised. This classmate, we have many special items for teaching students here. What do you need? The clerk looked at the star cord on Li Mu's student card and asked softly. I'm just here to take a look, you go entertain the others. Li Mu shook his head. As a necromancer, he was restrained by Zhao bright things, so he didn't know how to buy anything. But he still wanted to see it. Then call me if you need anything. The clerk nodded and went to greet others. Li Mu also looked outside the golden glass counter. Holy water, holy objects, holy arrows, holy sword, holy bow. Holy weapons, holy armor, holy jewelry, and holy water. The attributes of these sacred equipment are very good. If Li Mu hadn't been a necromancer, he would probably have purchased a mage necklace with a sacred protection spell. But he is. There are actually people selling holy water. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. Isn't this aimed at me? Holy water can be used internally, externally, and smeared on weapons. It was the most effective thing when fighting against the invasion of abyssal demons. It is also the strongest means for humans to face the dark creatures in the Underdark. It can not only restore injuries, but also has a strong therapeutic effect on poison damage, dark damage and other wounds. Li Mu had also used holy water before, with excellent results. But now, he discovered that the existence of holy water might be the biggest threat to him as a necromancer. The holy water worth 20 points was obviously very popular. Li Mu even saw the archer he had fought against buy it and smiled to himself. Sighing in his heart, Li Mu looked at other things again. Holy Job Transfer Scroll. This is a sequence of sacred career pathways exclusive to the Holy See. It can convert ordinary professions such as warriors, priests, mages, archers and other ordinary professions into special professions with the prefix of sacred. The strength is comparable to a hidden profession. This is priceless in the outside world, and a role is hard to find, but here, it is sold generously. It's just that the points required are a bit too much, a full 100,000 points. But it's also the only thing many students in general careers want to buy to change careers. After looking at it for a long time, Li Mu walked out of Zhao Yan's shop with a bitter heart. These are all things that restrain me. Be careful in future duels. Li Mu took the duel seriously. If first-year students purchase sacred equipment and holy water, their undead army will be severely suppressed. But after thinking about it, he couldn't do anything. Let it go. Helpless, Li Mu walked on the street, visited several skill bookstores and equipment sales stores, and then continued walking, looking for what he needed. Until he saw a shop selling specialized professional skills books. Hello, do you have the Necromancer's skill book? Li Mu entered the door, looked around the empty old shop, and asked the middle-aged decadent fat man lying on the couch. Next to the man's recliner were several wine bottles, lying crookedly on the ground. Necromancer. The man with an awkward voice opened his eyes and glanced at Li Mu. No, there is no skill book for this profession in the entire commercial street. He shook his head. Really? Li Mu frowned slightly. As expected, if you don't have a skill book for your own profession, you can only strengthen yourself with equipment. But his equipment is extremely useful for his profession. Except for the Necromancer's equipment, all of his other equipment have powerful effects. Although the sapphire ring is only of blue quality, it comes with a magic shield once a day. Although the mage boots are also of blue quality, the sprint technique is also useful to Li Mu, although he has never used it until now. Not to mention that the fairy heart necklace's magic regeneration speeds up. So, he hesitated. But I do have some things here that a necromancer would be interested in. Do you want to take a look? The boss said again. Okay, Li Mu nodded. Well, I'll look for it. Okay, let's go on. He took out the red string with a bunch of rings hanging from his neck, turned it over, took out one and threw it to Li Mu. Li Mu took the ring, looked at the contents inside, and listened to the fat boss's introduction. The two stacked skill books inside are group damage avoidance and group acceleration skills. They can be learned by summoning professions, and can also be learned by necromancers. That thick black book is the research and production structure of the Corpse Witch. After reading it, you have a chance to understand the skill of Corpse Witch summoning, which can summon the Corpse Witch. But if you don't learn it, you won't get your money back. The other few books are some mages' skill books. You can buy them as you like. It's useless to buy corpses of other races if you haven't learned the knowledge about corpse suturing, but there is something very powerful in that little bottle. He sold a pass. What? Li Mu raised his head and asked cooperatively. You are too weak now to know. He shook his head and said. Too dangerous. Okay. Li Mu endured the curse and looked at it. He knew the skill books of the two summoners. Their abilities were the same as the names of the books, so he stopped reading them. His eyes stayed on a thick black book for a long time. He was very interested in the Corpse Witch. The skeletons that the teacher worked for were corpse witches. But why is it in the shape of a skull? The teacher said that it likes skeletons, so he made the Corpse Witch into a skeleton. He actually wanted a Corpse Witch, but the teacher said that he had to make the Corpse Witch himself, and he needed to gain a foundation of soul knowledge before he could try it. But he hasn't learned the soul knowledge yet, let alone how to make a Corpse Witch. But now there is a chance to realize that even though Li Mu doesn't know whether what the boss said is true or false. His thoughts turned quickly, and he looked at the mage skill book. Protection from light. Form a shield that protects you from light attacks. Learning conditions. Dark occupation. Chaos. Causes the enemy target to fall into chaos. The duration of chaos depends on the opponent's willpower. Learning conditions. Intelligence greater than 30, mage profession. Weakness technique. Causes weakness to the opponent. The weak state depends on the opponent's constitution. Learning conditions. Intelligence greater than 30, mage profession. Corrupted skin. Corrupts and withers your skin, greatly increasing your defense and slightly reducing your agility. Learning conditions. Physical constitution is greater than 20. How to sell these things? Li Mu asked after reading. You tell me one by one, tell me what you want first, and I'll give you the price. The fat boss turned over the rings and sighed. No more wine to drink. Single quote. He sighed inwardly. Group damage avoidance and group acceleration. Li Muxian asked. 120 points and 100 points. Very reasonable price. The study and production structure of the corpse sorcerer. 70 points. A bit expensive, but if you really understand it, it will be worth it. Where's the protection against light? Li Mu looked at his points and calculated them. 190 points. Why is this so expensive? Li Mu was puzzled. This skill is not very powerful, so why is it more expensive than most powerful skills of mages? Based on what he had seen so far, Li Mu also roughly understood the prices of skill books in the commercial street. Low-level skill books are sold starting at 90 points, and the more powerful the skills, the more expensive they are. As for low-level equipment, he only looks at purple equipment. The purple equipment has a minimum of 250 points, which is just a dagger. Rare things are more valuable. The fat boss picked up a bottle and poured a few drops of wine into his mouth. His strange voice sounded a little depressed. It's very rare. Li Mu hesitated for a moment and touched his student card. He currently has 310 points. 100 of them are the initial points of the academy, 100 is the morning's championship reward, and 50 is what Su Shangchen lost to him. The rest are points added by his teacher. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't buy anything and returned the ring to the boss. You don't buy light protection. The fat boss was a little surprised. You are a necromancer. Your classmates will definitely buy holy water and sacred equipment to target you. If you don't want to lose, protecting from light is a must-have skill for you. He was doing analysis for Li Mu, and he was also working hard to protect the light that he had been unable to sell. Let's take a look again. Li Mu shook his head. Teacher has a way to dispel light, which is much more powerful than protecting light. 190 points is a bit expensive. For points, he also wanted to read in the library or buy some equipment that was better than what he already had. After walking out of the store, he continued shopping. Strange equipment store. Li Mu read out the name of the store out of curiosity and walked in. Entering the store, Li Mu looked at all kinds of strange equipment with a strange look on his face. Archer's staff blue. Wisdom reducing staff blue. Mage longbow blue. These equipments are as their names suggest, a staff for archers, a staff for reducing intelligence and increasing physical strength, and a longbow for mages. Seeing the effects of these equipment, Li Mu became curious and continued shopping. Although he is a weapons master and can use any weapon, he has no intention of buying these things. It's just an eye addiction. Until he saw a piece of equipment and fell silent. Hunting bow purple. Equipment effect. Strength increases by 30, agility increases by 10. Accuracy plus 10, mark hunting active skill. Equipment conditions. Strength greater than 30, mage profession. Mark hunting. Mark the target unit in the field of view to obtain the opponent's real-time location and weakness information. When the skill is activated on the marked target, it will gain the suppression effect, weak point attack critical hit effect, and shock effect on the target. After defeating the target, you will receive the hunting buff. This equipment suits me very well. Li Mu looked at the properties of this bow and felt happy. The equipment strength bonus is a full 30 points. Adding in his own strength value of 43, it is a strength value of 73 points. That is the power attribute that only third-level professionals have. Without thinking about anything else, Li Mu called the clerk with a calm face. Do you want to buy this bow? The impatient clerk came over and looked at Li Mu with a frown. Then he looked at Li Mu's student card, which showed 301 points and the Noble Star Academy. So, he corrected his attitude. How many points? Li Mu asked calmly. This classmate, this bow has 250 points. The clerk said with a smile and began to introduce the origin of this bow. This is a failed equipment made by a third-year student 3 years ago. After it was completed, it was sold our store. Our boss was very distressed when he saw it. It was a pity that such good attributes were made into mage equipment. I feel sorry for it too, but there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not a blacksmith. This equipment has been in our store for 3 years. The clerk took the clerk card and looked at the 250 points that had arrived, and smiled even more flatteringly. Sure enough, the young men and ladies from Star Academy spend money generously, unlike those poor students from other colleges who only watch and buy, and waste my time. Thinking about it, he used the clerk card to lift the barrier and handed the bow to Li Mu. Thank you for your patronage. Please wait a moment. We still have arrows to give away. The clerk finished speaking in a soft voice and walked into the store. Li Mu, on the other hand, put the bow into the storage ring and waited quietly. If the equipment requirement for this bow is the archer profession, I am afraid that 250 points will definitely not be enough. But because of its equipment conditions, no one bought it, so the boss had to adjust it to the lowest price of purple low-level equipment, which was 250 points. And Li Mu was also lucky enough to experience the good thing of picking up missing items. After getting an arrow basket and 100 fine steel arrows, he left with the clerk's greeting to welcome his next visit. After Li Mu left, a thin figure came to the shop and looked at the place where the hunting bow had just been hung. "I want to buy a hunting bow." He was silent for a moment and said to the clerk just now. "It has been bought." The clerk looked at the first grade and 250 points on Chen Yuan's student card, and the expression on his face became a little perfunctory. "I don't know who borrowed this student's points. If I spend them all, I will lose." He would not have any doubts about the fact that a new Star Academy student had so many points. The young masters of the nobility are naturally talented people, and they must be able to obtain so many points because of their own strength. But once a Chen Yuan student had so many points, he felt that he must have borrowed them. "Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get there?" he thought arrogantly. Who bought it?" Chen Yuan students asked loudly and excitedly. "Sorry, we can't reveal customers' privacy." The clerk frowned, and his polite words seemed cold. "Tell me, I've wanted this bow for a long time." The Chen Yuan student begged again, as if he hadn't been excited just now. "Ha ha." With a sneer, the clerk shook his head and said loudly, "Don't challenge my professionalism. I will never disclose customer information." His words attracted many students to watch. When the Chen Yuan student saw that many people were looking over, he glared at the clerk and then turned around and left. "HMPH, I can't cure you." The clerk curled his lips and returned to the store, completely unaware of the murderous eyes of the Chen Yuan students who stopped in the distance. After walking around the commercial street for a while, Li Mu looked at the cute pets at the pet shop, bought some snacks made by special chefs at the snack shop, and looked at the weapons enchanted by the enchanters for the senior students at the enchanting shop. I watched the treasure box gambling for a while. Treasure box gambling is a game that is similar to a blind box and depends entirely on luck. You can play it once with 20 points. After watching for a while, some senior students were playing, and some were playing with students at the same level. After opening the treasure box, some people sighed, while others were beaming with joy. During his emotional ups and downs, Li Mu saw something different. After watching for a while, Li Mu turned and left. After seeing the bustling and colorful commercial street, he also had a deeper understanding of the role of points. He clearly understands that the role of the commercial street is not only for students to purchase items, but also to attract students to this place, making them eager for points, so that they can work hard for points. "I have to work hard to earn points," Li Mu thought to himself as he walked out of the commercial street. Library. As a librarian, Xiao Ziying is sorting out the books. As a second grader, she is no longer as active as a first grader in going to every class that interests her. Because she knew that she did not have the talent to learn all the courses she chose, and she also knew that her talent was not that good. Therefore, she now only focuses on her own courses. Suddenly, she felt her whole body relaxed. You don't have to get up every morning to catch up on classes, and you don't have to force yourself to smile at your roommates' daily jokes. There is no need to go back to the dormitory every night after evening classes to see the comfortable appearance of roommates lying on the bed playing with their mobile phones and chatting about school gossip. It seemed that her efforts in the first grade were all fake. "I barely passed the elective course, and the points awarded were not as many as those earned by randomly playing a few duels with my roommates. Moreover, the most important thing is that after that year of hard work, her strength is still the same. She can still beat those who can't beat her, and she can still beat those who can beat her. She won or lost in the duel, and her points did not allow her to buy some good equipment. She could only work part-time as a librarian in the school library to earn points and buy the things she wanted carefully. As for leading the new students at the beginning of the school year, I did it just for the sake of points. Moreover, points must be awarded only after receiving the person. This forced her to compete with her classmates who were also destitute people in Tianya. After arranging the books, she looked at the new faces in the library and seemed to see her former self. She was like that in the first grade, spending points every day reading books, but only now did she realize that she seemed to be just wasting her points. "I wasted so many points, gained some useless knowledge, and made no progress. It seemed like she was staying put every day. It seemed that all her hard work for a year was fake. It was so false that she doubted whether she really had no talent, so she could only barely graduate from Spark Academy, and finally go home to be a union member, taking on some low-level tasks, and spend her life like this. Actually, it's pretty good, isn't it? Single quote. She sighed softly, returned to the administrator's seat, squeezed a cute girl out of the way, took out a book and started reading. Sister Xiao, where are the books about souls? Li Mu, who came to the library for the first time, wanted to find some books about souls, but he didn't know how to find them. But seeing that the administrator was the senior sister who brought him with him when he entered school, he came to her and asked, and also saw the title of the book she took. The Nature of the Soul. Xiao Ziying looked up and saw the elegant noble mage talking to her. Captured by the beauty again, she was stunned, then came back to her senses and said, "Junior, I will ask her to take you to find her." After that, she hit the girl behind her who was lazy eating candy. The girl in the Lolita purple dress chewed the toffee in her mouth and tilted her head in confusion. "It's time to work." Xiao Ziying's eyes widened. The girl looked up and saw Li Mu's appearance, her eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, nodding her head repeatedly, she stood up and walked to Li Mu, looking at him intently. "Where the soul-related books are, go quickly." Xiao Ziying twitched the corner of her mouth, not like she wanted to embarrass her doll again, she said quickly. "Oh." The Lolita girl who looked a bit like Xiao Ziying walked forward. Her slender calves were as white as snow, and she had a little bounce when she walked. Li Mu sighed that the puppet master's puppets really looked like people. He saw the occupation on this senior student card on the first day and knew that she was a puppeteer. But this was his first time seeing such a beautiful doll. "This is it." The puppet pointed to a row of bookshelves. "Thank you." Li Mu nodded and began to choose books. Soul analysis. The difference between human and non-human souls. The wonder of the soul. He chose the soul book to read because he wanted to make his own ghoul army as soon as possible. If he successfully made it, he would not have to end up in a battle with Her Royal Highness. The second-level ghoul army can wipe out everything. And if you keep doing it yourself, what else will the undead do? Choosing soul analysis, Li Mu took the book and looked at the puppet who was still looking at him. "Aren't you going back?" he asked. "I want to see more of you." The doll's eyes were undisguised, and its soft voice was full of milk. "I will sit next to you while you are reading and won't say anything. You will affect me." Li Mu frowned slightly. He didn't like being looked at while reading. "I also know soul knowledge, I can teach you." The doll patted its chest. "My sister and I share the knowledge. If I teach you, you can avoid a lot of detours." She reveals her worth. "Okay." Li Mu turned the puppet master's career information around in his mind and nodded. The depth of the puppet master's study of soul knowledge depends on the intelligence of their puppets. And he saw that the senior sister's intelligence was so high, and she must be quite knowledgeable in soul knowledge, so maybe she could teach him some. Yeah, with a blink of her watery eyes, she led Li Mu to the reading area and sat down side by side with him. "What's your name?" Li Mu asked. "Xiao Xiaokei." After she answered, she asked Li Mu to open the book. This kind of soul book consumes much higher points per minute than ordinary books. "I will tell you as soon as possible, and you can also save some points." After speaking, she explained to Li Mu in a low voice. Li Mu also gradually deepened his understanding of the soul under the explanation of the girl beside him who exuded the fragrance of milk. "He's here too. Why don't you go shopping in such an interesting place like the commercial street?" Single quote. Lang Xiaoyu held the book, looked at Li Mu sitting next to a girl not far away, and pursed her lips. As Li Mu competed with her for points in class, won spells with her, and received more praises from the teacher than her, she subconsciously regarded Li Mu as her opponent. When she saw her opponent coming to the library to study, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She exhaled and read the book more diligently. Schulinger used her few points to desperately read the book, How to Protect Your Own Mage, until she saw the discussion of several girls beside her and raised her head to take a look. Li Mu, he's here too, so hardworking. Schulinger looked at it, then looked at her sister beside her who was biting her fingers while reading a book and meditating, and gave up her plan to educate her now. Let's go back to the dormitory for further education. She thought. In the quiet library, Time passes slowly. On the way, Xiao Ziying took a look because the doll hadn't come back yet. When he saw his puppet teaching Li Mu, he left with a complicated heart. When it was time to eat, Li Mu glanced at Xiao Xiaoke, thought for a while and said, "Do you have a card?" "Yes," she replied, "it's an additional card. The supplementary card is specially prepared by the school for students like summoners. Its function is to allow highly intelligent subordinates to have their own cards, walk freely in the academy, help students do simple things, or teach them. This rule is popular with some people and makes some a little jealous. I'll transfer some points to you as a reward for teaching me," Li Mu said calmly. He is not someone who accepts help from others with peace of mind. He doesn't like to owe favors to things that can be solved with money. "No, just come here and let me take a few glances every day." Xiao Xiaoke looked at Li Mu with a bright smile. "1 yard at a time, take it out." Li Mu shook his head. "It seems that dolls also like attractive ones," he thought. "Yeah." Xiao Xiaoke lowered his head and took out the card. "He's so domineering." Stars were shining in her eyes as she lowered her head. Tick-tock. After turning for 30 minutes, Li Mu looked at the remaining 14 points and sighed inwardly. "It's time to earn more points, otherwise you'll be in debt. You have to leave." Xiao Xiaoke raised his head, with a look of reluctance in his eyes. "Are you coming tonight?" "I won't come, I have to go to class." Li Mu refused, feeling a little weird. What's going on with this inexplicable feeling of guilt? "Okay, add a friend and tell me you want to come to the library next time. No matter where you are, I will come to teach you." She took out her phone and said softly. Li Mu took out his mobile phone with a complicated heart and added the first communication friend since school, even though it was a doll. But the sole knowledge she taught was indeed difficult for him to quickly understand alone. So he didn't refuse, then stood up and walked out, and the little tail behind him also followed, and Li Mu felt a twist in his hot gaze. When passing Xiao Ziying, Li Mu nodded to her, causing her to quickly nod in response. "Please come often, I'll wait for you." After walking out of the library, Xiao Xiaoke waved goodbye. "Okay." He looked at the cute doll with an expectant face, nodded, and walked towards the cafeteria. Xiao Xiaoke, on the other hand, watched Li Mu off with a look of reluctance. "Xiaoke, what did you say?" Xiao Ziying pinched the little ears of her puppet, her face flushed. When she heard what her doll said, she felt very shy. "Sister, I am doing this for your own good." The puppet grabbed Xiao Ziying's hand and puffed up her cheeks. "We not only share knowledge, but also share feelings. My liking for him is the reflection of you on me. Don't deny it. And I also think about a better life for my sister and my sisters." She defended loudly. "You're talking nonsense." Xiao Ziying retorted loudly. "My feelings for my junior are just my appreciation for beautiful things. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not the kind of fool who likes someone just once. I'm just attracted by beauty, do you understand?" She explained hurriedly. It's urgent, you're urgent." Xiaoke pointed at her and shouted. "Shut up." Xiao Ziying became angry and stuffed the puppet back into the puppet space and returned to the library. "Let Xiaoya help me from now on, not Xiaoke." Single quote. She thought in embarrassment. Canteen. After Li Mu finished eating, he rushed to the alchemy class in the evening. Points, dual field. On the way, he thought about how to earn points. "I heard that you can earn a lot of points in the weekend duel arena, but you need to be very strong to do it. Li Mu thinks he is very powerful, so now he just needs to wait." Thinking about it, he walked into the classroom. As expected, it was full. He took out the small bench from last time and began to wait. "In this class, I will teach you how to draw the most basic alchemy circle." Teacher Huo walked up to the stage. "After you learn it, you can also try the mystery of alchemy. And students who are alchemists by profession, don't be disappointed. Although you have the basic skills of this alchemist, I still hope that you can understand its structure from a principle, rather than relying on skills for everything." He looked at the 5 restless alchemists and comforted them. Then he started to explain, and Li Mu also listened carefully. After Teacher Huo finished speaking, a skill also appeared on his panel. Creating a magic circle. Refining array. The basic skill of the alchemist, which can be used to perform some primary refining. Students whose skills appear on the attribute panel, Please raise your hands and let me take a look. Teacher Huo asked in an expectant voice. Li Mu raised his hand. In an environment where he was the only one in the classroom who raised his hand, his behavior was particularly eye-catching. Thursday, early morning. Many dark clouds in the sky blocked the sunlight and floated over Spark Academy, lingering for a long time. Will it still rain here? Li Mu looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, a glimmer of light flashing in his deep eyes. Then, he entered the cafeteria to eat. If it rains, it rains. It's not like I've never seen rain before. Li Mu ate tea leaves and bird eggs, looked at the 24 points on the card, and showed a smile. Teacher Huo gave him 10 points because he was the only one who learned how to make the magic circle. Teacher Huo is also a very good teacher, he thought. The class bell rang and ancient music entered the classroom. Thursday and Friday are taught along the lines of Monday and Tuesday. Let's start the class. Undead boy, can you tell us what we learned in the last class? Ji Yuku looked at Li Mu and gave him a chance to earn points. Li Mu stood up and spoke roughly, and received a satisfied nod from him. Add 5 points. After saying that, he glanced at it and found that there were many people there, so he said, after the opening of the commercial street, you should also have discovered the benefits of points. The students nodded quickly. The things in the commercial street are so good. They have a lot of things they want to buy, but because they were deducted 20 points yesterday and don't have enough money for the things they want to buy, they can only watch. Others used their few points to draw treasure boxes, but in the end they only got the consolation prize of Warcraft materials, which made their already few points worse. Then study hard. I can see whether you study hard or not. After finishing the ancient song, the lecture began. However, when asking questions in class, not many people were able to answer the questions that appeared to be random, and as a result, points were deducted. The outstanding performances are still Dead Boy and Ice Girl. You didn't use the opportunity I gave you. After class, Gutu angrily left, leaving only a group of students with ashamed faces. The second class was again taught by Wu Shusho. I heard that Teacher Yi deducted a lot of points from everyone, right? Wu Shusho looked at the frustrated students with a smile, her eyes soft. Yes, Teacher Ji, you also deducted points from us. Teacher Wu, can you ask us more questions and give us more points? Teacher Wu is so good, he will definitely give us some extra points. Wu Shusho's gentle students all knew it, so they spoke one after another. Well, it's so embarrassing. Teacher Wu scratched his long ink-colored hair, but his expression was not embarrassed, but filled with an expression called pleasure. Well, let me learn from Teacher Yi and give you a chance to earn points. Teacher Yi. Some students were surprised. Aha! Wu Shusho snorted and looked at Li Mu. Classmate Li Mu, come up here. She knew how Li Mu behaved in combat class, so she called him up. Teacher Wu. Li Mu came on stage and nodded lightly. He was a little guessing about the teacher's actions, as if he saw the points coming towards him, and he was looking forward to it. Come on, let's have a magic duel. Wu Shusho said with a smile. In fact, she doesn't like classes very much, but who makes her a teacher? But I just thought of a good idea today. It's okay to skip the lecture for a while. She thought about it and started talking about the rules of spell duel. After I call start, you will start a spell duel against each other. The student who is the first to break through the opponent's shield will get 5 points. Of course, the winning student can adjust his condition and act as a defender to continue fighting against the next student. The student who loses will not be deducted points, but he will not be able to enter the arena again. How about that? Wu Shusho said softly. Teacher is mighty. Today will be the time for me to show off my skills. As the great Dharma god, I should suppress all laws in the world. The students were so excited that they didn't notice Teacher Wu sneaking into Li Mu's ear and saying something. Li Mu, I'm rooting for you, don't lose. Her voice seemed to be a bit coquettish. I'll try my best. The whispering like a lover in his ear did not affect Li Mu at all. He just felt that Teacher Wu's fragrance was very fragrant. So, who will go first? Teacher Wu looked at everyone expectantly. Me. Leng Xiaoyu raised her hand, her face full of seriousness. She was very unwilling to lose to Li Mu last time. This time she wanted to win. So, start. Wu Shusho asked the two to stand in position, put a shield on them, and waved her hand. Energy missiles. Energy missiles. The two of them started with the fastest spells. Ta-ta-ta-ta-da. The missiles collided with each other and cancelled each other out, just like a snowball fight, which made the students below excited. As mages, they all had a dream of becoming a turret mage. Now that they saw the prototype of the turret mage, they were still excited. But they also knew that the final outcome of the current spell battle was determined by the amount of magic power, which was also the weakness of the turret magician. And some people, through the demonstration of the two, secretly thought about their future routes. As time passed by in seconds, Lang Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel nervous. Her magic power was almost exhausted, but Li Mu on the opposite side was still calm, which made her nervous. Although as a hidden warlock profession, her points were added together with charm and intelligence, she knew that her intelligence was definitely not as high as Li Mu. Therefore, defeat was inevitable. No, can't lose again. She thought about everything in the past few days, and the alchemy skill that she didn't comprehend at the first time last night, gritted her teeth and used the ice cone spell in the next spell of the energy missile. But after it was formed, her ice cone was shattered by several missiles, and the shield on her body was also broken, and she lost. Li Mu wins, 5 points. Wu Shusho nodded with satisfaction. Li Mu, you should replenish your status. Okay. Li Mu took out a bottle of high-level mana recovery potion and drank it. The group of people watching gritted their teeth and lamented the waste. Because high-level mana recovery potions are effective for legendary strongmen, and if a first-level little mage uses this, not only can the mana be restored instantly, but the mana potion can also keep surging in the body, replenishing mana at all times. This is cheating. Just as a student wanted to speak, Wu Shusho asked a question first. Li Mu, this won't work. Wu Shusho put her hands on her hips and raised her peak. Why don't you use low-level mana recovery potions to replenish mana? Isn't it better to use that? Although she was questioning, her soft voice made people feel like a little girl acting like a spoiled child. Low level. Li Mu looked at the cute teacher, then looked at the gorgeous potion bottle in his hand. I don't have a low-level mana recovery potion. The lowest level potion I have is the high-level mana recovery potion. He said honestly. Quote. Silence. Today's magic classroom. After a while, Wu Shusho raised her hand and patted Li Mu's shoulder, sighing. I wish I had a family like yours back then. Wu Shusho sighed. After sighing for a while, Wu Shusho stretched out her hand and touched Li Mu's chest, and Li Mu immediately felt that the magic power surging in his body was suppressed. I have limited your magic return. I will release it for you after each game. She looked at the students who raised their hands. Next, Zhang Shuai. After saying that, she sighed, walked to the window, and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Her eyes seemed to carry endless resentment towards the rich. And Li Mu also understood his own problems from the reactions of the crowd and was silent for a while. Uncle Lu did not prepare low-level potions for him. His storage equipment was full of high-level potions. Shaking his head, he looked at Zhang Shuai, who was solemn in front of him. Ready, Wu Shusho shouted weakly, without looking back, begin. The game started, and the two of them gathered their spells and started to fight each other. Zhang Shuai's profession is the explosion fire mage. The damage of fire element spells is already high, and because of his hidden profession, he has additional explosion effects, making him few opponents among his peers. The two started fighting, not with energy missiles, but with other spells. Because they know very well that although energy missiles are fast, they are not as powerful as other attack spells. When facing the opponent, you cannot use ordinary spells to fight. Then, boom, the rapidly condensing fireball came quickly with a scorching breath, and Li Mu directly stretched out his hand. Negative energy rays. The cold ray struck the fireball, and the two incompatible elements caused it to explode. The aftermath of the explosion made everyone in the audience scream in shock. So strong. I'm not as good as you. Zhang Shuai is worthy of the explosive fire method. His magic is stronger than ordinary fire methods. Li Mu is going to lose. Burst fireball. Bone wall. Bone hyperplasia. After realizing that Zhang Shuai's spells had a strong explosive effect, Li Mu changed his style of play, half offensive and half defensive. Using the bone wall to protect his own shield, he condensed the bone gun and shot at Zhang Shuai. The bone gun was quick, and Zhang Shuai also held up a wall of fire. The explosion hit, blowing the bone gun crooked, and threw it onto the shield arranged by Wu Shusho. At the same time, Zhang Shuai also launched a counterattack. But no matter what, his fireballs could not break through Li Mu's bone wall, and Li Mu was steadily casting spells behind the bone wall, and from time to time he would attack with spells, which made Zhang Shuai miserable. I lost. After a while, Zhang Shuai gave a wry smile and admitted defeat. I didn't expect that the other party had such a powerful protective spell, and my own spell didn't even break the defense. But if he loses, and he won't make excuses for himself. Li Mu plus 5 points, who else is coming? Wu Shusho unlocked Li Mu's magic power and continued. I'll do it. The brown-skinned Tu Feng Huo stood up, patted Zhang Shuai on the shoulder and came on stage. Start. The duel began again, and the two cast spells at the same time. Earth Wall, Bone Hyperplasia. After realizing that his Bone Wall was very strong, Li Mu listed the Bone Wall as his first spell and was the first to use it. Earth, Wind, and Fire follow the same pattern, wanting to defend first and then attack. The two relied on defensive spells and began to exchange blows. Wind Blade, Whirlwind. Tu Fengwo leaned against the earth wall and resisted in front of him, condensing spells in his hands. Come out, my masterpiece, Whirlwind Wind Blade. The green whirlwind blew towards Li Mu's bone wall. Li Mu didn't have multiple gunshots, and several bone guns shot at the earth wall, poking the earth wall full of holes. You are too proud, Li Mu. Tu Fenghuo hid behind the earth wall and laughed in his heart. His whirlwind blade can cause continuous damage and will definitely tear the bone wall apart. Energy Missile. Li Mu raised his hand, and several missiles began to fly out. Earth and dust scattered, causing earth, wind and fire to hurriedly reinforce the earth wall. When my wind blade breaks through your bone wall, you will fail. Single quote. He glanced at the still spinning wind blade and smiled confidently. ... I lost too. Tu Fenghuo returned to his seat in disgrace, making the three of them look disgusted. Wash your face first. Zhang Chen called out a ball of water, floated it next to earth, wind and fire, and then raised his hand. Do you want to come too? Feng Yu asked hurriedly when he saw this. You can't win, he has too many spells. No points will be deducted even if you can't win. Let's try. What if we win? Zhang Chen shrugged and said half jokingly. If I lose, I can give Mr. Li an extra point. Maybe someone will remember me well. Okay, you come down and I come up. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, Feng Yu was stunned, clenched his fists, and made up his mind. Yes, no points will be deducted if you lose, so what are you afraid of? After thinking about it, he looked at Zhang Chen's figure on the stage, and suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. This state made Li Mu couldn't help but take another look at Feng Yu. My mood has improved. Li Mu glanced at it and then returned to Zhang Chen, waiting for Teacher Wu to start. Not long after, the water mage's water shield was shot through by the bone gun, and Zhang Chen came back with an indifferent expression on his face. My water bombs didn't even break anyone's shield. He sat down on his seat and shrugged. It's okay, it's normal. You can restrain your macho brother for a while. Feng Yu smiled, raised his hand and walked towards the podium. Oh shit, he really fell in love. There was an expression of disbelief on Tu Fenghuo's clean brown face. He's not pretentious now. How do you speak? That's called being reserved. Zhang Chen corrected with a smile. People from the southern wilderness are reserved and their hearts are like fire. This is the impression the other 4 states have of their southern wilderness, but the 3 of them generally call Feng Yu a hypocritical man. What bullshit is reserved, just pretentious. After a while, Feng Yu came back, complaining that the bone shield was too difficult to break, the bone spear was too accurate, etc., which made the 3 of them look at him with a smile. Is there anyone else coming up? If there is no one, I'll end it. Wu Shusho looked at everyone and said expectantly. Being able to touch a lesson is a lesson, and catching fish is the ultimate destination for our generation of workers. She thought to herself. The mages from the several months court raised their hands and came on stage one by one to give points to Li Mu. Then, the bell rang. Get out of class is over. The energetic Wu Shu waved her hand and ended the class. Li Mu stood up and was about to leave when he saw a girl running up to him. Next time, I won't lose again. Lang Xiaoyu lowered her head and said. Lost again, lost so easily. She knew that Li Mu didn't have her in his eyes, but she didn't want him to not even know that she was chasing him, so he could just ignore her, or even don't know her. But when she came to Li Mu and said those words, she regretted it again. Am I being unreasonable? Single quote. She doesn't even know who I am. Single quote. Thinking of this, she wanted to escape. This is classmate Lang. Li Mu looked at the girl with blue eyes in front of him, and his deep black eyes moved slightly. You don't need to care too much about winning or losing, and don't keep anything in your heart. We professionals don't just have wins and losses, there are other things. Kill the monsters, kill the aliens, protect what you want to protect, and so on. As he spoke, Li Mu's eyes flashed. There are many things worth doing, and your future will be exciting. Look forward and don't limit yourself. After he finished speaking, he left the classroom. Lang Xiaoyu stood there blankly, comprehending Li Mu's words. Yeah, why should I limit myself? Single quote. In the future, I will go to the Northern Territory battlefield to make contributions, be promoted to legend, protect my mother, and protect my family. Single quote. I have so much to do. After coming back to her senses, she looked at the empty seats and showed a nice smile. But I won't give up on winning you. Single quote. Her eyes were bright. ... After fooling his troubled classmates a little, Li Mu came to the cafeteria to eat. Li Mu's elective class in the afternoon was Potions and Summoning. Potions class. In this class, we will try to make a magic potion. Yao Lao waved his hand and placed a few simple medicinal materials and instruments on everyone's table. If you do it well, you will get extra points. If you do it badly, you will lose points. Let's start. In the last class, he had already taught students how to make a few simple potions. He only let the students do it now because he wanted to see their attitude towards potion learning. If they did it well, it would be good. If they did it badly, he wouldn't say anything. Anyway, not learning would be a waste of their own time, and he, as a teacher, wouldn't lose anything. Seeing the materials, Li Mu recalled the content of the last class and started to make them. Lang Xiaoyu also started to make them, but she was not as fast as Li Mu. Not long after, Li Mu finished first. Li Mu, add 10 points. Seeing that Li Mu was the first to make a potion for healing wounds, Yao Lao nodded with satisfaction. His words made Lang Xiaoyu pause, and then she became more calm. After a while, she was the second to finish. Lang Xiaoyu, add 5 points. Relieved, Lang Xiaoyu looked at Li Mu, but saw that he was just shaking the potion bottle gently, not knowing what he was thinking. Summoning class. In the last class, we talked about the bond between summoned creatures and summoners. This time, let's talk about the matching of summons. Yu Shan said loudly. First, there are the bodyguard summons that protect the summoner, and then there are the long-range and melee summons that are responsible for attacking. If you add reconnaissance and healing summons, your summoner lineup is basically complete. Our task in this class is to summon different types of summons. First, form a team. I will score after class. Add points if the lineup is qualified, and deduct points if it is unqualified. Or, whose team lineup has been formed, let me see if it is qualified first. He looked around. Li Mu thought about it and raised his hand. Li Mu, is your lineup formed? Yu Shan raised his eyebrows. My requirements for the Necromancer are more stringent than those for ordinary summoners. The skeleton of the Necromancer is known to be weak. It's formed, Teacher Yu. Li Mu nodded. I believe my summons can meet the requirements. Then summon them and let me see. Yu Shan asked Li Mu to go to the podium. Li Mu raised his hand and summoned several skeletons from the undead space. Skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, skeleton lancers, skeleton priests, and skeleton stalkers. The newly summoned skeletons looked around and formed a circle to surround the skeleton mage. The skeletons were protecting the caster. Their actions shocked Yu Shan. They were all highly intelligent undead. Teacher Yu, Li Mu reminded. Quote. Li Mu adds 5 points. Yu Shan looked at the skeletons with a complicated heart, thinking about what he was doing at his age. Are you excited about your second summoned beast? Or are you secretly in love with a beautiful female classmate in the academy? Thank you, teacher. Li Mu nodded, and after getting approval, he took the textbook for the summoning class and started reading. In the evening, it was astronomy, and the astronomy teacher raised his hand to open a curtain spell. Today, the Xingwo city is covered with dark clouds, which is actually a revelation. He pointed at the dark clouds on the curtain and said lightly, "It proves that something bad will happen in Xingwo Academy in the next few days. But you don't need to worry about it. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to support it. You just need to be quiet in class." The astronomy teacher spoke indifferently, and the students didn't take him seriously. In their eyes, Xingwo Academy, which has been passed down for thousands of years and has a profound foundation, is unlikely to have any problems. Li Mu also thinks so. On Friday morning, the dark clouds dissipated. Today's magic class is the class of Yuming and Yun Feifei, but Yuming announced something as soon as he entered the classroom. Teacher Yun Feifei is a very knowledgeable teacher. She will teach the future courses, Yuming announced. The students were happy when they heard this. Compared with Yuming, who has a very strict teaching style, they prefer the gentle and soft Yun Feifei. "Thank you, Teacher Yu," Yun Feifei said with a faint smile. She graduated from Spark College. As soon as she graduated, she worked hard to obtain the teacher qualification in this school. "I finally became a regular employee, Yun Feifei." She was filled with joy and her smile became brighter and more charming. "Then I will teach you the last class." Yu Ming glanced at the happy students and smiled, "Don't let me deduct points in my last class." After hearing this, the students immediately sat upright and started studying seriously. Ha ha ha. Yu Ming changed her previous stern image and became a kind-hearted old woman, teaching the course patiently and seriously. At the end of the class, Yu Ming took a deep look at the students, then turned to Yun Feifei and bowed. "Teacher Yun, I leave it to you," she said solemnly. "I know, Teacher Yu." Yun Feifei also bowed and said seriously, "I will shoulder this responsibility." "The spark is eternal. The spark is eternal," the two said. Li Mu looked at this scene and seemed to see a heavy inheritance of will. He could see it and feel it. Li Mu's classes on Friday afternoon were non-human creatures and enchantment. Although the aliens have many animal characteristics, they are not a branch of orcs or half-orcs. They are a brand new race that was transformed from humans thousands of years ago. They are currently active in the wilderness outside the Empire, and there are a lot of them. They believe in some evil gods from the chaotic camp, and those evil gods also give them gifts very randomly. While this gift gives them power, the evil in their hearts will be infinitely amplified, causing destruction and destruction everywhere. If we encounter them in the future, we need to kill them as soon as possible and don't let them have the opportunity to use their magic. Fu Lin talked about the characteristics of the aliens seriously, while Li Mu recorded the special parts of the aliens to prepare for making ghouls in the future. Enchanting class. I will teach you some basic enchantments in this class. In the next class, you will prepare a low-level equipment. I want to see your learning results. After the old man Zi finished speaking, he started teaching. After class, Shu Chaoer looked at her sister. "Sister, do we need to buy equipment to enchant it?" she asked. "Don't you need points to buy equipment?" Shu Ling'er looked at her sword and wrist guards. "Just use my equipment. Anyway, as long as there are no debuff effects attached, we will make money," she said. "Oh," Shu Chaoer nodded lightly. In the evening, there was an alchemy class. Li Mu learned the simplest method of refining, the refining of herbs, under the teaching of Teacher Huo. Soil plus water plus lightworm plus herbal seeds equals mature herbs. This combination gave Li Mu a deeper understanding of alchemy. After class, Li Mu returned to the dormitory in the evening breeze. The one-day course made him feel extremely fulfilled. After taking a bath, Li Mu lay on the bed. Tomorrow is the day when the duel field is open. You have to earn more points, otherwise you won't be able to afford anything. Li Mu thought to himself and closed his eyes. There is no doubt that the clouds have dispersed. Don't worry, they all thought it was caused by the mutated monster we put in the dungeon. It's a pity that the bow was bought by someone. I still don't know who bought it. Don't worry, when the time comes, it's time for hunting. A bow will not affect the normal performance of the ceremony. Now, it's just a matter of waiting. Waiting for the day when my lord comes to the starfire. In the dark corner, darkness slowly grows. They dream of extinguishing sparks. Weekends are the days when the dueling arena and the commercial street are open together. After Li Mu finished his breakfast, he walked slowly to the main stage of the duel arena and watched the people coming and going. The upperclassmen have also arrived and started matching directly to earn points. The junior students stood hesitantly outside the duel stage, looking like they wanted to enter but were afraid to do so. Li Mu didn't stop. He first walked to the rules card in the duel field and read it. The duel field is a battle connecting various colleges in the 4 continents. It is a competition between colleges and a battle between students between colleges. The Spark Academy has been the #1 academy for hundreds of years. I don't know if I can match Lele. Li Mu thought and continued to look down. Duels are divided into professional levels from level 10 to level 19, and levels from level 20 to level 29. Second level professionals are matched with each other. If you win more, you can be on the list. The list will be determined at the end of Sunday, and those on the list will be rewarded with points. It's simple, you'll understand it when you see it. But this is very unfriendly to those auxiliary professions, so there are also types of distinctions in the duel field. It is divided into various competitions such as 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 5v5, bounty competition, academy competition, ranking competition, etc. Auxiliary professions can team up with combat professions to fight in the duel field together and win points together. The rules of each competition are different. But Li Mu is currently alone and only plans to play 1v1 a few times to give it a try. If 1v1 is too easy to play, try something else. Turning around, Li Mu saw Chu Yunyu talking to the 3 people around her. She knew they were waiting for someone without entering the duel field. It's about playing ranked or 5v5. Single quote, he thought as he entered the duel arena and started the match. Ding, we are matching you with equally matched opponents. The match was successful, I wish you a happy duel. The next moment, Li Mu appeared on a small island. Looking at the surrounding seawater, beaches and seagulls, his eyes lit up. After summoning 2 bone tombstones, Li Mu took off his mage boots, picked up his mage robe and slowly walked into the sea. In the northern territory, there is no sea at all. All the seas he could see were glaciers or ice seas, leaving his impression of the sea only in his previous life. And because of his identity, he has never been to the East China Sea. He had been to the Western Desert, but after the strong wind and sand there choked him for several days, he never went there again. But now he saw an ocean, and he was very happy. On the beach, the boy stepped barefoot on the sand, leaving several footprints. A desert island site. Tu Fengwo looked at the island terrain in front of him and smiled confidently. Brother Tu, you are invincible in this terrain. His brown-skinned follower was also full of confidence. In this kind of terrain, the wind and earth magic is the most powerful, the wind and earth are abundant, and it can be attacked and defended. No matter who it is, as long as my wind blows, even a second-level professional will not be able to escape failure. Tu Fengwo felt that he had finally stood up. Let's see who my opponent is. He looked at the position of Li Mu's light beam and strode away. Before long, he saw a white ocean emerging from the forest and rushing toward him. Gone, Li Mu. Tu Fengwo quickly summoned an earth wall and began to condense magic. His followers also picked up big axes and looked solemnly at the crumbling earth wall. Boom, the earth wall collapsed, and the skeletons came again, making the followers swallow their saliva involuntarily. Brother Tu, are you okay yet? Okay, look at the wind. The earth, wind and fire finally condensed the wind blade and blew it towards the sea of skeletons. As long as I blow it up, I will be invincible. Earth Wind Fire watched with sharp eyes as his wind blew into the sea of skeletons, and after blowing up a few skeletons, they were beaten to death by the skeletons' fists. Gone. Run. Tu Fengwo was stunned for a moment, then quickly jumped on the follower's back and patted his butt hard. Be gentle, Brother Tu. The follower touched his butt and came to his senses. He quickly carried Tu Fenghuo on his back and started his escape journey. After running for a while, they looked at the sea of skeletons that surrounded them. After resisting for a while, they were submerged. Ding, you have won, do you want to start the next match? Li Mu was lying on the sand, feeling the sea breeze. He sat up after seeing the prompt and put on his mage boots. Matching with an equally matched opponent. Matching successful. Li Mu disappeared from the spot and continued the 1v1 duel. And his battles all ended with victory without seeing anyone, which also made his skeleton see spread among other colleges in the empire. At mealtime, he refused to continue the match and left the duel. Don't they eat? Li Mu shook his head as he watched the rankings on the list continue to change. He cast his eyes on the first-year scoreboard and the winning streak list. He looked at the first-year list of the princess and nodded. As expected of the princess, she is amazing. After looking for his own ranking, Li Mu saw himself at the 30th place on the scoreboard and the 16th place on the winning streak list. Winning streak list. 16th. Li Mu, 10 consecutive wins, Spark Academy. Score list. 30th. Li Mu, 60 points, Spark Academy. This is his result. The first on the winning streak list is Yi Shuangyan, and the second to fifth are also 23 consecutive wins, which let Li Mu know that they are in the 5-man team. Because the captain is Her Royal Highness Princess, the highest points are given to the princess. 1v1 wins a game are 5 points, and I get an extra 10 points for 10 consecutive wins, so I earn 60 points in the morning. Single quote. Looking at Her Royal Highness Princess's 23 consecutive wins and 290 points, Li Mu envied her. At the same time, Her Royal Highness Princess's name also appeared on the first-year ladder list. Ladder list first. Yi Shuangyan, Spark Academy. A well-deserved first place. Her Royal Highness Princess played in the qualifying competition, so it is normal to be given more points. The first place in the 3-man list will probably get more points. Single quote. Li Mu's eyes flickered, and he walked towards the cafeteria. You can fight for it, but you may lose. Li Mu knew the result of his competition. Because in the duel arena, he could not fight with the Orc King's sword. As for the hunting bow, he could take it because the equipment condition was that he was a mage and was recognized by the duel arena. However, the most important thing in the ranking competition was to look at teammates. Her Royal Highness's teammates were nobles from Zhongzhou, and their equipment and skills were excellent. No matter who was behind them, they would definitely be led by Her Royal Highness. This was the majesty of the royal family. As a lone ranger, he had no teammates and could only be matched randomly. If he matched with 4 crooked people and met the princess, it would be over. Li Mu, who had played MOBA games in his previous life, knew the harm of poor teammates, so he thought about it and gave up. Start collecting teammates. He set a goal. After he left, the first-year students walked out of the duel arena one after another, checking their rankings. How did Li Mu win so many games in a row? Didn't he run into the princess? You are stupid. You can tell from the points that Li Mu played 1v1. That's right. Princess is ranked with those 4. I heard that they were matched with the 2nd grade and defeated the 2nd grade several times. Aren't the 2nd graders all 2nd-level professionals? Can they all win? Not all of them. Some are stuck in tasks. Is that so? I hope my 2nd-level tasks are not too difficult. Everyone started talking until they saw Yi Shuangyan and the 4 people coming out, and they subconsciously stopped talking. The princess walked to the first-year list and looked at Li Mu's name with her beautiful eyes narrowed. When Li Mu walked slowly after finishing his meal, he saw his name on the standings and winning streak list. No accident, it fell off. Shaking his head, he didn't pay attention to the silence around him and walked to the duel stage to start the match. Li Mu. Yi Shuangyan looked at Li Mu, who ignored him with a calm expression. How about we have a 1v1? Li Mu looked at the calm look of Her Royal Highness the Princess and raised his eyebrows. This is for revenge. Your Highness, how should we conduct a 1v1 duel? As far as I know, this is not allowed in the duel arena. Li Mu said calmly. It's okay, just go to the duel arena and have a 1v1 match together. The princess curled her lips. Ever since she got the Dragon Knight's secret book from her uncle, she learned a powerful skill. She is confident that she will win against Li Mu. I want to regain the majesty of the royal family, and I can't let my eldest brother make a fuss anymore, she thought to herself. Although everything was still calm inside Spark Academy, to the outside world, the news that she was defeated by Li Mu in the combat class had begun to spread among the nobles. She is already in a weak position, and if she continues to do this, who will dare to join her forces? So she decided to avenge her shame. It may not be a match. Li Mu shook his head when he saw the princess coming to his side. There are so many Academy students in the Empire, so although there are few 1v1 battles, there are still some. Although two people can be matched at the same time, it is still very difficult to match them together. I know, but I have already made arrangements. As a princess, Yi Shuangyan not only has the majesty of the empire, but also the intimidation brought by her mother. Therefore, she asked nobles from all over the country to have friendly conversations with her classmates in the academy, so that they would no longer engage in 1v1 matches, just to have a fight with Li Mu and win. Okay. Li Mu was silent for a moment and nodded. Her Royal Highness the Princess is so confident, she must be confident to defeat me. However, I still have the ghoul as my trump card, and I may end your winning streak. He thought. Thank you, come on then. Her Royal Highness the Princess pointed her fingers and looked at Li Mu, who was doing the same thing. She shouted, start. The next moment, the two disappeared at the same time, causing all the students to look at the winning streak list and secretly look forward to it. ... Why hasn't the match been successful after taking so long? Tu Fengwo chewed something in his mouth and frowned at the half-hour matching time. Perhaps they are all going to eat, the attendant said, holding a cantaloupe and chewing on it. A good opportunity to earn points is actually going to eat. Tu Fenghuo spit out the grape skins. No matter what, we must get 10 consecutive victories today. I will play ranked again after 10 consecutive wins. Otherwise I won't be able to swallow this breath. He lost the first duel. Although he lost to Li Mu, he still couldn't swallow this breath. And just after he won 7 games in a row, he encountered a big man over 2 meters tall, who beat him to death and ended his winning streak. That's the same age as me. Tu Fengwo couldn't believe it, and then he won 7 games in a row again, but he couldn't match anyone else. What's going on? Tu Fenghuo frowned, but the next moment, he heard the news that the match was successful. It's done. Tu Fenghuo's eyes lit up. The next moment, he came to a desert scene. I'm invincible. Looking at the wind and sand in the sky, earth, wind, and fire looked at the figure in the distance with certainty of victory. After seeing the gloomy face of Her Highness the Princess, he and his entourage trembled. What should we do, brother Tu? The attendant was a little timid. What are you afraid of? Strength speaks for itself in the duel field. Look at me, 10,000 miles of wind and sand. Tu Fenghuo raised his hand and started casting spells. ... Li Mu waited for a minute and quit the match before waiting for the princess. Since I didn't match the princess, let's talk about it next time. You can also expose the ghoul's trump card later. Everyone was shocked to see Li Mu appear from the duel stage. So fast. Her Royal Highness, did you win? No, look at the winning streak list, Li Mu didn't lose. That is how the matter. It didn't match. Everyone started talking, but Li Mu didn't pay attention, but started a 2v2 match. There was no need for him to wait for the princess. We are matching teammates for you. Matching successful. We are matching you with well-matched opponents. Matching successful. The next moment, Li Mu appeared in a dilapidated city. Someone also appeared next to him. He was wearing a black battle armor, holding a long sword in his hand, and looked like a dark warrior. He was a healthy-looking boy who could be called a handsome boy. But of course there is no Li Mushuai. Mage. Yang Guan looked at the teammates he matched and frowned. Where are your followers? I didn't bring it with me. Li Mu looked at his student card and said calmly. He is a student of Canaan College in the southern wilderness. Then you follow me, I will protect you when casting spells. As long as you don't mess around, I will help you win. After looking at the student card on Li Mu's chest and the skeleton staff in his hand, Yang Guan set off towards the pillar of light soaring into the sky. He is from Spark Academy. It shouldn't hold me back, he thought. After looking at this somewhat arrogant man, Li Mu followed him without any emotion. So confident, then I'll just lie down. It's not bad to be a lying dog, he thought. But while walking, Li Mu's martial arts intuition suddenly gave him a warning, causing him to jump into the distance instantly, and an explosion resounded through the sky at the same time. Boom! Yang Guan was directly blown to the side, fell to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, as expected, ambush is the best option. A voice walked out of the ruins with a loud laugh. You guys surrender, and you can fire the next one quickly. Ha ha. Yang Guan stood up with difficulty, first glanced at Li Mu who was running away, and grinned, Demoman. His power is not very good. Tisk, you are very brave. The man smiled disdainfully, do you know how many bombs there are in the ground? I just want to save some explosives and magic regeneration potions for my brother, but if you insist on continuing, I am not short of those things. He said disdainfully. Haven't you noticed yet? Yang Guan sneered, my teammates have already gone to kill your blaster. He had a premonition and also trusted the students of Spark Academy. A mage whose followers don't know where to run, so what if he's from Spark Academy? The man shook his head, a mage is so brittle, he will explode as soon as. Before he finished speaking, he was stunned. Blue team Li Mu defeated the red team's bag maker. First drop of blood. The voice announcement sounded, making his expression distort. This broadcast also made Li Mu put down the bone gun in his hand and raised his head in surprise. Is there still this function? Then I can't be embarrassed. Yang Guan breathed out and rushed towards Bao Dao. I can't ruin the reputation of my Canaan college. Ding, you have won, do you want to start the next match? Li Mu walked slowly towards Yang Guan and heard the news of victory. Stopping, he started matching. Making matches with evenly matched opponents. Matching successful. After waiting for 30 seconds, the scene changed and he appeared on an iceberg. There was flying snow in the sky, he stretched out his hand to take it, and the flying snow melted in his hands. A familiar scene. Li Mu. Lang Xiaoyu looked at Li Mu's profile quietly for a while and then spoke softly. Classmate Lang. Li Mu turned his head to look at Lang Xiaoyu, who was wearing a white robe, and called out. There was suddenly no words between the two of them. Do you want to fight first? I can help you, Li Mu said. If he were allowed to take action, it would still be the Sea of Skeletons. But we can't ignore the feelings of our teammates, especially a little girl with strong self-esteem. Okay, the ice and snow scene also has a lot of bonuses for me. Lang Xiaoyu looked at Li Mu brushing the snow off his shoulders and started to cast the spell. The warlock profession is different from the mage profession. They can learn wizards from their own blood through the charm attribute, and they can also learn mage spells. It is also very easy to learn spells with the same attributes as their own, which makes many people also dream that they have capable people in their ancestors. Strangers do things that make them a sorcerer class, but most people don't have that ability. But on the other hand, warlocks are not as convenient as mages in the later stage, and they are usually restricted by their bloodline. But in the early stage, the warlock profession is also dominant. After all, the spells that come with their bloodline are very powerful, just like Lang Xiaoyu now. Little Snowman Summon. Ice Crystal Hammer. Ice Crystal Armor. 3 spells came out at once, causing Li Mu to take another look. A snowman has an ice crystal armor condensed on his body. He holds an ice crystal hammer and jumps towards the place where the light reaches the sky. Seeing Li Mu watching him cast a spell, Lang Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel nervous. She didn't know why she felt this way. How is it? She suppressed the feeling in her heart and asked in a calm voice. A very good spell. Li Mu nodded seriously. Although the little snowman is not as strong as the skeleton warrior who uses bone hyperplasia under the blessing of the 3 spells, it is not bad as a general consumable summon. Thank you. Lang Xiaoyu nodded and said no more. Then why doesn't Mr. Lang take the summoning class? What teacher you taught is very important for students who have summoned objects. Li Mu saw that the atmosphere was stiff again, and he said. He saw that even if the little snowman could win, it would take a long time. You can't just keep silent like this. So he opened up the topic. Due to the summoning class and the warlock bloodline discovery class, the warlock spellcasting specialization course crashed. Lang Xiaoyu lowered his head and said softly. Since she was awakened by Li Mu's words last time, she subconsciously avoided Li Mu. I was embarrassed to see him, I felt particularly uncomfortable. But she still wants to win him. Well, classmate Lang Xiaoyu, I have my class notes here, do you need them? Li Mu thought for a while and asked. He still has a good impression of this classmate who actively competes with him to answer questions in class. Be positive, strive for things that are useful to you, and make yourself stronger. This state is very good. Is that okay? Hearing this, Lang Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat and the tips of her ears turned red. Why is he doing this to me? Could it be? Of course, How about I only charge you 40 points for the 2 lessons notes? Li Mu nodded seriously. As far as I know, the spells in the Warlock's bloodline will become stronger and stronger as the bloodline slowly sublimates, and the ice the Warlock's little snowman summoned should sublime into a snow giant summon in the later stages. For you who will definitely have a snow giant in the future, the summoning course must also be very important. I only charge you 40 points, it's a good deal. With that said, Li Mu looked at Lang Xiaoyu. Lang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, lowered his head and clenched and loosened his fists. Thanks. Her voice was strange. It's okay, we are all classmates. Li Mu smiled and nodded. Not only did you help your classmates, but you also gained points. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If you summoned the summoned object to meet the enemy, what would you do next? After regaining his mood, Lang Xiaoyu raised his head, no longer looking shy, and asked coldly. Let's build a snowman. Seeing the girl's changing attitude, Li Mu felt confused, but he still answered, squatted down and grabbed a handful of snow. Even after living 2 lifetimes, he still doesn't understand why the girl's mood changes so much. I know. In order to stop being a common girl, she threw away her love brain and carefully observed Li Mu, who started to build a snowman. What are you doing building a snowman? Lang Xiaoyu, who carefully studied Li Mu's every move, asked in confusion. Just make a snowman. Li Mu raised his head and glanced at Lang Xiaoyu. You are from the Northern Territory too, right? Have you never made a snowman? Pilot. Lang Xiaoyu pursed her lips. Of course, people from the Northern Territory have all built snowmen, but she had always built them alone. No one is with her. That's good. What do you think of my snowman? Li Mu looked at his snowman, nodded with satisfaction and asked Lang Xiaoyu. Does it feel very heroic? It's not that good. Lang Xiaoyu looked at the crooked snowman and held back a smile. It's not as pretty as mine. Oh, really? Li Mu patted his snowman. It's not true, come and touch it. Who is afraid of you? Lang Xiaoyu pinned up the sleeves of his robe, revealing his white forearms. Watch out, the Ice Warlock is not a wasted name. Really? Li Mu smiled. HMPH. Lang Xiaoyu looked up and hummed, and started to build a snowman. Li Mu also squatted and watched the cute girl building a snowman. It's piled up. Do you think it looks better than your snowman? Lang Xiaoyu looked at his cute snowman, then at Li Mu's crooked snowman, and raised the corners of his mouth. It looks good, but your snowman is definitely not as good at fighting as my snowman. Li Mu couldn't help but said while looking at the round snowman. If this kind of snowman fights, it will definitely have no fighting power at all. Let's have a fight. Lang Xiaoyu suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Mu. Here comes your chance to win. How? Li Mu asked in surprise. I have a way, she said and began to cast the spell. After a while, the 2 snowmen started to move. You still have a chance to regret it now. Lang Xiaoyu was sure of victory, feeling that his snowman would definitely be able to defeat Li Mu's snowman. Doesn't this count as defeating him? As long as you are happy. Hearing the reminder that the God of War's heart was triggered, Li Mu glanced at Lang Xiaoyu complicatedly. Let's start. Lang Xiaoyu looked at Li Mu, who was looking at something wrong, and let the 2 snowmen start fighting with a snort. Then the lovely round snowman was kicked off its head by Li Mu's crooked snowman. Xiaoshui. Lang Xiaoyu stared blankly at her snowman's head rolling to her feet, her eyes turned red, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Don't cry. Upon seeing this, Li Mu twitched the corner of his mouth, held his forehead and sighed. Chapter 41. Lang Xiaoyu was born into a fairly small family, and was the daughter of an unpopular wife. She was born to her father for the continuation of the Warlock bloodline. Her father didn't love her mother. Strictly speaking, he didn't love anyone. He just wants to have another legendary strongman in his Warlock family to purify his bloodline. Otherwise, in a few generations, the power in the bloodline will become increasingly thinner. Because there has been no legendary powerhouse in the family for several generations, and the bloodline has not been sublimated. Slowly, the Ice Warlock family will become increasingly declining. It is for this reason that her father married 5 ladies in the hope of having a successful son. The culture of favoring boys over girls will exist in any world unless it is a world where women are respected. Therefore, her father focused on raising her 4 brothers. As the only girl, she and her mother were treated coldly. Although she had lived in a gorgeous courtyard since she was a child, she did not enjoy much love. Not to mention power. Because her mother gave birth to her with the power of ice in her blood, she was seriously ill in bed for many years. She also grew up watching her mother and listening to her talk about the outside world since she was a child. She also has no friends. Only when it snows does she have the opportunity to build a snowman. She builds the snowman named Xiaoshui to play with her. There are 2 seasons in one play. In the hot summer, the light snow will slowly melt and disperse. But every winter, she can see Xiaoshui again. Because she piled her again. The snowman named Xiaoshui also appeared throughout her childhood. After she grew up a little, she began to learn etiquette and knowledge. Then, she received an invitation letter from Spark Academy. In the scene where none of the 4 brothers received the call, and in the surprised expression of her father, she received unfamiliar care. But she knew that her father just took a fancy to her and was about to attend Spark Academy. If the quota can be transferred, her father will definitely let her transfer the quota to her brother. But precisely because of this, she has to work harder and take her destiny into her own hands. Refusing to act as a follower to her brother who looked at her with disgust, she came to Spark Academy alone and set herself the goal of being promoted to a legend. That's why she works extremely hard, but she sometimes feels lonely. Because the friends she considers do not consider her a friend. Because she doesn't want to see her friends go back to the dormitory to chat with others all afternoon after taking a major vocational class, or hang out in school with a boy she just met instead of taking elective courses. She analyzed the benefits of each elective course for them and talked a lot. But not only did this not change anything, it also drove them away from her. Also, no one likes to be lectured by someone they just met for a few days. Whatever the reason, she was alone again. Then, just now, she witnessed her last and only friend being beheaded, and the long-standing sadness could no longer be suppressed. She cried. Don't cry. Li Mu sighed. If the head falls off, just put it back on again. As he spoke, he looked at Lang Xiaoyu who was wiping his tears and shook his head. It's not Brother Cheng. If your head falls off, you can't put it back on. He picked up the head, put it on his chubby body, and stuck a handful of snow on his neck. Xiaoshui was resurrected on the spot. But Lang Xiaoyu still didn't stop crying. Calm down, have you forgotten that a mage must remain calm at all times? Li Mu thought about Lang Xiaoyu's character and prescribed the right medicine. Have you forgotten what the teacher said? Sure enough, after saying these words, Lang Xiaoyu stopped crying. But she still felt very aggrieved. Because the snowman that Li Mu had piled up again was too ugly. Her neck was a circle bigger. She didn't admit that this was snowman. Just stop crying. Seeing her stop crying, Li Mu looked at the big commotion in the distance. 2 people were beating a snowman, and praised, your snowman is good. Of course, Lang Xiaoyu stopped crying and rubbed her eyes with her hands, my snowmen are all very powerful. Oh, Li Mu glanced at snowman, which made Lang Xiaoyu's fist tighten again. This person is so annoying. But your snowman seems to be gone. He said again. The enemy snowman was in danger under the siege of 2 people. Half of the snow on his body was cut off, one of his arms fell off, and only the hand holding the hammer was left waving everywhere. On snowy days, my snowman has the ability to heal itself. Lang Xiaoyu said with pride. As soon as the voice fell, the snowman was seen. The snow under his feet suddenly attached to the snowman, repairing his arms and other places where the snow fell. A brand new snowman reappeared. Not bad. Li Mu nodded in surprise. If he faces Lang Xiaoyu in the snow in the future, he should kill her first. He thought. Lang Xiaoyu snorted lightly, but she was very happy in her heart. Because she was praised by the opponent who was considered strong. But if she knew what Li Mu was thinking, she would probably fight him to the death. Let's play in the snow for a while. After watching for a while, Li Mu was a little bored. Although victory was inevitable, it was still a little slow. Well, Lang Xiaoyu lowered her head and looked at Li Mu who was building an ice and snow bunker. She couldn't help but ask, do you have teammates? She didn't have teammates who could participate in the dungeon trial with her next Wednesday. Because tomorrow she would either be in class or in the library. Friends in the same dormitory were no longer friends, and she didn't know who to find to form a team. And seeing that Li Mu was alone like herself every day, she couldn't help but have some thoughts. Not yet. Li Mu shook his head. He was still very cautious about choosing teammates. And the question was asked. You, how do you see me? Lang Xiaoyu was nervous. As expected, classmate Lang recommended herself. How many skills have you awakened? How many skill books have you learned? Li Mu began to interview the girl in front of him. I have awakened 7 skills and learned 2 skill books. Lang Xiaoyu subconsciously stood up straight. I now have a total of 9 skills, including 2 passive skills, 4 attack skills, 2 defense skills, and 1 summoning skill. The maximum number of summoned snowmen. 5. Use a few blood sublimation stones. No use. Huh. Li Mu looked at the girl in surprise. The blood sublimation stone is the most needed stone for the warlock profession. It can sublimate the blood and gain more inherited knowledge from the sublimated blood. And Lang Xiaoyu has so many skills, but not even a sublimation stone is used. What a genius. With a thought in his mind, Li Mu continued to ask questions. After a brief understanding of Lang Xiaoyu's situation, Li Mu nodded. Go back and wait for notification. He said something that made many job seekers tremble in their hearts. Okay. Lang Xiaoyu bit her lower lip. When can you tell me at the latest? Before dinner tonight. Li Mu took out his student card and, add your contact information first. In the duel arena, mobile phones cannot be taken out. But the student card also has the function of adding friends. After adding the contact information, Lang Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. My ability is not bad. If there is no one better than me, I should be able to interview. No, I should be able to join Li Mu's team. Single quote. Looking at Li Mu who was leisurely building ice castles again, Lang Xiaoyu thought, squatting down and silently watching him build a gorgeous castle that was very similar to his own home. Ding, you have won. Do you want to start the next match? With a casual click, Li Mu was given 30 seconds to adjust. Well, classmate Lang, I'm leaving. Li Mu stood up and said, I'll let you know before dinner tonight. If there is no suitable one, bring classmate Lang with you. Quote. Blinking in confusion, Lang Xiaoyu heard the news that Li Mu was leaving before she could get out of the slow construction of the ice castle. Aha! Li Mu disappeared from sight. Lang Xiaoyu looked at the place where he disappeared and turned to look at the 2 snowmen, one large and one small, in the snow, feeling disappointed. Another 2v2 was played. Li Mu's teammate was a classmate of Chen Yuan of Spark Academy, so he first asked him if he wanted to play by himself first. But his teammates replied that he wanted to be led by others when playing 2v2, so Li Mu summoned 2 bone tombstones and started a sea of skeletons. The Chen Yuan student was also shouting NB, my brother Mu, while praising Li Mu. Li Mu, who was a little annoyed, summoned a skeleton warhorse, and after telling him to protect the tombstone to ensure victory, he ran towards the volcano not far away. He had never seen a volcano before and wanted to see it. Ta ta ta, ta ta ta. The white horse's hooves were running with heat, and Li Mu was getting closer to the volcano. It was already very hot here, but Li Mu was not afraid and continued running inside. He already has a physique that is invulnerable to cold and heat. Unless the temperature is extremely high or low, it will have no effect on him at all. Arriving at the entrance above the volcano, he looked at the gray smoke and darkness, and tapped the skull staff in his hand. It's like watching a volcano erupt. I don't know if it's okay here. Thinking about it, he fired a negative energy ray at the crater. Try it without losing money. With this idea in mind, he succeeded in committing suicide. Rumble, rumble. Li Mu watched the bright red light up in front of his eyes, and he cursed with satisfaction. Gone. Riding on the skeleton horse, Li Mu quickly fled the scene. Red side Li Mu defeated blue side Lu Renjia. First drop of blood. Turning his head, he saw the lava rushing towards him quickly, and when the hot temperature made his hair start to smoke, he also learned how real the duel scene was. But, the magma flows too fast. Li Mu complained in his heart, only this point is absolutely untrue. The hot lava hit, causing Li Mu to cast a sprint technique on the skeleton horse, and at the same time, he ran towards where his teammates were. On the way, a broadcast gave him a new understanding of the scene in the duel arena. The blue side Lu Ren was submerged by the magma, and the red side won. Ding, you have won. Do you want to continue matching? Some terrains have the ability to kill duelists. Just like this volcanic terrain. Thinking about it, he quit the 2v2 match. Returning to the duel stage, Li Mu looked at the endless stream of students around him, and first came to the list to check his own list. The winning streak is 13, and the ranking is 31st. This is because Li Mu always solves the battle slowly, but it also shows that many academies are talented. Li Mu was very pleased. The standings have changed from 60 points to 85 points, only an increase of 25 points. It fell to 60. Li Mu did the math and it was right. Because the player who gets the first blood gets an extra 5 points. I only got the first blood in the first game and the first blood in the third game. The extra 10 points are plus the 10 points gained from the 3 wins. 5 points, exactly 25 points. It's time to get serious and stop being so leisurely. Li Mu returned to the stage and started the 5v5 match directly. I didn't participate in ranking because I was afraid of running into the princess, but I participated in 5v5 for the sake of points. Although it's not like ranking, which adds 10 points for every win, 5v5 has rewards for killing more people. This is a reward that is not available in ranked games and other games. Because ranked games focus more on teammates' hard work and cooperation rather than on kills, the kill reward has been cancelled. Instead, there are bonus points for ranking wins. In a 5v5 duel, the first drop of blood is rewarded with 5 points plus 10 points for the first head, and each head is worth 5 points. In other words, if you take 5 enemy heads in a duel and get 5 kills, plus the 5 points gained from victory, you can get 35 points including the first blood reward. He has experienced ordinary duels several times, and the novelty has worn off. So he planned to put down his leisurely attitude and start earning points seriously. Buy the fat boss's stuff, especially the corpse witch's book. He wanted it very much, but he didn't buy it because he couldn't bear to part with his hard-earned points. Now that he found out that the dueling arena was so easy to earn points, he no longer planned to be so frugal. We are matching teammates for you. Matching successful. We are matching you with well-matched opponents. The match was successful. I wish you a happy duel. Rainy night. The rain fell slowly and the night fell. Li Mu looked at the 5 people beside him, a dark light flashing in his deep eyes. There were 2 people from the same academy as him, a mage from Chenyuan and her entourage. The remaining 3 are students of Furukawa Academy. They first looked at Li Mu and Shu Chaoer, and then fell silent for a moment after seeing the student cards that symbolized Spark Academy. Everyone in Kanglan continent knows about Spark Academy. Even in the Star Realm, there are legends of sparks. So they envy students who can join Xingwo, and they also value Xingwo's students. How to fight this? Wandong asked Li Mu's opinion. They were a team of 3 people, so I subconsciously thought that Li Mu was a 2-person team. Li Mu raised his eyebrows and looked at the sisters who were looking at him. What do you think? He asked. For teammates with a good attitude, he will not say that all 5 heads on the opposite side are mine. It's too arrogant, nobles wouldn't be like this. But, if he had a dog leg with him, the dog leg would probably say this. Alas, I should have brought a loser. If you can't say it yourself, it's not bad to let a loser do it. He thought. You decide, Master Li Mu. Schulinger lowered her head and said. She didn't expect to be matched with Li Mu, and she felt a little nervous. On the second day of school, a filthy-looking second-year Star Academy student came to ask her if she wanted to be his girlfriend, along with her sister. Schulinger never thought that there was such a person in Spark Academy. She was so disgusted at the time that after she refused with a sullen face, she and her sister became estranged. Alienation from fellow first-year students in Chenyuan. Schulinger sneered at this little trick. Wasn't it just alienation? Nothing more. She and her sister just need to rely on each other. She knew that the beauty of herself and her sister twins would arouse the prying eyes of many people, so she was somewhat wary of the students in the Star Academy. But she still had a good impression of Li Mu's words. Because the city he is in is under the jurisdiction of the Li family, the security is very good, there is no such mess, and even the eldest son of the Li family is studying there. And her father also told the 2 of them how chaotic other cities outside were, and she realized how good the city under the control of the Li family was. Moreover, During his school days, Li Mu did not have the domineering behavior of the playboys in the novels, but only indifference and alienation. Therefore, Schulinger had a good impression of this young master. It would be great if the nobles were all like Li Mu, she thought. There is no deep arrogance like that of a noble, and he will not bully the weak. Single quote. But the next moment, she saw Li Mu's arrogance as a noble. I will take 3 heads first, you will take one of the rest, and my classmate will take one. Li Mu said, making the 3 Furukawa College students change their expressions. They have confidence in themselves. In the previous matches, they all got more than 2 kills. Once, they even killed 4 of their opponents in a row, rarely losing. But the student from Spark Academy who was matched with him took 3 heads as soon as he opened his mouth, which made Wandong, the leader of the 3, unable to bear it. Are all the people from your Spark Academy so arrogant? He once met a pretender from the Spark Academy. Although he was a bit arrogant, he performed wonderful operations with his magic and martial arts skills. This made him admire but also very unhappy. Because the pretender singled out 5 opponents and got 5 kills. But they didn't get a single head. This is nothing, just inferior to others in terms of skills. But when he met the students from Spark Academy again, he found that although they were not as hateful as the pretenders, they were even quite peaceful. But the condescending and giving attitude in his words made him angry. 2 mages, one of whom has not brought an entourage yet, wants to take the head without relying on their protection. Dream. Let's go. Wandong angrily led the 2 of them towards the light pillar. Even if he was wiped out by the group in a 3-on-5 battle, he didn't want to fight with Li Mu anymore. So arrogant. Looking at the backs of the 3 of them, Li Mu shook his head and looked at the 2 sisters. He recognized the 2 of them the first time he saw them. As a classmate who has attended the same school for 3 years, he is not that face blind. He remembered their names, but that was about it. Encourage girl. He looked at Shu Chaoer and said calmly, can your encouragement work on the undead? If it works on the undead, then you can also invite them. No, I don't know. Shu Chaoer hid behind her sister and whispered. In fact, after hearing what her sister said about that disgusting noble, she also became afraid of the people in the Star Academy. However, Li Mu, he had never looked at her directly, as if he were an ordinary stone on the roadside and could not enter his eyes. And he's so good, she thought wildly. Try it. Li Mu raised 2 bone tombstones. Click 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 click. Skeletons appeared one after another, causing the 2 of them to lean together in fear. Girls are still afraid of these. Li Mu was speechless, just waiting for his sea of skeletons to take shape. After a while, the announcement came. Red Team Zhang Shuai kills Blue Team Wandong. First drop of blood, first showing off. Red Team Zhang Shuai kills Blue Team Gong Shan. Double kill, become famous in one battle. Red Team Zhang Shuai kills Blue Team Lu Nan. 3 kills, big kill, special kill. It's Zhang Shuai. The first drop of blood is gone. Li Mu raised his eyebrows and looked at the skeletons produced by his 2 tombstones and the eyes of the 2 sisters. Let's get started. Shu Chaoer trembled subconsciously, then took her blue quality staff and began to cast spells. Inspirational Halo. Morale boost. Rapid encouragement. Shield of encouragement. Inspiring by thorns. The 5 inspiration skills landed on the sea of skeletons, and the skeletons instantly became restless. Light red shields with dots of spikes appeared on them, giving them a more sinister look. Seeing his skeleton becoming fierce, Li Mu raised his eyebrows. Go, he ordered. The sea of skeletons surged toward the location like a sea, more than twice as fast as before. Encouragement teacher. It suits the skeleton sea very well. Looking at the extremely ferocious sea of skeletons, he opened his mouth to invite. As expected of a tough guy, he is awesome. Feng Yu saw Zhang Shuai sending 3 opponents away with a few explosive fireballs in an understatement, and patted Zhang Shuai on the shoulder and said with a smile. Originally, they were supposed to be playing ranked games to climb the ladder for the academy. But since being beaten by the princess, several people started playing 5v5. Since the princess is rushing, they won't have anything to worry about. Except for Earth, Wind and Fire, who only joined in the afternoon, they have already participated in several 10-man duels, winning more than they lost. They must be at odds. Zhang Shuai saw two distant beams of light rising into the sky. Both teams have strong people, which will lead to disagreements among the teams and create too many variables. So, from now on we can just form a team of 5 people. As long as there is one voice in the team will rarely lose. He said, leading everyone towards the 2 light pillars. Their team consisted of 9 people in total, including 4 mages and their followers, as well as a warrior from the Riwan who was an acquaintance of Zhang Shuai, so he added them. That's right, I just need to listen to you. Feng Yu nodded and looked at Zhang Chen, who was soaked in the rain without any magic protection. I'm talking about Brother Diao, the fierce man's explosive fire technique is so powerful on rainy days, you a water mage won't show up. Me. Zhang Chen wiped the rain off his face and smiled, you can light it up, but it's not necessary. Water mage naturally has bonuses in the rain. But his damage is always not as high as that of a fire attribute mage. So the output is still left to Zhang Shuai, they just need to win. Wait a minute, Shan Tian, a student from the Japanese Academy, suddenly said, causing several people to stop immediately. They knew that Zhang Shuai's friend had excellent detection talent, but he was a melee professional with a hidden profession. There are many things running towards us. He said solemnly, they are not living people. Could it be? Tu Fenghuo's expression changed when he heard this. He thought of a possibility. The next moment, countless skeletons appeared, confirming his suspicion. Gone. It's Li Mu again. The expressions of Tu Fenghuo and his followers changed. The memory of being surrounded and killed by the sea of skeletons resurfaced, making them all tremble. No, let's go find Li Mu quickly. Only by killing him first can we have a chance to win. Zhang Shuai lost his previous calmness and said hurriedly. Something's wrong, these skeletons are much stronger than this morning. Earth, Wind and Fire quickly cast spells, but saw them instantly break through their earth walls and the obvious red color on their bodies, and shouted. Oops. Zhang Shuai frowned, defend first and wait until Li Mu's magic power is exhausted. Are you sure? I think this sea of skeletons is endless. Earth, Wind, Fire retorted. I ran for a long time this morning and it didn't end. Brother too, it's only because I carried you for a long time. The attendant interjected. Shut up. Tu Fenghuo glared at him. Rough guy, you don't know the conservation of energy. Feng Yu quarreled while casting the spell. Necromancers also need to return to their demons, otherwise where would the skeletons come from? Then, let's defend. But there are too many skeletons and we can't defend them. Tu Fenghuo shouted again. Don't worry, I'm here. Zhang Chen stood up at this time, and when he raised his hand, the rain in the sky formed an eggshell-shaped transparent shell, covering the 9 people. The skeleton fist attacked, and the water curtain was knocked out of the hole. But the next moment, the rain from the sky filled the hole again, making the rain curtain look brand new. This is my water curtain Tianhua skill. The outside cannot hit the inside, but the inside can hit the outside. Zhang Chen explained. Awesome, brother fishing. Feng Yu shouted 666. It's okay, fishing guy. It's okay, fishing guy. His look made Zhang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's good. Let's kill them when there are fewer skeletons. Zhang Shuai breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, Zhang Chen nodded. After a long time, the skeletons were either standing or lying down, covering the eggshell tightly, and the eyes were filled with skeletons shrouded in darkness. Zhang Shuai lit the fire, listened to the clicking sound, and looked at the skeletons moving in all directions, and felt a sense of horror. Be prepared mentally first. Zhang Chen suddenly said, my magic power is about to run out. Ah, Feng Yu's face turned pale, what should we do? I don't want to experience the way a rough guy died. His words made the panicked Tu Fenghuo suddenly stop panicking. Yes, I also want you to taste the fear of being swallowed by the sea of skeletons. I can't do it alone. Tu Fenghuo laughed. People who have been caught in the rain always want to snatch other people's umbrellas away. Don't panic, there must be a way. As the captain, Zhang Shuai said calmly. At this time, he must not panic. But with his magic power almost exhausted, there was nothing he could do. How could it be infinite? He couldn't understand. I can't stand it anymore. Zhang Chen sighed, and the water curtain disappeared. In an instant, skeletons rained down on the heads of the 9 people. Do you have a team? Li Mu asked, looking at the 2 sisters. If so, I hope you will break away from them and come to my team. I will give you more. Not only points, equipment, but also skill books, I will provide them for you. And you just need to follow me in the dueling arena. He said calmly. Lure them first and see what their choices are. As soon as he spoke, the two sisters were stunned. So good. Not only equipment, but also points and skill books. They didn't believe it at first, but the person who said this was Li Mu, so they couldn't help but not believe it. Nobles are good looking, and Li Mu is a noble among nobles. It is impossible to lie to them for this matter. Xu Ling'er looked at Li Mu and started thinking. Blue team Li Mu, killed the red team Shan Tian. First time showing off. Master Li Mu, we don't have a team. Xu Ling'er thought about it for a long time, and finally wanted to agree, but her voice was hesitant. She and her sister have hidden dangers, and she needs to tell Li Mu. Then join my team. Li Mu nodded. No need to waste time convincing them. Blue team Li Mu, kill the red team Feng Yu. Double kill, one battle to fame. But, we are entangled by a second-year student from the Star Academy. She tried to be very tactful and did not discredit the nobles in front of Li Mu. Will it bother you? That's not a problem. Li Mu didn't take this matter seriously. If you join my team, I will naturally ensure that you will not be disturbed by trivial matters. He naturally heard the worry in Xu Ling'er's words. He will solve the problems for his teammates and let them help him earn points with peace of mind. Blue team Li Mu, kill the red team Earth, Wind and Fire. Triple kill, big kill. Then, thank you, Master Li Mu. Xu Ling'er breathed a sigh of relief. Rather than being targeted by that person again, it would be better to join Li Mu's team. In this way, she can also reduce the daily fear. And she raised her eyes, looked at the calmness in the eyes of the noble mage in front of her, and her heart calmed down. He is not that kind of person. Why don't you thank Master Li Mu? She patted her sister. Blue team Li Mu, kills red team Zhang Shuai. Quad kill. No one can stop it. Thank you, Master Li Mu. Xu Chaoer said weakly. Call me Li Mu. Li Mu listened to the broadcast and found that they were all familiar people. I will take the heads in the team, and I will give you points later. He wants to get the heads. And then give the two people some things, show kindness first, and find an opportunity to use force later. Only by using both kindness and force can the subordinates be convinced. Li Mu still understands this way of controlling people. Thank you, Li Mu. Li Mu. Xu Ling'er nodded gently. I don't know if this choice is right or wrong. She was worried about gains and losses. Thank you, Li Mu. Xu Chaoer also said hurriedly. Is this a noble? So generous. I don't know how many points we can get, enough to buy that great encouragement. She thought. Blue team Li Mu, kills red team Zhang Chen. Pentakill. Unparalleled in the world. Ding, you have won. Do you want to continue matching? Then let's exit the duel stage and form a team first. There is a way to end the battle faster and earn points quickly, so Li Mu will naturally not waste it. Yeah, Xu Chaoer nodded obediently and clicked no. Back to the duel stage, Li Mu took the student card, added the two friends first, and then used the student card to form a team. Ding, you have joined Li Mu's team. Xu Chaoer breathed a sigh of relief. What is the quality of your staff? Li Mu looked at Xu Chaoer and asked. Ah, my staff. Xu Chaoer didn't expect him to ask this question suddenly. She panicked at first, then quickly said, it's blue quality. Or it's something you didn't want a month ago. She held the staff tightly and thought to herself. Although the inspiring master is a hidden profession, it is not very powerful in the duel arena. In the eyes of everyone, it is just an auxiliary profession. Because the maximum number of people in the duel field is 10 in 5v5, the maximum is to add combat power to 10 people, but there are also some long-range attack professions such as mages, so the encouragement effect is not very good. But for the sake of points, they also wanted to win as much as possible, so Xu Ling'er also worked extra hard after being inspired. But she is just an ordinary warrior after all. There is no way I can defeat those classmates who hide their professions. Therefore, the two sisters lost more and won less, but there was nothing they could do. Except for the 5v5 mode, they lost even more miserably in other modes. And because of the alienation of their classmates, they could only think about being taken away. Then, I met Li Mu. When she saw Li Mu with an army of undead, Xu Chao realized what the true role of her profession was. If she also had an army, wouldn't she be super powerful? Take it. Li Mu threw a staff to her. You use it first, and you can replace it later when you find something good. This. Xu Chao stared blankly at the purple quality staff in his hand, and shook his little hand. Is this okay? Magic wand purple. Equipment effect. Intelligence plus 10, magic slot 200/200s. Equipment conditions. First level mage occupation. A staff inlaid with a blue crystal ball was tightly grasped by her. She looked at the attributes and was a little stunned. Remember to return it to me after you find the right staff for you. Li Mu reminded again. This staff is his spare staff and cannot be given to others. But because he needed to score points in the afternoon, he borrowed it. Thank you. Xu Chao quickly thanked her. Purple weapons, I've seen them on the market before, she thought to herself. Then let's begin, Li Mu said calmly and started the 5v5 duel. Ever since, in the 5v5 duel in the afternoon, the endless and ferocious sea of skeletons became a legend in academies across the empire. And during the 19-game winning streak in the afternoon, he was also looking for outstanding students from Spark Academy. But none of the ones he encountered caught his eye. Not as powerful as Leng Xiaoyu. Forget it, just say Leng Xiaoyu. Pick the bigger one among the short ones, and tomorrow's winning streak will be a bonus. After the duel ended and he left the duel field, Li Mu used his student card to send a message to Leng Xiaoyu and then came to the list. The number 1 on the ladder list is still Her Royal Highness. And he is already ranked 9th on the winning streak list, with a winning streak of 32. Her Royal Highness has won 49 times in a row, firmly ranking first. But Her Royal Highness is not ranked first in the standings. She ranks second with 710 points. He was number 1, with a high score of 775, putting him at the top of the list. This is normal, because 5v5 duels have head rewards, and in the afternoon duel, Li Mu got all the heads of the opponent. Although some teammates who were dissatisfied with him taking all the kills went to deliver first blood a few times, he also relied on the inspired sea of skeletons to fight several blitzes. During the duel, he will not care about other teammates who are lined up. All he saw was heads. The strong one gets all the heads, and the weak one just suffers a loss. Li Mu, you are number 1 in the standings. Xu Chao looked at the list and said in shock. This is the first time she has seen so many points. If she has these points, she should be able to buy good purple quality equipment for her sister. She thought. Take the card. Li Mu glanced at Xu Chao and said calmly. He wants to make money. The reason why I can earn so many points in the afternoon is partly due to the encouragement of the instructor. It is undeniable that this part also allowed him to play a few more games and earn a lot of points. Yes, Xu Chao carefully handed the card to Li Mu. Li Mu scratched off 100 points and returned the card to the girl. There is no word, stingy, in his dictionary. Wow, Xu Chao widened her eyes, 100 points. Xu Linger beside her also jumped in her heart. Just yesterday, the two sisters were still swiping to use their points to read books, but now with the sudden 100 points, and the 105 points from the 19 consecutive wins plus the consecutive wins, the younger sister earned 205 points this time. At this moment, she had a little admiration for the strong in her heart. She also wanted to be a strong. But she was just an ordinary warrior. Li Mu. Leng Xiaoyu came over and looked at the two people beside him. I'm here. Have you met anyone stronger than me? Young Master Li. She said resentfully. Leng Xiaoyu, who went to the library to read books for an afternoon, thought about Li Mu's arrogant attitude in the morning while reading. Then the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. I'm so powerful, but I still have to wait for your notification to join. Who cares? Welcome to join my team. Li Mu ignored Leng Xiaoyu's resentful tone. Let's go, this is the first gathering of our team. Let's talk about the specific matters of interests and cooperation. After that, he led the three people to the commercial street. Gathering. Leng Xiaoyu glanced at Li Mu and asked, only us? The number is just right, the three of us are enough for the dungeon next week. Li Mu looked at the bright lights at night, the men and women holding each other's hands, shook his head and said to Leng Xiaoyu, the extra people have to share the points with them. No need to share. In fact, even you joined just to make up 3 people. But for the harmony of the team, Li Mu still didn't speak. I know. Lang Xiaoyu looked at the twin sisters and knew that one of them was an encourager. Encouragement should be very useful for the necromancer, otherwise Li Mu would not invite him. She thought secretly, it's the ice girl. The encouraging girl. Shu Chao certainly remembered the person who often answered questions in class. This girl who has a personality very similar to her sister made her very fond of her. Arriving at a luxurious hotel, Li Mu took a few people to sit down. Order whatever you want, he said lightly. As a noble, he still has to show his respect. He had just scored more than 600 points and was confident. Yeah, Lang Xiaoyu took the menu first and looked for the most expensive thing. I won't make you poor. The two sisters took the menu, and the younger sister was stunned by the points on it after a few glances. The lowest was 30 points, and the highest was more than 150 points, which scared her to look at her sister. So expensive, although they are all good for the body. But it's really expensive. Shu Linger patted her sister's hand, secretly glanced at Li Mu who took out a pen and paper, and thought about it. Since Master Li Mu brought them here, he wouldn't care about the points. And Master Li Mu got so many points in the afternoon. Let's order some low and medium priced set meals. Wagyu beef set meal and Lingshui fish soup rice. She said to the waiter beside her. I want a grilled large colored eagle. Lang Xiaoyu chose the food that can increase the slight charm after taking it between the spiritual fish and the large colored eagle. Li Mu took the menu and ordered a set meal of the spirit bird that could slightly increase intelligence. After passing the order, he looked at his teammates in the academy. Not bad, he smiled. You write down what you want now and what you want in the future, and I will consider it as appropriate. Li Mu handed 3 pieces of paper and pen to the 3 girls. He also knows how to draw a pie. As for whether the big pie can come true, it depends on their own efforts. If you can, think of it as spending money on your future team. Do I have one too? Shu Linger looked at the pen and paper in front of her, at a loss. She is just her sister's follower, an ordinary warrior. How can she let the eldest young master of the Li family draw cakes for her? She thought randomly. Of course. Li Mu said 2 words lightly, then closed his eyes and didn't want to speak. To capture the hearts of subordinates, you cannot just spend time on them. He also had to push hard where she cared, and he also saw that this encourager listened to her sister. You can invest a little bit, it's just an ordinary warrior, and it doesn't cost much points. Thank you. Shu Linger felt the aristocratic atmosphere for the first time, but she also hesitated not knowing what to write. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? Lang Xiaoyu pursed her lips and started writing. I'm going to write a lot of stuff that you can't afford. Single quote. She still remembered the uncontrollable thumping sound next to Xiaoshui after her head was kicked off in the morning. Although she quickly took it back, she still remembered it fresh. Well, my Xiaoshui. She gritted her teeth. The 2 sisters only wrote some skill books and equipment, and did not write any more. Here, Lang Xiaoyu said politely. Yeah. Li Mu opened his eyes and took the 3 pieces of paper and read them. After reading Lang Xiaoyu's note, he couldn't help but glance at her. How dare you mention it? He looked at the 2 sisters again and felt relieved again. It's better not to get too familiar with your teammates, otherwise you'll be like classmate Lang who you've only known for 10 minutes, acting a bit nonsense. But even with such a small request as the 2 sisters, he shook his head. The layout is too small. Without desire, there is no motivation. He knows this very well. But without saying much, Li Mu looked at the set meal that was served and waited for it to be served. During this period, Shu Chao tried to talk to Lang Xiaoyu. That, cold, you can't speak after eating, Li Mu said when he saw that the meal was finished. Shu Chao quickly covered her mouth. HMPH, I want to speak. Lang Xiaoyu became dissatisfied when she saw this. You haven't given me your summoning class notes yet. She also wanted to talk to her twin sisters, but was afraid that she would make the same mistake again. She finally spoke to herself, but was interrupted by the man next to her. Irritating. Give it tomorrow. Li Mu sighed inwardly, picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. A very vindictive little girl. He shouldn't have built a snowman in front of her, it would have no deterrent effect at all. Forget it, that's it, the fish is quite delicious. He tasted the tender fish meat and nodded. Seeing that Li Mu didn't speak anymore, Lang Xiaoyu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This can be considered as winning against him once. Thinking about it, she ate the delicious roasted bird meat. The four of them ate in silence. Two sisters were least used to silence, but they did not dare to say anything. This meal cost more than 200 points. After eating, Li Mu took the three of them to visit the commercial street. The three girls behind him started chatting. You are also from the Northern Territory. Well, my home is in the southern region of Glacier. Have you seen Magic Girl Osamu? I really like it. The three immediately established a friendship. Girls' friendship is always so easy to establish. I hope they won't have conflicts in the future. Otherwise the team will break up. Li Mu shook his head as he listened to the speeches of several people. If there is a conflict, just kick classmate Lang away. He thought. Here we are, the skills bookstore. Li Mu followed his memory of shopping and found a store with the inspiring skills. Even the inspiring master has the skills, why not the necromancer? Li Mu felt a malice directed at the necromancer. Where is this? Shu Chaoer raised her head and discovered that this was the shop selling her skills. Go ahead, each person picks a book, and I'll give you the points. Li Mu first promised a small profit. With the encouragement of the instructor, Li Mu played dozens of games in one afternoon and earned more than 600 points. He had no idea about points. It's just a string of numbers. The top priority is to make the inspirational teacher feel like she belongs and not let her be abducted. He was calculating. Then we're not welcome. Lang Xiaoyu hugged the arms of the two girls. Ling Chaoer, let's go. Xiaoyu, wait, I won't go in. Shu Ling said quickly. She was lucky enough to be treated to a meal that could enhance her physique. She didn't dare ask for a skill book that started with 90 points. It's okay. Let him pretend. I want to see if he feels distressed. Lang Xiaoyu curled her lips and pulled the two of them into the store. Of course I won't feel bad, the wool comes from the sheep. Li Mu, who had the dirty blood of aristocrats flowing through his body, narrowed his eyes. Thinking about it, he also walked in. Although there are no necromancer skills, it is good to look at the skills of other professions. After a while, the three of them selected their skills. Snowstorm, strong encouragement, ridicule. I said, classmate Lang, the skill book you chose is probably a skill book for a third-level professional. Li Mu looked at the skill book with up to 3,000 points, pressed his eyebrows, and said, select again. How could classmate Lang know that she was just making up the numbers? How about kicking her? He thought. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? Lang Xiaoyu, who didn't know that she was on the verge of being kicked, pouted, then let's take this one. Falling snow. Okay. No longer thinking about kicking anyone, Li Mu nodded. After spending 370 points, he looked at the 200 points on the card and looked at a few people. Gather at the duel stage at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do not be late. After saying that, he turned and left. HMPH. With a low hum, Lang Xiaoyu took the two sisters and prepared to go shopping in the commercial street again. Xiaoyu, don't do that to Li Mu in the future. Shu Chaoer held Lang Xiaoyu's hand and whispered, he is the eldest young master. This is the reverence that common people have for nobles. And he also bought us skill books. Shu Ling nodded. No matter what, it was wrong to go against Li Mu. I know. Lang Xiaoyu bit her lip, but you don't know how hateful he is. My little Snow. How abominable, they both said at the same time, and the twins were surprisingly in tune with each other about gossip. Lang Xiaoyu finally felt embarrassed to say it. After all, she was the one who started the matter, and Li Mu was tolerant of her. Forget it, I know a shop that sells all kinds of strange things that can be used for alchemy. Let's go shopping together. Knowing that the two sisters and herself had both taken alchemy classes, Lang Xiaoyu invited them to her place. Easy to find store. Okay. The sisters looked at each other and felt a little regretful that they had not heard the gossip. Back in the dormitory, Li Mu made a phone call. This call is for Huang Yi, asking him to find out who is pestering the two sisters in the college and deal with the matter by the way. Yes, Mr. Mu. After hanging up the phone, Li Mu took a shower and rested. On Sunday, Li Mu waited quietly in the duel field. Next to him was Lang Xiaoyu, who was looking at the standings. You actually earned so many points. If I had known earlier, I should have bought more expensive skills. She said resentfully. Although Luoxu is also very good, she still chose a relatively cheap skill. She just gave him 40 points and bought the summoner's note. And for the sake of the little snowman in the future, she would often buy notes from him. The content of one lesson is worth 20 points. But seeing Li Mu's terrifying points in the standings, such a comparison made her feel sorry for herself. Definitely next time. Li Mu looked at the time and frowned. Why haven't they come yet? This lateness has affected his ability to earn points. I'll go take a look. Lang Xiaoyu was also a little confused. She knew that the two of them were not people who would be late. Just as they were about to take a look, Lang Xiaoyu saw two girls running towards them. Sorry, we're late, Shu Ling'er apologized, holding Shu Chaoer who was out of breath. Reason. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. We were stopped by that person. Shu Chaoer said quickly, but he didn't pester us, but apologized to us. With that said, Shu Ling'er took out a ring and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu, thank you. She said gratefully. Finally got rid of that disgusting noble. You can rest assured and continue your wonderful college life with your sister. Moreover, the nobleman insisted on giving this apology to her, and even begged her to say something nice. But she won't tell. After receiving the gift and looking at it, it was very precious to the two of them. But this is not hers, this is what the noble paid to Li Mu. She knew it. No, just take it. Li Mu looked at Shu Ling'er carefully handing him the ring and shook his head. You deserve this. He is rich and there is no need to peep into the apology of a minor nobleman. Thank you. Looking at Li Mu's deep and cold eyes, Shu Ling'er did not insist anymore. What was extremely precious to the two of them might just be nothing in his eyes. She thought, if there's no problem, let's start matching. He said calmly. We are matching teammates for you. Matching successful. We are matching you with well-matched opponents. The match was successful. I wish you a happy duel. Mountain forest scene. This time, he was matched with two unknown teammates. Without looking at the specific college, Li Mu started with two bone tombstones. It's you. Bao Zishu's eyes widened. As a demo man, he remembered it clearly. It was this man who carried a big white gun through numerous explosion zones and killed him. Although he is wearing a robe, his speed is faster than ordinary melee professionals. This has puzzled him till now. Are you Li Mu? Bao Zaifan watched with complicated eyes as skeletons kept appearing from the bone tombstones. He encountered this in a 5v5 duel with his brother yesterday. After wasting a lot of explosives, he still failed to blow up the skeletons, and then they were submerged by the sea of skeletons. Yeah, after looking at the two people, Li Mu found that they were the two people he had beaten before, and Li Mu was not interested in looking at them anymore. He waited for the skeletons to be accumulated, and then with the blessing of encouragement, he quickly ended the battle. Today is a good day to earn points. After opening his mouth, Bao Zaifan stopped talking. The awe of the nobles and the submerged shadow made him a little afraid of Li Mu. But they are teammates in this game, so let's just win. He relaxed and felt a great sense of security when he looked at the sea of skeletons again. I want to be with you. Lang Xiaoyu stared at the summoned object in the bone tombstone and looked at Li Mu. Her pride didn't want her to be taken away without any effort. Okay. Li Mu looked at the green leaves around him, picked off a piece, and folded it slightly. Come out, little snowman. Lang Xiaoyu summoned her summon, and then attached an ice crystal hammer and ice crystal armor to it. Li Mu glanced at the little snowman, then condensed a large skeleton spear and held it. This gun made Bao Zai's men subconsciously take a step back. He raised his hand and fired the big gun into the grass. Red team Li Mu defeated blue team Wang Ke. First drop of blood, first showing off. Gulu. Shu Chaoer swallowed and looked at Li Mu, who was wearing a mage's robe, in surprise. Your strength must be over 30. Lang Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide. Your perception is also very high. It's not bad. When 10 minutes were up, Li Mu looked at the beam of light not far away and said calmly, let's go to the drums. Yes. Shu Chaoer nodded, and with the blessing of 6 encouragement skills, the sea of skeletons and a small snowman mixed in it rushed towards the 4 light pillars. Watching his sea of skeletons rushing into the distance, Li Mu put the leaves to his mouth and played a grand march. Every time I performed a mission in my previous life, someone would play this tune for me. How could Wang Ke be discovered? He is a level 15 assassin who has mastered perfect stealth. Wan Dong frowned. In order to no longer encounter bad teammates, he formed his own team. Although he won the bad round, he was still unhappy. Perhaps it was exposed because of the presence of magicians with current magic skills. Lu Nan guessed, but with our strength, we are not afraid unless we encounter a powerful lineup of magicians. Not to mention we still have a guardian priest. He said and looked at a man with a soft smile. If we encounter a high explosion mage again and have a protective shield, we won't lose. That's right, Wandong nodded, but the uneasiness in his heart still didn't go away. He frowned until a melodious voice came. What's the sound? He listened to this heroic and somewhat tragic song. Does the other party have professionals related to music? Until the next moment, when he heard a clicking sound and saw the densely packed skeletons appearing in his field of vision, he was momentarily stunned. Just yesterday while eating, he heard rumors that there was a Necromancer's skeleton sea that beat them badly. He smiled disdainfully at that time. The Necromancer's skeleton was so weak that he never took it seriously. Only now did he realize that he was wrong. The oppressive feeling caused by the appearance of the skeleton made his heart beat faster. Attack. Biting his tongue to wake himself up, he launched a counterattack. 5 kills, second to none. Go on. Li Mu clicked to continue matching. Alas, I didn't get the head. Lang Xiaoyu glanced at the bone tombstone complicatedly, and the next moment they disappeared, leaving the two brothers with shocked faces. Macho Man, as for replacing all the staffs with sacred ones. Your original flame staff was so powerful. Feng Yu shook his head. In his opinion, he would only meet Li Mu a few times at most, and he would not spend so many points specifically to restrain Li Mu. I don't want to lose to him again. Zheng Shuai led a few people and quickly ran towards the opposite light beam. I must win at least once. This is the style of play he studied after being defeated by Li Mu's skeleton sea yesterday. First buy holy water and holy weapons, coat all the weapons of your followers with holy water, and then quickly run towards the opponent at the beginning of each battle. If it is an ordinary opponent, you can defeat it quickly and earn points faster. And if it is Li Mu, he can successfully prevent Li Mu from summoning a large number of skeletons, and no longer has to face the endless sea of skeletons. Squeezing the sacred staff in his hand, he quickly ran towards the opponent's location. The next moment, the sea of skeletons appeared in front of him. It's Li Mu. His eyes lit up. The skeleton sea has not yet taken shape at this moment, the chance to defeat him is here. Li Mu looked at the 9 people who appeared in front of him and raised his eyebrows. How dare 4 mages rush over? Aren't you afraid of his sea of skeletons? Oh, it hasn't taken shape yet, that's okay. You still have to watch me. After Lang Xiaoyu had a few fights with Li Mu and got to know Li Mu's sea of skeletons, she stopped summoning the little snowman again. If you team up with him, you won't get a kill at all. But now the people on the opposite side have learned wisely and know that they cannot wait until the 10 minutes when the light beam appears and the sea of skeletons takes shape. But Lang Xiaoyu was very happy. Because people were rushing to her face, she could take the head. Her eyes lit up and she summoned a little snowman. Shu Linger stood in front of the 3 mages, and Shu Chaoer also encouraged his teammates and the skeleton river to prepare to face the enemy. The 2 warrior teammates from other colleges did not hesitate and stood in front of the 3 mages. Protect the mage and you will definitely win, they thought. Bone gun, negative energy ray, energy missile, ice pick, snowball technique, fireball, water polo, wind blade, iron bullet, ... After several rounds of spell fighting, Zheng Shuai also saw the real reason for the formation of the skeleton sea while casting spells. Cast a spell on those 2 tombstones, he shouted. Naturally, everyone listened to Zheng Shuai and threw the spells in unison. Bone wall, bone hyperplasia. Li Mu raised his hand, and 2 white walls rose up to block the attack. However, the bone wall that was usually extremely hard has now become soft and rotten. With a frown, Li Mu saw the bright staff in Zheng Shuai's hand and understood. It's a sacred weapon. If his attack lands on his own tombstone, it will directly interrupt his sea of skeletons. But it doesn't matter. Since it's all coming to your face, let's finish it as quickly as possible. Thinking about it, he directly summoned the undead. The Black Warrior team. The Black Warrior is proficient in dark spells, so let's see if he can counter the fireballs with light damage. Tap. A black team of 20 people appeared in front of Zhang Shuai and the others. The black armored warrior's right hand was pinned to the scabbard at his waist, and a strong dark aura slowly spread. It was more powerful than the original Black Warrior's aura. This is what Space of the Dead does. Seeing something was wrong, Zhang Shuai fired a fireball and went straight to the Black Warrior team. The Black Warrior team reacted instantly. They all formed palm seals, and 20 rays of black energy intersected with the fireball. There was a crackling sound, and the scattered smoke obscured the vision. But Zhang Shuai felt a sudden change in his heart. Because the dark aura was so much closer in an instant, before he had time to react, a flash of extreme light appeared in front of him. Shunpo. Draw the sword. Red team Li Mu, killed blue team Zhang Shuai. First drop of blood. Show off your edge. The sharp sword move was filled with sword energy, and it killed Zhang Shuai directly, leaving the other 8 people stunned for a moment. How could it be so fast? It was so far away just now. Inspire. Li Mu said. Yes. Shu Chaoer, who was shocked by the Black Warrior, came to his senses and encouraged the Black Warrior team. In an instant, the swords of the Black Warriors flashed, and they slashed 8 enemies one after another with their sword skills. The extremely fast Black Warrior slashed the mage's followers to death with just one move. Even the student from the Japanese academy died under the swords of the 3 Black Warriors. 5 kills, second to none. After finishing the killing, the Black Warrior put his sword back into its scabbard and came to Li Mu's side to stand neatly. Li Mu nodded with satisfaction and took them back to the undead space, not paying attention to the dumbfounded comments of others. If you encounter this kind of sacred weapon in the future, use the Black Warrior to fight it. He thought and continued to click on the match. Li Mu, what are they? After comparing the difference between the little snowman and the Black Warrior, Leng Xiaoyu sadly discovered that even if his little snowman was equipped with an ice crystal warhammer and ice crystal armor, he would not be a match for the Black Warrior. Not to mention that 20 of them appeared together. Dark Warrior. Li Mu replied. I know. Leng Xiaoyu looked at his little snowman, and he wanted to sublimate his bloodline more and more and evolve it into a big snowman. Outside the duel field, Zhang Shuai looked up to the sky and sighed. It's okay, Macho. I didn't expect Li Mu to be able to summon such a powerful undead out of thin air, but we have forced him to use a trump card. We are proud of our defeat. Feng Yu comforted. It's not because of this, I was thinking. Zhang Shuai sighed, can this sacred weapon still be withdrawn? It's no use at all. It's impossible to retreat, right? Are you still coming? Zhang Chen asked. Come, but you have to wait a few minutes. Zhang Shuai looked at the rankings on the winning streak list. We will match again after Li Mu starts matching. Otherwise we will lose again. He knew very well that people like him were no match for Li Mu. Are you doing damage? Zhao Xingyu came over and looked at the 9 low-spirited people and couldn't help but laugh. I said, Zhang Shuai, if you were still in my galaxy team, how could you lose? He brought the 5 people around him with a crooked smile. Brother Zhao, you come to duel too. Zhang Shuai looked at the crooked Zhao Xingyu in front of him and shook his head. You want to fight 5v5, right? Well, with the princess here in the rankings, I don't want to lose just yet. After saying that, Zhao Xingyu wanted to show off and began to introduce his teammates. Look at my teammates, they are all super powerful hidden professions, shadow assassins, giant shield guards, lightning mage, and paladin. He looked at Zhang Shuai, whose face was getting serious, and said with a smile, how about it? He hated Zhang Shuai for leaving him and forming a team with others. But it doesn't matter, he has better teammates. You will regret it sooner or later. He thought to himself. A very strong team configuration. Zhang Shuai nodded seriously, but I also want to remind you, if you can, avoid Li Mu. This is his final advice. After joining the college and seeing Zhao Xingyu provoking female students everywhere, he finally gave up on being with Zhao Xingyu. What a shame. After saying that, he started the match and disappeared, leaving only Zhao Xingyu, who was livid and gritted his teeth. We are matching teammates for you. Matching successful. We are matching you with well-matched opponents. The match was successful. I wish you a happy duel. Desert island terrain. The last one of the morning. Li Mu summoned 2 bone tombstones and said, "Aren't you going to continue?" Lang Xiaoyu pushed back her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze. "Or do you have something else to do?" In her opinion, Li Mu would not give up points because of unimportant things. "It's time for dinner." Li Mu glanced at the 2 people from other colleges around him and said, "Okay." Lang Xiaoyu was a little speechless, but still didn't say anything. "There's enough time to eat and take 2 more shots. But if someone takes me away, I, as a lying dog, have no right to say anything." "Li Mu, is this how you win?" Guan Wu from the Overlook Academy looked at the 2 tombstones and said, "It's nothing more than that. If I use a sacred weapon, I can easily defeat you. In my opinion, your skeleton sea is just like that. Whether it's blitzkrieg or decapitation tactics, it can easily defeat you. It's just a necromancer," and they blew it up to the sky. There was arrogance in his words. Hearing this, Li Mu regretted not leading the henchmen. If you bring a fool, there will be an idiot who will criticize this person with dirty words. If nothing else happens, this person will keep talking about himself. So, can I kill my teammates? He thought about this possibility. "Ha, if you have the ability, come and hit me. Let's see if the sea of skeletons can blow you up." Lang Xiaoyu snorted disdainfully. "We will be playing 5v5 all afternoon. Do you have the guts to come?" She couldn't bear to see her valued opponent being insulted. "It's just words. I think the actual combat skills of level 3 professionals are not as good as your words." Schulinger was not far behind. "I've seen a lot of arrogant men, but most of them are hairless cowards, and you are no different." Li Mu was kind to her 2 sisters, and she couldn't watch him being insulted by others. That's right, Shu Chaoer weakly kept up with the output. She followed her sister without thinking too much. You guys." Guan Wu's face changed, and his voice was filled with anger. "I see that you are women, so I won't argue with you. But you should think clearly and don't waste your youth on a nobleman. It is impossible for him to marry you. Don't end up with a bad ending." He thought that the 3 women came because of Li Mu's noble status, so he kindly reminded them. "None of your business. You said where is your horse? Well, it's none of your business." After saying this, he received an angry rebuke. Li Mu raised his eyebrows and looked at them, feeling touched in his heart. "I didn't buy the skill book in vain. You." Guan Wu's face turned red with anger. "Go back and call women dishonorable. If you don't scold him back, you'll get sulky again." So, he set his sights on Li Mu. Just as he was about to continue his sarcasm, he saw a big gun appear out of thin air in Li Mu's hand. Boom, poof. The big gun was fired, and Guan Wu vomited blood and flew out, falling dozens of meters away. "Li Mu." Guan Wen on the side was shocked and shouted, "How could you attack your teammates?" "Oh, now you know that I am a teammate." Li Mu sneered, and the big gun in his hand condensed again. "You were so crazy just now, why are you acting like a dead dog now?" After saying that, the big skeleton gun shot at the man on the ground again. Boom. Guan Wen jumped out and used his skills to block the blow. Cough. He spit out a mouthful of blood and said quickly, "I apologize for what my brother said." "Stop it. You can't kill your teammates in the duel field. The duel field has a protection mechanism. The damage to teammates is reduced and teammates cannot kill teammates. This is a mechanism that was created out of fear that the mage on the same team might accidentally injure his teammates with some large-scale damage spells." "Of course I know." Li Mu once again gathered a gun in his hand, "but I also have a way to kill you." After saying that, he fired the big gun again, knocking Guan Wen flying to Guan Wu's side, unable to get up again. "Throw it into the sea," he said calmly. When Schulinger heard this and was about to walk out, she saw 20 skeletons walking up to the Guan family and throwing them into the sea. Schulinger quietly took back her step. Can the skeleton still understand? It's wired. Gulu gulu. The 2 struggled hard, but they couldn't resist the oppression of the skeleton, and they drowned soon after. Blue Fang Guanwen was submerged in the sea. Blue Side Guanwu was submerged in the sea. Ha! Li Mu glanced at the broadcast and stopped caring. Ever since he knew that terrain could kill people, he had been on guard against terrain and thought of using terrain to trap and kill his opponents. "I used it today, even though I killed teammates." When 10 minutes were up, the beams of light shot into the sky. Li Mu looked at the 4 beams of light very close at hand and the beam of light very close behind him, and condensed a big gun in his hand. Encouragement. Being unknowingly walked so close behind him made Li Mu become a little more serious. By the way, give me one too. Yes. Shu Chaoer, who was protected by her sister, nodded and set 6 skills on the skeleton and the whole team. Ding, you are inspired. Li Mu tried his body, and when he felt it was okay, he tiptoed a little and rushed towards the person behind him. Before he arrived, he saw a shadow appearing in front of his eyes. Shadow. The dagger, with a cold glow, was placed in front of his eyes. Li Mu didn't dodge, he just shot out like a dragon, the last shot coming first. If he didn't dodge this shot, the final result would be that the assassin would be pierced, but he would be unscathed. The shadow assassin also anticipated this possibility and quickly put away his dagger, turning into a shadow and trying to defend himself. But there was no chance. Li Mu's gun seemed to have locked onto him, directly piercing his defense and sending him out of the duel. If you guard against it, you will die. If you don't guard against it, you will die. This is the domineering aspect of Overlord marksmanship. Blue side Li Mu, kill red side Yin Yu. First drop of blood. Show off your edge. Li Mu. At this time, Zhao Xingyu also popped up, looking at the dense skeletons, his face full of anger. Ever since he drank a bottle of nightmare-dispelling potion, he has become much better. Just no longer afraid of skeletons. Today you will die. Zhao Xingyu pointed his sword at Li Mu, and the red blade seemed to be dripping with blood. Li Mu glanced at Zhao Xingyu and had a strange look on his face when he saw him and the 4 of them struggling in the sea of skeletons. Although I don't know where I offended this classmate, you have to defeat the sea of skeletons first before making any noise. Thunder. Break the darkness. The thunder spell swept across the sea of skeletons, but only killed less than half of them. Seeing that his damage was so low, the thunder mage frowned. He didn't know that this was the effect of the encouragement shield and the inspiration of thorns. Unbreakable shield. The giant shield guard raised his huge shield to protect the mage. From time to time, his eyes fell on the skeleton in front of the shield that was hitting his shield with his fists, with a strange look on his face. The giant shield guard's shield is invincible at the same time. This is the consensus. But why does it feel like my shield will break? It's obviously such a weak skeleton. Wei Dun was confused. At the same time the paladin began to chant. Holy light, have you seen that enemy? The paladin shouted, and a ray of holy light fell from the sky and shot into the sea of skeletons. See. The holy light fell into the sea of skeletons, causing most of them to dissipate immediately, and Li Mu frowned. Although he knew that light-type skills could restrain him very much, he did not expect that they would restrain him so much. Fortunately, there is a black warrior who can counterattack. He raised his hand, and the black warrior team descended. Inspiring. Yes. Shu Chaoer nodded and encouraged the black warrior. Only then did Zhao Xingyu see that the 2 sisters were actually in Li Mu's team. Why are you in Li Mu's team? He shouted in disbelief, and a feeling arose in his heart. He felt like a miserable man who had been given a thumbs up. Why do you want to team up with Li Mu? Zhao Xingyu yelled again in disbelief. Hearing this, Schulinger frowned and said nothing. With the blessing of encouragement, the black warrior team didn't care so much and rushed directly towards the shield, accompanied by 2 fully armed snowmen. The war broke out. Why do I feel ignored? Lang Xiaoyu cast the spell and gritted his teeth when he saw that no one in the audience looked at him. It's so disrespectful. She was so angry that she directly used her magic to press down the box. Ice crystal mirror. A mirror appeared next to her, and her whole body was perfectly reflected in the mirror. At the same time, she began to cast a spell. Little snowman summon. Ice crystal hammer. Ice crystal armor. After the 3 spells were released, a fully armed little snowman appeared on the spot, but it was not over yet. After Lang Xiaoyu was released in the ice crystal mirror, the mirror turned into a fully armed little snowman. After the spell was cast, 2 little snowmen appeared at the same time. Lang Xiaoyu directed the 4 snowmen on the field and rushed towards the shield. His eyes returned to the black warrior. As soon as Li Mucheng summoned the black warrior, the rich dark aura made the other party's paladin frown. Holy light, please guide me. After saying that, a sword condensed with holy light appeared above his head and struck directly at the black warrior. This paladin was specially recruited by Zhao Xingyu to deal with Li Mu. Seeing the light attack, the black warriors took their right hands away from their scabbards, formed seals with their hands, and cast dark spells together to disperse the holy light. The collision of light and darkness made a terrifying sound, but it did not stop the steps of the black warriors. Thunder! The Thunder Mage shouted, and the swift lightning struck the black warrior directly. I saw that the black warriors did not dodge or evade, using their bodies to resist the thunder. The dark energy in them was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it never hurt them. Instant sword technique. As a magic swordsman, Zhao Xingyu should have killed the enemy in front, but his sense of danger made him know that if he fought the black warrior, he would definitely be the one who died. So he only dared to use spells from behind. But it was no use. His spell is like a drop of water thrown into the sea, without any ripples. The next moment, several stunning sword lights illuminated his eyes. Blue side Li Mu, kill the guard shield. Double kill. Become famous in one battle. The giant shield shattered, and the person behind the shield disappeared. Guardian. The Thunder Mage's expression changed. He knew that even the giant shield guard could not stop the attack, and his followers alone would be even more unable to stop it. The winning streak is about to end. He's going to die too. Blue side Li Mu, kill red side Lei Zhen. 3 kills. Big kill, special kill. Abominable undead. The paladin reacted on the side and glared angrily. He was worried about the giant shield guard's shield, so he concentrated on casting spells and planned to use the holy light to cleanse the undead. However, he did not expect that in less than 2 seconds, the shield was broken and 2 teammates of such size disappeared, which made him very regretful. Go quickly. Zhao Xingyu waved a sword energy to temporarily block the black warrior. If we don't die, we still have a chance. No, you go, I'm not as fast as them. The paladin's eyes showed a trace of pity. I will protect you, you go quickly. As he spoke, a gleam of holy light emitted from his body. Holy light, protect me. With that said, he rushed towards the black warrior. With the blessing of the holy light, he was confident to delay time for Zhao Xingyu. Then he was instantly hacked to death by a sword. The sword of the Dark Knight is not afraid of the holy light. Blue side Li Mu, kill red side Wu Shisheng. 4 kills. Unstoppable. Li Mu. Zhao Xingyu gritted his teeth. Little did he know that his defeat was certain. Even if he ran away now, he would not be able to escape the search of the Sea of Skeletons. Then, the only way to survive is from death. Looking for that glimmer of hope. He looked sharply at Li Mu and calculated the distance between the two. Between the two of them, a dense sea of skeletons and 20 black undead rushed towards him, accompanied by 4 snowmen, which looked very powerful. Then, there is only one move. 100-step flying sword. Thinking of this, Zhao Xingyu ignored the approaching black warrior and threw his sword directly at Li Mu. He learned about the 100 steps flying sword from a book in the library. Taking the enemy's head within 100 steps is like picking up an object from a bag. This is what is described in the book, and it is also the most critical reason why he realized this skill. Moreover, as long as the Necromancer is dead, he does not believe that these undead spirits can continue to exist. As for the future, I can also defeat them. In an instant, he thought a lot, and at the same time stared at Li Mu, looking forward to his death. Li Mu raised his eyebrows and held the flying sword in his hand. This classmate can actually fly a sword with 100 steps, which is not bad. There was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes, and then he turned his hand and threw the flying sword back. Unfortunately, it's too slow. Zhao Xingyu looked at the sword in his heart in disbelief, wondering why such a powerful skill was broken and returned to him. Why? He refused to fall. Blue side Li Mu, kill red side Zhao Xingyu. 5 kills, second to none. The battle is over and it's time to eat. Li Mu put away the black warrior and took the 3 of them out of the game. Outside the duel, Zhao Xingyu stopped Li Mu who wanted to do something. Why are they following you? Did you use any means to threaten them? Zhao Xingyu shouted with red eyes. Did you also send the noble who harassed them? After learning that the 2 sisters were being harassed, Zhao Xingyu thought of a hero to save them. The solution was that he had made a new acquaintance with a quite large nobleman, and his family was much stronger than that disgusting nobleman, so he just waited to help the 2 sisters out of their misery when he met them again. Unexpectedly, they would appear next to his mortal enemy, which he did not expect. But since appearing next to Li Mu, does it mean that the incident has been resolved, and he has no way to increase his favorability? Moreover, he felt that he was a miserable master because he fell in love with someone else even though he was in his harem. So he started to question and threw some dirty water on it. Chapter 51. Li Mu heard what happened between him and the two sisters, but he didn't expect that a pot would be placed on his head. After looking at the hysterical Zhao Xingyu, and then at the looks from around him, he looked at the two sisters. The strange looks on the two sisters' faces made him understand something. Emotional problems resolve themselves. He was not interested in the emotional problems of his men, as long as they did not affect him. After speaking calmly, he walked towards the restaurant. Li Mu. Zhao Xingyu wanted to entangle him, but Schulinger stretched out his hand to stop him. Don't talk nonsense. Schulinger frowned. We just have a normal employment relationship with Li Mu. She didn't want Zhao Xingyu to ruin Li Mu's reputation. What nonsense are you talking about? I think he just takes a fancy to your beauty and wants to take you both in. Zhao Xingyu was angry at Schulinger's actions. Don't be deceived by the glamorous appearance of the nobles. Li Mu helped us get out of trouble and led us to a winning streak. How did he lie to us? Schulinger was a little impatient. We are also happy to have someone to lead us, but you are too lenient. Am I too lenient? You don't know how dirty those nobles are. Zhao Xingyu stamped his feet and shouted. They are all men, how could he not know what Li Mu is thinking? Hearing this, some people in the Star Courtyard frowned. Lang Xiaoyu couldn't help but said, Linger, don't worry about this person, let's go eat together. She finally figured out that this man was similar to the disgusting nobleman Linger said. They both fell in love with the beauty of their good sisters. Well, Zhao Xingyu, please stop meddling in other people's business. Schulinger took a deep look at him, then took her sister and left, ignoring Zhao Xingyu who looked ugly. Don't regret. Zhao Xingyu's angry voice sounded, but Schulinger didn't pay attention. The relationship between them and him was just neighbors from beginning to end, not even friends. We are matching teammates for you. Matching successful. We are matching you with well-matched opponents. The match was successful. I wish you a happy duel. Glacier terrain. Lang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she saw Shui. Finally saw snow. Li Mu. She became angry. Li Mugong summoned 2 tombstones and turned his head. Do it again. Lang Xiaoyu clenched her fists. I want to avenge Xiaoshui. Are you sure? Li Mu looked strange. Fine. Just like that, the two of them built a snowman, and the two sisters and the other 2 people looked at it with puzzled faces. Old Zhang, that's Li Mu, look at those 2 tombstones. 2 Fengyun Academy students looked at the 2 tombstones and whispered. I probably understand how the Necromancer's skeleton sea was formed. After watching for a while, one person whispered. That, I'll tell everyone when I get back to the academy. While the 2 were talking secretly, Li Mu and Lang Xiaoyu finished building their snowmen. Come on, Xiaobing, you have to avenge Xiaoshui. Lang Xiaoyu patted the snowman with 6 arms, 3 legs and 2 heads beside him and said seriously. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Xu Chaoer stared blankly at the 2 weird snowmen, wondering in her heart. Does the eldest young master also play with making snowmen? What a down-to-earth young master. What a weird snowman. Schulinger looked at Li Mu's snowman and pondered. She felt that if this snowman was an enemy, she might not be an opponent. Because it's so perfect. Her arms were like knives and her legs were as wide as her waist. Standing there gave her an invincible feeling. This is a dead thing. That's it. Lang Xiaoyu raised the corners of his mouth and pointed at Li Mu. Are you ready? Yeah. Li Mu nodded. Don't cry anymore. The girl's cry was still fresh in his memory. I didn't cry. I was just blown by the cold wind. Looking at the 2 sisters who were looking at him, Lang Xiaoyu's face froze and he said quickly, stop talking nonsense and let's get started. After saying that, she cast the spell. The 2 snowmen moved. Come on Xiaobing. Lang Xiaoyu was full of confidence, but as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Li Mu's snowman jump up and kick it twice. Xiaobing's 2 heads fell off. You. Lang Xiaoyu stared blankly at the same scene as that day. Her nose felt sore, but she held it back. I lost. Lost again. She sighed inwardly. It's okay. Winning and losing are normal, as long as you don't lose outside. Li Mu said calmly. After seeing the light pillar rising into the sky again, Xu Chaoer was encouraged. The battle ended quickly, and Li Mu started matching again and disappeared. But those two people did not disappear. Sure enough, I already know how Li Mu's skeleton sea was formed. Let's go back and report it to the academy and let them worry about it. Then we still play 5v5. What the hell, let's go play 2v2. Oh. Another scene. Just after Li Mu summoned the bone tombstone, he heard the sound of the dense forest ahead. Lightning tactics. Li Mu raised his eyebrows and summoned the skeleton gun. It's exactly what I want. The big gun shot out, and as soon as a man emerged from the grass, he was stabbed to the core. Not good. When the enemy saw this, they suddenly panicked. The next moment, several spells blasted towards them, accompanied by several large guns. On a moonlit night, the crow cries. But the light in the distance was approaching towards him extremely brightly. That's it. Li Mu looked at the light in the distance and raised his eyebrows. Sacred weapon. Sacred weapon is very restrained. He suffered a lot from Zheng Shuai. The light from the sacred weapon is quite bright. He sighed and didn't care. But what he didn't know was that the top ones on the ladder list, winning streak list and standings were all from Spark Academy, which made academies all over the 5 continents lose face. It's normal for the princess to be number 1, but if you, a necromancer, also occupy the winning streak and points rankings, wouldn't we be squeezed again? So, an operation against him began. Colleges all over the country distributed sacred weapons for free, just to break Li Mu's winning streak and let students from other colleges rank in the top 10. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. The moonlight was hazy, and the light on the ground became more conspicuous and closer. So, Li Mu waved his hand and sent out the Black Warrior team, letting it follow the sea of skeletons to prevent the holy attack. Victory came as expected due to encouragement. But in the second and fourth games, he encountered teams with sacred weapons, which made him wary. In the next few games, a team rushed into his face with sacred weapons, and was stopped by him summoning an army of skeletons. This made him realize that someone was targeting him. But it was no use. In the face of the absolute strength gap, even sacred equipment with legendary quality is useless. However, his efficiency in earning points has also slowed down. However, in order to improve the standings and winning streak, he also plans to fight in person. In another game, he entered the duel without summoning the bone tombstone again. Li Mu, Xu Chaoer asked softly, why not summon tombstone? Yes. In response, Li Mu called out the cavalry regiment. Snap. The cavalry regiment, numbering 75, landed on the ground. Their ferocious skeletons and aura made everyone else freeze. Inspire. Li Mu summoned a skeleton war horse, mounted it and said to Xu Chaoer. Yeah. Swallowing her saliva, she hurriedly her. Is this your trump card? Lang Xiaoyu looked at Li Mu blankly. Just wait, it will be over soon. Li Mu said nothing and led the cavalry regiment to charge. You must kill Li Mu this time to avenge me for being drowned. Guan Wu looked at the enemy's light beam soaring into the sky and walked forward quickly. Well, we have sacred weapons and we can't lose. Guan Wen also looked angry. Ta. What's the sound? Guan Wu stopped. It sounds like the sound of horse hooves. Guan Wen listened solemnly. The sound of horse hooves was approaching, and they also saw the skeleton knight and Li Mu. You dare to come to the door alone? Guan Wu smiled ferociously, shouted loudly, his whole body glowed with golden light, and he went up to him. That's a charge. Come back. Guan Wen shouted angrily when his younger brother, blinded by anger, rushed forward. What the hell? It's just a bunch of skeletons. Guan Wu didn't care, but raised the sacred sword, cut horizontally. The next moment, he was stabbed through. Naturally, the others could not escape from the knight's hooves. As evening approached, Li Mu quit the duel and came to the list. Winning streak list. First place, Li Mu, 72 consecutive wins. Ranking. First place, Li Mu, 2,425 points. Number 1 on both lists. Not bad. Li Mu looked at the 2,000 points on the student card with a smile. Li Mu, please eat. Lang Xiaoyu tugged on Li Mu's arm and puffed up his cheeks. She must eat the most expensive meal to avenge Xiaobing. Okay. Li Mu nodded without paying any attention to the meal, and set off to the commercial street with Lang Xiaoyu and the sisters who had shied away from San but were persuaded by Lang Xiaoyu. After eating, Li Mu left and went to a shop in the commercial street. You're here. The fat boss opened his eyes and took a look. I'm here. Li Mu nodded. This word seems a bit familiar. Why are you here? Those 2 group skills have been bought. The fat boss shook his head. I want to dispel the light and study the corpse witch. Li Mu shook his head. Li Mu, who was extremely uncomfortable being beaten by the sacred weapon, finally spoke. Did you share enough? This is very expensive. Looking at the more than 2,000 points on Li Mu's student card, the fat boss's eyes widened. You must come over next Wednesday. He handed the 2 books to Li Mu and swallowed. What? Li Mu handed the card to the fat boss and asked in question. I have something good to sell you. He reluctantly spent only 260 points and returned the card to Li Mu. Yeah. After looking at the fat boss for a while, Li Mu nodded. On Monday, Li Mu got up early, looked at the 1,000 points received by the first person on the double list, went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, and then came to the classroom. Going to class again, he felt a long-lost sense of trance. Li Mu. Lang Xiaoyu pulled Shu Chaoer, let's sit together. Yeah. Without paying attention, Li Mu made way for the 2 of them to enter. Ji Yuku walked into the classroom and called Li Mu to answer the question as usual. Although there was no shortage of points, Li Mu also answered the questions seriously. Attitude is one thing. After saying that, Li Mu added 5 points and started listening to the class. Although the ice girl also earned a lot of points, she still raised her hands in class to compete for points. Spellcasting class. We must pay attention to the timing and scene of our spell casting. Wu Shusho stood on the podium and said softly, the mage is the core of the team and the brain. Although I have said it many times, I still want to emphasize that mages must remain calm at all times. Next we'll talk about how to cast spells while running. Hearing this, Li Mu raised his head and listened carefully. It would be much more convenient if he could use spells while riding a horse. And from what the teacher said, it should be about teaching mobile spellcasting. He thought. In the afternoon, call class. Yu Shan glanced at Li Mu twice and began to teach him how to cultivate an intimate relationship with his summons so that they would never leave him. Li Mu thought for a while and then read the book. Because it's of no use to him. Potions class. Yao Lao is still talking about the effects of medicinal material identification and medicinal herb combination. Li Mu and Lang Xiaoyu sat together and studied seriously. Today's summoning class is of no use to us. Li Mu told Lang Xiaoyu the details of the summoning class. The summons of both of them are consumable, not like the summoners. Yeah. Lang Xiaoyu nodded and walked to the restaurant with Li Mu. Let's go and reserve a seat first. Lang Xiaoyu put down his chopsticks and looked at Li Mu who was still eating. Yeah. Li Mu finished chewing the food in his mouth and nodded, the front row is better. After dinner, Li Mu walked slowly to the alchemy classroom. Just as he was about to sit down, he saw Lang Xiaoyu and the 2 sisters waving to him. The alchemy class is still about making herbs. Tuesday morning was Yun Feifei's spell class. Everyone knows the spell combinations, but the spell positions of mages are limited. In actual situation, it is impossible for us to learn so many spells, and it is not worth it. So, I will only teach you the characteristics of various spells, including the characteristics of alien spells. You have to study hard. After Yun Feifei finished speaking, she started teaching. Enchanting class. Li Mu and his 2 sisters were learning weapon enchantment. Non-human biology class. Teacher Fu teaches the elves knowledge. Evening astronomy class. The astronomy teacher teaches the movement and laws of the stars. Slowly, time finally came to the course that the students were most looking forward to. Combat class. Because this class was going to the legendary dungeon, the students were extremely excited. Are everyone here? Yi Lianshan looked at the excited students and shook his head, then let's go. How to do today's task? He thought to himself. It's finally time for our Lord's feast. In the dungeon, several students looked at the students coming in and smiled slowly. Are you ready? Ready, High Priest. A student looked enthusiastic. Hunting. One person said enthusiastically, come, my lord. After saying that, several people knelt down half kneeling, held their hands in front of their chests, and began to sing. My lord, the fierce beast. You are the emperor of the new human race and our eternal patron saint. God of strangers. My lord the beast. You are the enemy of order, you are the destroyer of light. Chaotic evil camp. My lord, the fierce beast. You are the most perfect hunter, and no prey can escape your pursuit. Hunting priesthood. My lord the beast, your hunting will spread fear, and your name will make humans panic. Fear priest. Please come here. Incarnation comes. God of hunting. God's name. Dungeon entrance. Everyone has formed a team. Yi Lianshan glanced at the students, then we will stand in the formed team. The students quickly found their teammates and divided into several teams. Li Mu, what level are you at? Lang Xiaoyu and the two sisters also came to Li Mu and asked in a low voice. They have been together for so long, and she still doesn't know Li Mu's level. Level 10. Li Mu looked at the tall black castle-shaped building with interest. The dungeon is a place in Spark Academy that provides students with ways to upgrade. It is rumored that the dungeon has 100 floors, and each floor has countless monsters distributed on each floor. There are also various traps to trick people, and the difficulty will become higher and higher as you go down. Moreover, in addition to traps and monsters, there are also many treasure chests. There are many rewards, points, equipment, props and other rich surprises inside, but there are also monsters like mimics waiting for people to open the treasure chests and then eat them. However, there have been no rumors of any students being eaten in Spark Academy so far. Li Mu speculated that there should be some protection mechanism. The main attackers of the dungeon are all second and third grade students. These students have basically planned for the future, and they can enter and exit the dungeon at will, so they will use their spare time to level up or buy equipment. It is rumored that the school will award a legendary weapon as a reward to those who clear the 100th floor of the dungeon. But I heard that the highest level students have reached is the 70th level. But not long after, he was forced back to the 69th floor by the incoming monsters. Third graders are generally second level professional experts, and some have reached third level, but they only reach level 70. Can I clear level 100 in 3 years? Single quote. Li Mu thought to himself. Clearing the 100th floor will reward you with a legendary weapon, and Li Mu wants to give it a try. Anyway, I have nothing to do, and I just want to see how deep the water in the dungeon is. Are you only at level 10? Lang Xiaoyu was stunned when he heard that Li Mu was at such a low level. I'm already at level 14. She raised her voice, feeling like she was showing off. You're 4 levels higher than me, can you beat me? Li Mu asked back. Lang Xiaoyu is like this, he can hit 10 with one hand without any problem. Quote. Can't beat him. Lang Xiaoyu was speechless. Thinking of the dense sea of skeletons, she instantly became frightened. Isn't that right? Li Mu shook his head. Level is not the decisive requirement to determine combat power. Battles between professionals are not based solely on level. Skills, passive skills, potions, equipment, props, etc., many things are the key to victory or defeat. If it really depends on the level, then in the future, if you show your level before a fight, wouldn't it be better if the lower level just admits defeat? Li Mu educated Lang Xiaoyu like a cousin. In the past few days, Lang Xiaoyu and he had gradually become familiar with each other, and he also saw Lang Xiaoyu's potential. Great potential as an ice warlock. Moreover, she is studious, competitive and refuses to admit defeat. These qualities are necessary to become a strong person. If nothing happens, her future will be at least a 4th level professional. If you don't get stuck on some extremely difficult tasks, then maybe you can become a legend. After secretly investigating Lang Xiaoyu's family information, Li Mu decided to pry the girl away and let her work for the Li family. It's not difficult to do, since she has no sense of belonging to her family anyway. She has been with her frail mother since she was a child, and has no friends or father's love. Alone. Well, it looks like such a miserable girl. So he began to take action. At first, he wanted to use a little worthless emotion to seduce this loveless girl. After class, he talked to her about his childhood fun, talked to her about the cruelty of the battlefield in the Northern Territory during meals, and talked to her about gossip among the nobles during class. Quietly, he entered Lang Xiaoyu's monotonous life. And she also told him her story bit by bit, and her eyes looked at him differently. Implicit, shy, enthusiastic, but never concealed. Women in the Northern Territory dare to love and hate. Li Mu looked at the changes in the girl in just 2 days, and sighed in his heart. The loveless girl is so easy to deceive. After thinking about it with sighs, Li Mu began to change his attitude and played the role of an old father who was strict but occasionally gentle. He didn't want the girl to rely on him. If this continued, it would become the so-called love, and he didn't want it. He didn't want a follower who followed him and had eyes full of his tail, or a vase. What he wanted was a powerful, beautiful, legendary ice sorcerer who could freeze thousands of miles in the battlefield of the Northern Territory and kill the alien warriors. So, he changed his strategy. Sorry, I am so mean. For my own selfishness, I want to send you to the battlefield of the Northern Territory. Although he felt guilty, Li Mu still smiled. Do you understand? His voice was soft. Oh, Leng Xiaoyu turned her head and whispered, then you have to let me kill more monsters in this dungeon. I want you to see my current strength, she said seriously. These days, she felt fulfilled by his side for some reason. Although his tone of voice was sometimes very serious and unpleasant, he had to admit that they were all very reasonable. For example, people of alien races must be killed when they are seen. Single quote. No one, young or old, of alien races will be left alive. Single quote. And other races that are hostile to humans, Li Mu's attitude towards them is extremely extreme. She also refuted that although people of alien races do deserve to die, children are innocent. After that, he frowned and told several cases of severe losses to humans after being soft-hearted in an extremely cold tone, which made Leng Xiaoyu feel creepy. Do you still think they are innocent? His expression was extremely cold at the time, or do you empathize with the enemy? This cold attitude almost made her cry, but she just gritted her teeth and didn't speak. I don't know these things. If I knew, I would definitely not be like this. She thought aggrievedly, but then she was comforted by him again. I don't mean to blame you. I just want to tell you that we should not be cruel to our own people because of our pity for the enemy. He comforted her softly and gave her a box of sweet fruit that was produced in abundance in the western desert, because when facing them, a little bit of pity will also have extremely heavy consequences. When he said it, his eyes were extremely complicated, as if he had experienced many things. It was so vicissitudes. Well, I know. She didn't dare to look into his eyes and nodded. In the process of getting along with him, she was gradually attracted to him. At the same time, she also felt an inexplicable feeling. It was not a secret conversation between sisters, but a feeling she could not express. This was something her mother could not give her. But this feeling was something she had always wanted to experience. Unexplainable feelings. Is it love? She touched her heart. She does not know, but she likes someone to look at her, listen to her talk, and then find out the mistakes in her words and criticize herself. Moreover, he will give her something she has never seen before. She felt very happy. Thinking about it, she touched the storage ring, thinking about the honey cake, raisins and dried cantaloupe she took out to taste last night, and laughed. The smile is very sweet. Everyone has formed a team. Yi Lianshan glanced at it and nodded when he found that the students had all formed a team. He waved his hand and several rays of light fell on the chests of all the students, even the mage followers. This is a dungeon protection card. You can buy it in the commercial street. If you encounter fatal danger in the dungeon, you will be teleported to the lobby on the first floor of the dungeon. But, the students' bodies tensed up when they heard the word. We all know it, but it's the words that follow that matter most. If the dungeon protection card is used, I will deduct 100 points from you. Don't say you don't have enough points. Yi Lianshan glanced at the stiff-faced students and laughed. It's very stupid to involve yourself in order to upgrade. I don't want the students I teach to be stupid. Go ahead and upgrade. After that, Yi Lianshan opened the door of the dungeon, and the students walked in slowly. The first floor of the dungeon, the lobby. Empty, quiet, and dim. Is this the dungeon? Xu Chaoer looked at the hall on the first floor of the dungeon excitedly, curious and interested. Then she saw the relief in the center. What kind of statue is this? She couldn't recognize it. This is the statue of Kong Huan, the legendary space mage who created the dungeon. 700 years ago, he created a 100-level dungeon to solve the problem of upgrading students at Spark Academy. Lang Xiaoyu started to introduce, and this mage became a god within a few years of creating a dungeon. This is the content of the books that can be read for free in the library. In the first week, because she didn't have many points, she read all the free books in the library. Okay, that's amazing. Xu Chao's eyes widened. Legendary strong man. So, you have to work hard, be promoted to a legendary powerhouse, and serve the empire. On the side, Xu Ling'er, who had been staring at his sister, seized the opportunity. Xu Chao's face fell instantly. The excitement disappeared instantly. But at this time, a voice sounded from the side. Li Mu, do you dare to compete with me on the number of floors we reached this morning? Zhao Xingyu walked up and said bitterly. Since he was poached, he has gone from being angry at the beginning to being calm now. Forbearance. He is not strong enough to kill Li Mu quietly now, and even if he could, he cannot bear the anger of the Li family. It took him a few days to think it over and calm down. When he looked at a few more people, he discovered that the two sisters seemed to have an employment relationship with Li Mu. At most, they only ate together and went to class together. He suddenly felt better again. As long as the sisters are not eaten, it will be fine. You know, there are couple hotels in the commercial street. Not interested. Li Mu frowned. Why are you here again? Not resolved. He glanced at Xu Ling'er lightly. Zhao Xingyu, are you sure you want to tear off your last face? When Xu Ling'er saw her employer's expression, her heart tightened and she said in a disgusted voice. No, I just want to compete. Zhao Xingyu's anger rose again, but he suppressed his anger and showed an ugly smile. Then I won't disturb you. By the way, the commercial street is open in the afternoon. Do you want to go shopping together? No, Xu Ling'er refused coldly, then turned to Li Mu and whispered softly, Li Mu, can you leave? Her attitude made Zhao Xingyu's face fall again. Well, let's go. Li Mu glanced at Zhao Xingyu, nodded and left with the three women, leaving only Zhao Xingyu with an ugly face. High Priest, the altars on the 5th and 10th floors are ready. 15 and 20 floors are ready. The 30 and 40 floors are ready. The 50 and 60 floors are ready. The 70th floor is ready. Looking at the information in the student card, a senior student showed a smile. As soon as those first graders come in, the ceremony will begin. Yes, came the reply from the student card. Kanglin Continent. At this time, a huge canopy spread out in the sky. Countless people on Kanglin Continent raised their heads and looked at the sky in confusion. In the sky, a group of fanatical people appeared and began to pray. My lord, the fierce beast, you are the emperor of the new human race and our eternal patron saint. My lord the beast, you are the enemy of order, you are the destroyer of light. My lord, the fierce beast, you are the most perfect hunter, and no prey can escape your pursuit. My lord the beast, your hunting will spread fear, and your name will scare mankind. Please come here, the god of hunting. In an instant, countless legendary human beings soared into the sky with loud roars, but there was no movement in the sky. They all looked at the magic curtain in the sky with ugly expressions. They knew that this was God's method. But only gods can fight against gods. What is that? Look at that, it looks like he's from Spark Academy. On the mainland, someone recognized the Spark Academy student card and shouted in surprise. A sudden change occurred, and 6 people appeared outside the underground city instantly, including Yi Lianshan. It is the priesthood of fear. The god of hunting uses the fear of mankind across the continent to advance to medium divine power. The dean of Spark Academy, the legendary archmage, stood outside the underground city and looked at the red transparent mask, with a cloth on his usually amiable face. Full of frost. Take the god-killing sword. Yes. The 5 strong men beside him nodded and disappeared. Northern Territory, the main residence of the Li family. The god of hunting. A handsome young man looked at the light curtain in the sky with an indifferent expression. The wine glass in his hand was suddenly full of cracks, but it did not break. It's Spark Academy. A middle-aged man next to him looked worried. Mu Xiaozi and Yunyu. Let's take a look. The head of the Li family looked indifferent. Northern War God Academy. Brother Mu. Li Zunal looked at the curtain in the sky with a worried expression. Don't worry. I haven't hit you yet. Northern Battlefield. More. A beautiful woman said with worried eyes. In the northern region, a deserted place revealed a mountain full of lifeless energy. Li Mu. A skeleton walked up to the top of the mountain and looked at the curtain in the sky with a hoarse voice. Don't die. The black fire in its eyes danced, as if its emotions were fluctuating. At the same time, the mountain's dead air filled the air, and the gray mist slowly drifted away, swallowing up the life around it. The dead gray began to spread. The dungeon is very large and full of dangers. The senior students are all on the lower level, so we can just start spawning monsters. Li Mu looked at the open area and scattered monsters around him. You come first. Yes. Lang Xiaoyu nodded seriously. She wanted to show her strength and get praise from Li Mu. Okay, I'll give you half an hour, and then I'll come. Li Mu did not refuse. Try to get the teleportation order to the second underground floor. You need a teleportation order to enter the first to second floors of the dungeon, and tokens are sold in the commercial street, from the first to the 65th floor. Okay, Lang Xiaoyu nodded seriously. After forming a team, and watching Lang Xiaoyu's 5 inspired little snowmen fighting the monsters in the dungeon, Li Mu boldly took out the corpse which research he took out from the fat boss and started reading. Since he got this book, he has taken it out and read it every day. What is introduced above is the environment in which corpse witches survive and the necessary conditions for the formation of corpse witches. Just these two, very simple. It was so simple that Li Mu felt like he had been cheated by the fat boss. But after careful study, he discovered that there was indeed something in this book. It was like watching the resurrection of the dead given to him by his teacher, but it might take more time. So he takes time to read it every day, after class, before going to bed, and before class. Understanding, applying, outlining, etc. gave him the confidence to understand the corpse witch summoning within a month. So, he read the book carefully. Soon, ding, the level has been raised to level 11. Acquire 2 points of intelligence, and add 1 to undead affinity. Upon hearing the prompt, Li Mu looked up at Lang Xiaoyu and the 2 sisters who were picking up the trophies, and shook his head. It's too slow. If he came, the speed would be almost level 12. But suddenly, there was a roar, and the entire underground city shook. At the same time, a breathtaking voice came, making all the students in the underground city feel in a trance. What's the sound? Lang Xiaoyu, who had just used Little Snowman to defeat him, frowned. The underground city seems to be shaking. Shu Chaoer looked at her sister. Shu Linger looked at Li Mu. Something's wrong. Can you ride a horse? Li Mu frowned, feeling his heart agitated. This feeling, it's not a whim, it's not a blessing to the soul, it's not a life or death crisis. What is it? He didn't know clearly, but his intuition made him feel that this was a very dangerous feeling. No, Lang Xiaoyu shook his head. Sister can, Shu Chaoer said. Yeah, Shu Linger nodded. You take your sister, and I take Lang Xiaoyu. After Li Mu said that, he directly summoned 2 skeleton horses. Give up today, I'll give you points later. Li Mu mounted the horse and bent down, lifting Lang Xiaoyu with one hand and placing it in front of him. The dumbfounded Lang Xiaoyu didn't react until she leaned into Li Mu's arms, and her face suddenly turned red. But Li Mu had no intention of paying attention to the shy girl's thoughts. He would first go out of the dungeon where there was an obvious problem. Yes, Shu Linger didn't hesitate. After riding on the horse, she slipped her sister into her arms like a chicken and followed Li Mu on horseback. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Li Mu took the 3 women to the entrance of the dungeon and saw that the door in front of the statue was shrouded in a strange red light. He raised his hand, and a bone gun condensed in his hand and shot out suddenly. With a flash of red light, the bone gun shattered instantly, and the flying bone spur fragments made Li Mu instantly protect the girl in his arms, making Lang Xiaoyu's heart beat faster. Can't get out. Looking at the dungeon door blocked by the bloody light, Li Mu narrowed his eyes. Outside the red light, an old man stood there, and Li Mu recognized him as the dean of Spark Academy. But the way he did nothing made Li Mu feel anxious. At the same time, his heart was beating harder and harder, and his blood was restless, which also made his thoughts a little confused. This situation made him pinch his brows a little upset. Li Mu. After listening to Li Mu's strong heartbeat for a while, Lang Xiaoyu raised his head with a rosy face and forced his voice to be calm. A mage must be calm at all times, don't you know? I'm not even worried. Why are you worried? She couldn't help but lower her head. Quote. That's right. After a pause, Li Mu raised his eyebrows and looked at the shy girl in his arms. Calm down and think about what the situation is now. After saying that, he laughed and rubbed the girl's head. Also, although my thoughts were affected by unknown reasons, I should do what I should do first and then talk about it. Yeah, Lang Xiaoyu hummed in his arms. Don't dare to look up. 0. There seems to be some noise. Shu Chaoer leaned in her sister's arms and heard the sound coming from the ground. It seems to be my master. Shu Linger pushed away her sister's head, jumped off the horse, squatted down, and listened carefully. Hunting, fear, and advent. She frowned, hearing something ominous from this strange word. It's the alien god, hunting. Li Mu listened attentively for a while and then took a deep breath. He knew something about the god of hunting. After hearing the prayer, he probably knew the current situation. It should be a ceremony for the god of hunting to descend. Li Mu jumped off the horse with Lang Xiaoyu in his arms, put the girl aside casually, pointed his finger at the skull staff and began to think. After a god becomes a god, he will leave the material plane, hold the kingdom of God high in the sky, receive the incense of believers, listen to the prayers of believers, and remain immortal in the kingdom of God. In the astronomy class, some stars are the divine kingdoms of gods, but the divine kingdoms are also divided into camps. Human gods and foreign gods restrict and entangle each other to maintain the balance of Kenglin continent. But some of the chaotic evil gods are naturally unwilling to accept the increasing number of humans and the increasingly powerful human gods they believe in, so they let their believers actively kill humans. This is why there are battlefields on all 4 continents of the Empire, but there will always be some alien races that sneak into the Empire and destroy it. But it is difficult for them to come down to the material world. They can only come down through incarnation or use the avatar of a saint to come down to the material plane. Among them, the incarnation is the choice of most gods. Most gods do not dare to use the saint's clone, because if the clone is killed, the price will be too high. Because of the divine power contained in the clone, once the divinity and priesthood are lost, in severe cases, the god level may be lost. Even the death of the gods. Therefore, what came to Spark Academy today should be an incarnation. The divine incarnation of the god of hunting. I really didn't expect that the dignified Spark Academy would allow believers of the god of hunting to sneak in and successfully hold a ceremony. It's really the incarnation of a god came to the academy. Needless to say, he must have come to massacre the students. Li Mu shook his head and no longer worried. Now that you know what it is, it's easier to handle. As far as he knows, the god of hunting is a god with weak divine power. He mainly has 4 main priesthoods of hunting, alien, and fear, and some other minor priesthoods. Although he has 4 main priesthoods, he is still a weak god. Because his 4 priesthoods do not occupy many parts, and he is not the only one who is the foreigner god. There are many gods among the aliens, and only a small number of them are his followers. As for the fear priesthood, there is a fear demon god who occupies the majority in the abyss, and he only gets a small part along with many gods. The hunting priesthood has a hint of the killing priesthood, but this powerful priesthood is divided up by a large number of gods with combat priesthoods. Without any cards, it is naturally not powerful. His main priesthood is still the not so powerful priesthood of hunting. Therefore, for hundreds of years, he was just a weak god from the evil camp. How strong will the incarnation of a weak god be? Li Mu thought in his mind as he looked at the 3 women who were looking at him. But no matter how strong you are, you still have to fight. This is a fight that is either yours or mine, and he must do his best. After thinking about it, he took out a bottle of potion and drank it. Come, god of the hunt. The bloody altars found on several floors of the dungeon are hard to spot in the corners of the huge dungeon, but even if they were discovered, the students would only think it was a scene construction or a treasure trove, and would not take a closer look. At this time, countless corpses of monsters were placed neatly on several bloody altars. As the people in front of the altars prayed, the altars gradually glowed with blood. Slowly, the altar swallowed up the flesh and blood, and the smell of blood spread, making the entire dungeon filled with blood and fishy stench. Let us return to the embrace of our Lord. The high priest stood on the 70th floor and said with a face full of enthusiasm, then threw himself into the bloody altar. At the same time, the same action was repeated on several floors. After accepting human sacrifices, the altar slowly changed. Ta-ba, da-ba. A terrifying tall bloody figure walked out of the altar. It looked like a person whose skin had been peeled off. There was only one mouth on his face, and this mouth slowly revealed a terrifying smile. In the sky, the disgusting and terrifying scenes make humans feel sick and scared, and make aliens feel extremely excited. Other races had different attitudes, but the hunt still started. All intelligent beings are watching the changes on the sky at this moment. They know that they may be witnessing history. It may be that the witnessing spark was briefly extinguished, allowing a weak god on the alien side to be promoted to a mid-level god. Or maybe the spark is still burning, never extinguished, never extinguished. Because no matter what the outcome is, humans and aliens still have a life or death relationship. Underground City, 49th floor. Yunyu, can we pass the 50th floor today? A petite girl next to Chu Yunyu looked at Chu Yunyu and asked her. Although I am confident that I can beat the boss on the 50th floor, but... Chu Yunyu's beautiful eyes trembled and she pursed her lips, but it looks too disgusting, and I don't want to fight it up close. As a construct knight, she is very strong, and the magic pattern construct armor she wears is also very beautiful. The light blue pattern looks like the ice flower unique to the Northern Territory, and it is also her favorite flower. But now, she wants to wear the best equipment to fight a disgusting sludge king. She has a mysophobia and doesn't want to go. It's okay, I'll fight the monsters. A burly man patted his chest and said with a gentle smile, Yunyu, you just need to get me a more powerful magic pattern structure. As an admirer of the goddess Dog Liquor, of course he stood up immediately. Then we are missing a powerful fighter, and I will suffer. A handsome man with glasses in the team looked at the burly man and couldn't help but said. There was a hint of grievance and dissatisfaction in his voice. It's okay, man, since I said it, I'll work hard to complete it. Another man looked at the strong man with a cynical smile and a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, but don't pretend to be so cool when the time comes. You, the burly man's expression changed, you have the guts to challenge me here. Okay, stop arguing. The petite woman suddenly shouted loudly, I am the captain, you listen to me. Yunyu just throw the props aside, and we'll fight the monsters. Understand. Her small eyes swept across the three men. Although her soft voice sounded like a child talking loudly, it successfully shocked the three men. After all, she became captain based on her strength. She looked at the three men who didn't speak anymore, then looked at Chu Yunyu, and sighed in her heart. There are two guys in the team who like Yunyu, and although the other guy doesn't like the two girls in the team. She looked at the delicate man and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the strong man with careful and affectionate eyes. He likes men. She felt tired and didn't like the strange relationships in her team. But for the team I formed, I have to bear it through gritted teeth. Yunyu, you can rest aside, the four of us can do it. The petite girl calmed down and said softly. She looked at Chu Yunyu, her eyes filled with love. She didn't dare to admit that she also liked Chu Yunyu. Yes, Chu Yunyu nodded, then I will use props to assist you. Her voice was cold. Okay. Give all the props you have to Yunyu. Ruro responded. The petite girl turned her head and spoke to the three men in a cold tone. Okay, Yunyu gives it. The strong man gave it first. Then, I'll give you mine too. The delicate man glanced at the muscular man, clenched his fists, but still gave it away. Here, Yunyu. The disrespectful man also gave it, but his eyes were looking at the petite girl's eyes, with a trace of loss flashing in his eyes. He liked the captain, but he knew that the captain was Yan, so he had to pretend to pursue Chu Yunyu, but in fact he wanted to attract the captain's attention. Thank you everyone. Chu Yunyu, who took in everyone's expressions, nodded calmly, I will assist you seriously. Her expression was indifferent, as if she had no idea about the complicated relationships in the team. Just when a few people walked towards the king of silt monsters and planned to take action, a terrifying roar sounded. What's the sound? Chu Yunyu listened to the sound and looked at the place where the sound came from in confusion. What kind of monster? I've never heard such a sound before. The petite girl said doubtfully. But the next moment, a bloody figure with a big knife appeared, which made everyone stunned. But then, a terrifying feeling rushed into their minds, making them feel like they were deep in purgatory. Underground city, 30 floors. What is this? The students, who were fighting monsters and upgrading in the dungeon, and buying equipment and props, had just finished listening to the prayers when they saw a skinless, bloody figure emerge, frightening them to the point of going crazy. At the same time, there was a strong pressure that made them breathless. This is the incarnation of a god. A top student who had studied well stood up and shouted, "This is the incarnation of an alien evil god. Quick, don't give him a chance to use his magic. All Spark Academy courses are useful and can be used in any situation. Now, that's when knowledge comes into play. But it may be of no use." In an instant, the students who reacted quickly took action. A series of long-range attacks such as spells, props, bows and arrows were instantly launched at the bloody figure, but the figure refused to dodge and even opened its arms with a smile on its lips, which was extremely terrifying. Bang bang bang. A burst of smoke filled the air, and the unharmed appearance of the bloody figure reminded the students of the introduction to the incarnation of gods in the textbook. Immune to low-level spells. Reduce physical damage by 50%. No, our attack is useless. That's it. I'm just a second-level mage. Where can I find high-level spells? My arrows can't even break through the defense. The students were panicking as they thought about the information. The incarnation of a god is so terrifying. No, run. Seeing that he couldn't be beaten, the top student shouted and ran out first. Look at me freezing the ground. Several people cast spells to block the figure. Concrete technique. Fossils or mud. After everyone cast spells to stop the bloody figure, they hurriedly started to escape. However, the bloody figure seemed to be on the ground, running towards the students without being blocked. It raised its hand, a throwing gun appeared, and suddenly shot a student. When the student saw this, a barrier unfolded, but he was still pierced through the barrier, and his body turned into light and disappeared in place. The bloody figure didn't stop. He ran over, picked up the gun and continued the action. This is a bloodless hunt. Although it is not terrifying, it is still going on. Fortunately, the protection card triggering in the dungeon is the highest priority. Otherwise, just by that moment, the divine power brought by the Fear Priesthood to the god of hunting would have increased a lot. Yi Lianshan sighed. Aren't you in a hurry? Princess Shuangyan is still inside, why don't you pretend to be an uncle? Yu Shan, who had a giant tiger with 3 eyes on his forehead lying next to him, looked at Yi Lianshan. He asked with a frown. Is it useful for me to be anxious? Yi Lianshan touched the gemstone dragon species next to him, and the green emerald dragon asked, if it is useful, I will definitely be anxious like an ant on a hot pot. But look, doesn't the old dean have nothing to do? The god-killing sword that I finally took out was in vain. Yi Lianshan raised his chin and asked Yu Shan to look at where the old dean was. Yu Shan glanced along. I saw an old man with a gray beard slashing at the red light shield with a simple long sword, but the light shield did not move at all. But the dean still kept slashing with the sword in both hands, and the bulging muscles in his arms under his sleeves were extremely strong. The only thing that even the god-killing sword can't cut through is that divine weapon. Yu Shan frowned. Artifact, shield. It was originally a weapon in the hands of human gods. One day 100 years ago, it was held by an incarnation of a god to resist aliens. Unfortunately, it was stolen by the alien god, the god of stealing. Although the god of thieves was later cut off by the god of order, and his god level dropped to a lower level god, the shield was not taken back. Fortunately, humans still had the spear artifact, which prevented the alien race from taking advantage of the shield, so they won in the end and captured several of the alien race's artifacts. But the loss of shield is still a regret for mankind to this day. But today, I saw that the rumored artifact was used for the future of mankind. This made Yu Shan angry but also felt powerless. He didn't expect that an extremely precious artifact would be used against a group of students. Yes, so it is useless for us to worry. Yi Lianshan nodded. Unless he is willing to send over the artifact, it will be difficult to remove it. But the spear is still being held by a saint in the abyss to defeat the big devil, and it is impossible to send it over now. Then there's nothing we can do. Yu Shan sighed, looking at the hunting of the bloody figures in the sky with worried eyes, preparing for the worst. Under the sky, humans looked at the students who were unable to fight back in front of the monster, and they were all terrified. It's over, it's over. Our future strong men. Didn't he teleport out? He must not have died. Really, some people have hope, and some people know it in their hearts but don't say it out loud. That's a god. Can the students of Spark really win? They watched in silence. Underground city, 5th floor. Your Highness, can we act together? Zhao Xingyu looked at the 5th princess who appeared on the 5th floor with his team, and raised the corner of his mouth. Smart people all think the same thing. 5 levels is the most suitable level for upgrading before level 20. As early as when Yi Lianshan said that the next time he went to class was to go to the dungeon to upgrade, he had already gone to the commercial street and bought the teleportation order for the 5th floor of the dungeon. He didn't expect the princess to be like this, which made him feel happy, and he felt that he had already caught the princess's line. No, just work as a team, we don't have to fight for monsters from each other. Looking at the huge dungeon, Yi Shuangyan, who was riding the Earth-Fire Dragon, said calmly. Since the last battle between the 3 rankings came to an end, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She lamented that Li Mu's strength was worthy of being attacked by several academies in mainland China, but he was still able to take the top spot on the winning streak list in the standings, pushing her down, leaving her with only 1 top spot. This gave her eldest brother another source of conversation, which made her very worried. But there is nothing we can do. Your Highness, I have the location information of the 5th floor boss here. Our 2 teams can definitely win it if we work together. Zhao Xingyu, who had been prepared for a long time, ignored the strange eyes of his teammates and invited him again. If you enter the princess's sight based on your strength, then you may have a chance to gain the princess's approval, be recruited, and then perform meritorious services and gain the opportunity to soar into the sky. Boss. The princess heard this and glanced at Zhao Xingyu and his team. A good team with hidden professions. She collected a lot of information about outstanding students when she first entered school and wanted to recruit them, so she memorized many of their names. Among them, Zhao Xingyu's name is also included. But Zhao Xingyu started causing trouble everywhere when he first entered school. Provoking nobles, flirting with women, showing off, etc., made Yi Shuangyan subconsciously exclude him. But now he had the intention of taking refuge, which made Yi Shuangyan think for a while and then nodded. You can recruit, but you still need to check your character. After all, the magic swordsman profession is also very strong when it grows up. Moreover, his team is full of good talents. If he can recruit these people, he should not be bad. Then let's go together. After thinking about it, she said calmly. Thank you, Your Highness, Princess. Zhao Xingyu's lips curled up again. It's done. As long as you catch up with Her Highness the Princess, you don't have to worry about Li Mu's power. When he thought of Li Mu, he felt angry again. Just wait for me, he thought with a calm expression. But this scene made Su Shangchen from the princess team a little dissatisfied. He still remembered Zhao Xingyu's pretense on the nobles of Zhongzhou. But the princess had spoken, so he could only suppress his emotions, endure his anger and plan to take it out on the boss. But along the way, he didn't encounter any magical beasts, which made him secretly vigilant. Naturally, a few people understood this truth and were secretly vigilant. My lord. You are hunting. Suddenly, a strange voice came, making them feel a sense of terror. This prayer is from the god of hunting. The princess reacted the fastest, holding the dragon rope tightly and shouting, "Get ready to meet the enemy." Although she didn't know why there were eulogies from alien gods appearing in the dungeons of Spark Academy, facing this situation, as a member of the royal family, she had to set an example. That's the challenge. Yes, her teammates instantly prepared for battle. As the main hero, Su Shangchen naturally reached the front. What? The red flash of Zhao Xingyu's talent made him feel nervous, the incarnation of a god. Single quote. He also knows that the incarnations of gods are taught in compulsory education. However, Zhao Xingyu couldn't help but swallowed when he thought about the strength of the god's incarnation in the textbook. Immune to low-level spells, and damage from objects is halved. These 2 items will defeat him to death. So he hesitated and didn't speak for several seconds after the princess gave the order, causing several people in his team to frown subconsciously. In the face of crisis, a hesitant captain will lead the team to death. Follow the princess to fight. Thunder Mage stepped forward and took over the command of the team, leaving Zhao Xingyu stunned. You dare to take over command in front of me before I'm killed in battle. Single quote. This was his first reaction. But he also calmed down, focused his attention on the strange sound, clenched the red sword in his hand, and stopped thinking about it. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water dripping sounded, and a skinless and bloody man walked out. The fangs in the huge mouth on its face were exposed, giving several people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Green grass entwined. Thunder breaks darkness. Guiding holy light. The 3 skills were directed at the bloody man, but they were all useless. The grass-type skills didn't stop it at all, and the thunder was useless, but the holy light had some effect, but not much. Immune to low-level spells. Yi Shuangyan frowned and slowly tightened the lance in his hand. What kind of monster? How dare you act so arrogantly here? Su Shangchen looked at the bloody figure with disdain and rushed forward. You will die. At this moment, the anger accumulated in his heart turned into rage, increasing his strength. War madness. Crazy fighting. Crazy fist. When Lu Feng saw him, he set up his bow and arrows to cover him. The flowers cover the willows. The grass mage Hua Qi cast a spell to protect Su Shangchen. Die. After punching out, the bloody figure was punched through the body by Su Shangchen, and his fist pierced it directly. And a burning arrow also hit the bloody man's head, piercing it, glowing with fire. No, Su Shangchen, retreat quickly. Seeing this, Yi Shuangyan rode a dragon and prepared to charge towards the bloody man. She knew that the incarnation of the gods have physical injuries, and the bloody man looked miserable, but it probably wasn't seriously injured. Watch the move. Hearing this, Su Shangchen did not retreat, but took out the holy water prepared for Li Mu from the storage equipment, and hit the bloody man on the head with the bottle like a street gangster. Boom. Bah. Bah. The bottle exploded, and the holy water poured on the bloody man, making bursts of corrosive sounds. In fact, Su Shangchen did not rush blindly, but knew that the holy attack could cause damage to the incarnation of the god when the paladin's attack was effective. Therefore, although he seemed to rush in blindly, he was prepared. Ah! The bloody man howled angrily and punched Su Shangchen. Bang bang bang. After a few punches, he was still beaten until he vomited blood, even though he had magic protection and the damage reduced by the War Madness skill. However, Su Shangchen did not retreat. He continued to take out the holy water, and threw bottles of holy water at the bloody man. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Neither of them retreated, they just stood there and exchanged injuries. The sounds of bottles and punches were heard constantly, and the princess couldn't help but purse her lips. She remembered the scene where Li Mu beat his own dragon. Aha! The bloody man, who had been doused with several bottles of holy water, screamed softer and quieter until he became silent. Su Shangchen, on the other hand, was vomiting blood and kept moving his hands. A long time. That's it. Su Shangchen spat out blood, gestured to the fallen bloody man with his middle finger, poured a few bottles of holy water into it, and started to hit him. You are such a god, I'll beat you as many as you come. Su Shangchen raised his middle finger and sneered disdainfully. Su Shangchen's disdainful smile with his middle finger raised was imprinted in the eyes of countless people. ... Who is that? Even the incarnation of a god can be defeated easily. Wow, he's so cool even giving the middle finger. That's General Su's second son, Su Shangchen. The people on Kanglan continent looked at this scene and instantly felt a burst of ecstasy. After watching several hunts, they didn't have much hope, because the gap was too big, and the students had no power to fight back, which made them feel very powerless. However, the students who thought that the incarnation of the god would slaughter chickens and dogs were powerless to resist, but the scene on the sky made them cheer up. Although the bloody man seemed to be much weaker, someone always stood up and defeated the oppressive bloody man. No matter what, they all see hope. What do you know? That's just an incarnation created by a low-level sacrificial ceremony. Its combat power is no more than level 2. It is different from the incarnations I saw before. A man with a wretched appearance looked at the person beside him who asked who Su Shangchen was and snorted coldly. Moreover, there is also holy water that naturally restrains evil and is an attribute crusher. If it were me, plus the holy water, I could kill the incarnation of the god in one move. Let me see, if there was no holy water, that kid would probably be dead. Besides, I think there will be no students in the underground city of Spark Academy today. Tisk, tisk, what a pity. He shook his head as he spoke, causing the people around him to glare at him. What are you looking at? I'm telling the truth. He glared back. In my opinion, Spark Academy is just a false name. Even the alien believers have sneaked in, so why is it the first academy in the Empire? Haha, is this the first academy? Before he could finish speaking, he saw someone walking out of the crowd and coming to him. The aura emanating from his body made him tremble subconsciously. 3 turns, 1 turn higher than him. And the aura on his body was too terrifying. You, he swallowed while holding back his fear. Professionals can't. I wanted to say that you can't do it in the city, it's illegal. But the man's movement interrupted his words. What's the dog's bark? The man slapped the wretched man in the face. What's the dog's bark? Ha! The man slapped the wretched man in the face one after another. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of slaps was accompanied by sounds of begging for mercy, causing people around to cheer. The 5th floor of the underground city. Su Shangchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the blurry bloody man burned by the holy water, and slowly retreated to his team facing it. Lu Feng, who was behind him, also used the sacred arrows prepared for Li Mu to hit again. The corpse trembled a few times but did not rise again. Shang Chen, you're awesome. Wisaki saw this and shouted 666, he can even defeat the incarnation of the gods. He is worthy of being the #1 berserker of Starfire. Haha, Su Shangchen's mouth twitched. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently the only berserker class in Spark Academy, he would have believed the flattery. What should we do next? Su Shangchen looked at Her Royal Highness the Princess. The incarnation of a foreign god descended in the dungeon of Spark College. This must be a conspiracy of the foreign race. Yi Shuangyan analyzed the existing information and said, it won't be that simple. Let's go meet the other students in the dungeon first and then make plans. Quote. Although the incarnation of the god that Su Shangchen defeated was weak, it's certainly not that simple. Okay, everyone in the princess team nodded. Let's follow the princess. Thunder Mage also spoke, which made Zhao Xingyu frown subconsciously. Then let's go back to the 1st floor of the dungeon to find Li Mu and tell him what happened. Yi Shuangyan nodded. As an opponent, she knew how powerful Li Mu was. At this time, having one more powerful combat force is also a guarantee. Li Mu. When Zhao Xingyu heard this, he clenched his fists. It's Li Mu again, why can I hear him everywhere? It's so annoying. Aha! Just when the princess was leading the team back to the upper level, a strange voice came again. Here comes another one. Su Shangchen looked closely at the place where the voice came from and sneered, Old Lu, I don't have any holy water, give me some. He remembered that Lu Feng had prepared a lot of holy water for Li Mu. It just so happened that he had run out. Yes, but I don't think you should underestimate the incarnation of the gods. I think this one should be better than the last one. Lu Feng used Eagle Eye to be the first to see the coming bloody man. A bloody man holding a bloody shield. It's holding a shield, he reminded. Yes, I understand. Su Shangchen took the holy water and put it into the ring without looking carefully, and then looked at the bloody man who came. It was a slightly larger blood man than the one he just met. Su Shangchen naturally discovered this, so he was very vigilant and did not rush forward, but waited for his teammates to test first. Holy Light Guidance. 3 consecutive shots. The holy arrows and holy light arrived first, but the bloody man just raised his shield and easily blocked these 2 attacks. The shield shows only minor wear. And it also approached the place where the fallen bloody man was, which made several people feel a little bad. Tisk, it's me. Su Shangchen stopped hesitating, stamped his feet on the ground, and rushed towards the bloody man. The War Madness skill was activated again, and the arrogant and unparalleled madness reappeared. When he came in front of the bloody man again, Crazy Fist came out fiercely. Boom, click. This time, Su Shangchen smiled. Finally it was no longer a broken bone in his hand. Crazy Fist swung again, and the shield cracked with an unbearable sound, revealing the terrifying face of the bloody man behind it. Seeing this, Su Shangchen stepped forward again, punched the bloody man in the heart, and then held it tightly, trying to imitate the scene just now. Bang bang bang. The bloody man's fist hit him hard, but Su Shangchen laughed. Still so powerless. Although it was much more powerful than the bloody man just now, he was unwilling to admit it. Then you go with your brother. After saying that, he took out the holy water, but when it hit the bloody man's head, he felt something was wrong. This is. He looked at the holy water in his hand, and looked back at Lu Feng in disbelief, who was scratching his head in embarrassment. You bought holy water mixed with water. Diluted holy water is half cheaper than normal holy water, and among normal holy water, there are also intermediate holy water, high-grade holy water and other good holy water. But the holy water mixed with water is not called the holy water mixed with water, but the simplified version of holy water, which is used by professionals who have no money to buy back blood potions. Everyone knows that it is watered down, but it cannot stand to be cheap, so it is very popular among low-level professionals, and is usually used to replace blood-restoring potions. And what Su Shangchen is taking now is the cheapest holy water. Well, I have all my points to buy skills, and I can only buy 10 points of holy water. Lu Feng scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, I don't think Li Mu's skeleton needs such good holy water, just, haha. Then he saw the bloody man punch Su Shangchen. Haha, Lu Feng, I'm going to kill you. Su Shangchen was punched again, but he had no choice but to continue taking out the diluted holy water and continued to smash it while scolding Lu Feng. But the holy water mixed with water obviously didn't have much effect, and the quality was not as great as the damage that ordinary holy water could do to a bloody person. So he started to struggle miserably with the bloody man. Move the flowers. Watch. He saw that Su Shangchen could no longer bear it, so he started to cast the spell. The petals bloomed, and a flower came out of Su Shangchen's body and hit the bloody man. It didn't work, but Su Shangchen's injuries improved. So the two continued to struggle. Zhongzhou, the Imperial Palace. Su Cheng, your second son is good. In the main hall, on the dragon throne carved with a 5-clawed golden dragon, a man in a golden dragon robe looked at the ministers below and said with a faint smile to one of them. It is a blessing for the dog to be able to enter His Majesty's eyes. A man stood up and saluted. When he graduates, let him enter the demon division. The man continued on the dragon throne. Thank you, Your Majesty. Father Su's eyes showed a hint of joy, but he immediately restrained himself. Their tone was calm, as if they were not worried about the affairs of Spark Academy. But a person on the side couldn't help it anymore, and his anxious voice sounded. Your Majesty, Xingwo is in danger, why don't you take action? An old man wearing a black robe with purple exotic birds embroidered on the robe looked anxiously at the middle-aged man sitting on the dragon throne who was calm and confident, and said anxiously, the alien race is trying to destroy the descendants of our human race. Moreover, the fifth princess and the descendants of various major families are also inside. He became impatient. No hurry. Yi Huang glanced at the old man, then turned to look at the long-haired man beside him, and said calmly, National Master. Although it's dangerous, it doesn't matter. The national teacher who serves as an astronomy teacher at Spark Academy bowed respectfully and said slowly. The Imperial Master is also a teacher at Spark Academy. Astrology has harmed the country. Astrology has harmed the country. The old man heard this and pointed at the astronomy teacher, blowing his beard and glaring, the incarnation of the alien god has arrived. The one on the 70th floor is at least level 4 in strength, and has an artifact shield formed. It's such a sleepy place that you can't even run away. How do you let those children who are at most second level cope? You are ruining the future of the empire. You are so cruel. I am asking Your Majesty to strip the 5th Qingxian of his position as national master and put him. That's enough. The man above the dragon throne waved his hand, just watch. Yes. The old man shut up immediately, raised his head with the ministers, and stared at the huge sky on Kanglan continent. In the sky, the battle continues. On the first floor of the dungeon, several white lights flashed one after another, and students appeared in front of the statue one after another, looking at each other. And this situation of countless students dying together made them realize something, and their faces suddenly turned pale. There is more than one incarnation of a god. When they looked towards the entrance of the dungeon, they saw the figure of the dean waving a long sword, which made their faces turn pale again. They knew they were trapped. This is a sleepy place. It's also a dead end. They all looked desperate. But at this time, a voice sounded. All eyes are on me. Li Mu, who was surrounded by more than 50 skeletons, looked at the dead students around him, including many seniors, and said loudly. He wanted to understand how they came back from the dead and make some arrangements. So, what he wants is leadership. I am the young master of the Li family in the Northern Territory, Li Mu. He glanced at the eyes of everyone looking at him and continued, now, I will serve as the commander-in-chief here, and you all must obey my orders. Who is in favor? Who is against? Li Mu's eyes swept across all the members, and the strong will contained in his eyes was clearly displayed, making everyone who saw his eyes subconsciously dare not look at him. Moreover, given Li Mu's self-reported family background, even if there were students present with second-level abilities, they did not say anything against it. Very good. Now I want to know the cause, time, place, process and opponent's information of your death. As a team as a whole, write it and give it to me within 3 minutes. After saying that, he looked at the students who hesitated for a few seconds before taking out pens and paper and started taking action. He nodded and continued to summon the undead. After hearing this, Leng Xiaoyu on the side looked away from the dean who had been slashing the mask for several minutes, squeezed through the group of skeletons and walked out. Just leave it to me, she shouted. Leng Xiaoyu wanted to collect it first and filter out the useful information before showing it to Li Mu. In this situation, she wanted to find something to do for herself. No matter how it ends. Thinking of her mother and recalling some things, her eyes dimmed. Li Mu glanced at Leng Xiaoyu and acquiesced to her action. He knew that Leng Xiaoyu was feeling uneasy, but he didn't have time to appease other people's emotions now. He had already prepared for the worst. Xu Chaoer, who was next to Li Mu, was hiding in her sister's arms, feeling nervous. Although there were many skeletons around her, they couldn't give her a sense of security. Only her sister's arms could make her feel at ease. It's okay, it's okay. Although Schulinger was also flustered, she still comforted her sister and then kept looking at Li Mu beside her. In the current situation, she could only feel a sense of peace of mind when she looked at the calm and composed Li Mu. 5 minutes later, Leng Xiaoyu filtered through some repeated content and handed more than 10 pieces of paper to Li Mu. Li Mu took it and looked at it. The incarnation of the god is a skinless human being whose entire body is blood-colored and has a large mouth on his face. The deepest place it appeared was on the 60th floor of the dungeon. At that time, all members of the third-year team there were level 2 professionals, but the human shield professionals among them could not withstand a single sword blow. They estimated that the bloody figure's strength was at the top level of rank 3. The deepest one was on the 10th floor, where the second-year students were buying equipment. Suddenly, a bloody man with a dagger jumped out and attacked them, but they still resisted for a while before the group was wiped out. In other words, there are at least 7 incarnations of gods, with the highest level of strength being 3 levels and the lowest level being 1 level. It's just that if that's the case, some people will be beaten. Li Mu's eyes flickered. But will there be a more powerful incarnation? He was always on guard. The white light flashed again, and there were several more people at the entrance to the first floor of the dungeon. What the hell is that? As soon as he landed, the burly man wiped his cold sweat with a pale face. Why can't I even feel the slightest bit of resistance? They fought with the bloody figure, but the end result was that they returned to the first level of the dungeon. The battle was defeated, and there is no way to fight back. Ooh, the petite girl threw herself into Chu Yunyu's arms. Yunyu, you scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. Ooh. As she said that, she rubbed against Chu Yunyu's cold constructed armor. It's a bit cold, but Yunyu smells good. She looked obsessed. Seeing this, the delicate man also wanted to throw himself into the arms of the burly man, but he gave up this idea when he thought of the big pussy he would definitely get. You guys, look over there. The disrespectful man calmed down for a while, came back to his senses, and looked at Li Mu with a strange look on his face. What is Li Mu doing? At this time, Li Mu had summoned more than 300 skeletons of various kinds, and together with the more than 300 skeletons in the space, there were already more than 700 skeletons. Originally there was an upper limit to the Necromancer's summons, but he drank a bottle of precious potion that could temporarily increase his intelligence by 20 points. So now his intelligence is as high as 76 points, and the number of undead under his command has also increased to more than 800 at most. He summoned these undead just to prepare, not to defeat the incarnation of the god just by relying on the undead army. Because the incarnation of the gods is not that easy to defeat. But it always has to be done. After all, the more preparation you have, the more hope you have of winning. It's useless, Li Mu. The academic master who came back from the dead walked to Li Mu and said with an ugly face, "The incarnation of the god is immune to low-level spells and can reduce physical damage by half. Your skeleton with low attributes is destined to be useless." Because of his fear, he wanted to find someone to talk to. But when he looked at the students who had returned from all directions, they all looked like they were in decline, which made his heart sink even more. But there was a person who was calmly summoning the undead at this time, allowing him to find a place where he could tell his story. It's useless. Li Mu frowned as he watched a student wearing glasses walk up to him and persuade him to give up. How could it be useless? An elephant can be killed by many ants, but even a mole cricket can shake a tree. If ordinary people had seen powerful monsters at the beginning of the disaster, if they had all waited there to die, would humans still be where they are today? Li Mu shook his head and asked, "Is that so?" The top student was stunned, "But that is the incarnation of a god. In front of it, we are worse than ants." After being tortured by the bloody man, he could no longer resist. This is not his problem, it is a condition shared by all students. Because they have been hunted and pinned to the position of prey by the incarnation of the gods. The prey that has been hunted naturally awaits the fate of being slaughtered. Li Mu could naturally see it. But he has a way to solve this situation, which is similar to having his mind stolen. After looking at the demoralized crowd, he took out a big sword from his storage ring. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.